Do give it a quick second, everyone. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everyone doing today? Do give it a quick minute for people to join up. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up, Feisty? What's up, Burger? How you doing? What's up, Austin? What's up, Jax? How you doing? What's up, HME? How you doing? Burger Cat, how you doing? Manders, Heather, how you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? Barbara, what's up? Samantha, how you doing? Mila, hope you're having a great day. What's good, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to be on live. Tomorrow, everyone, I will be live later in the day as well. Probably not as late as I am today, but it will be later in the day. Just letting everyone know. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Darth, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's get this first person up here for today. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Sci-Fi, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Mel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 on PayPal as well. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Daniela as well. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Silver, thank you for the level up, Sparks. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I just want
Do you
to
support
ask
Trump?
you one question. No.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Herman, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. The Amazing Mouse, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. Looks like people are joining in from Dean Stream. Thank you, everyone, for joining in real quick. I appreciate it, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Pug Gambler, thank you so much for the Galaxy. And what's your birth year?
Are you dumb?
How old are you?
I said 21.
And what's your birth year? Push the Galaxy.
Are you dumb?
I'm trying to
05.
clarify your age.
Oh,
For the
05.
Galaxy. 05? And you said you're 21? What month?
May.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Call said, are you dumb? But then got it wrong himself. Holly, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you so much for the $1. Darth, thank you so much for appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. And what's your birth year?
95.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in? Appreciate the Galaxy.
Alaska.
Alaska? What time is it?
It's 6:45
Okay.
p.m.
Can you name 3 cities in Alaska?
Fairbanks, Anchorage, Valdez.
Okay, for sure. Alrighty. Why do you support? Why do you actually have a few people to thank real quick? Emily, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
At 30. Yeah,
Stephanie,
sorry,
thank
I'm
you for the
30,
$1 as
yeah.
well. Teresa, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Oh, so you got your age wrong?
No, yeah, I'm 30. Yeah.
Why'd you
I
say
don't want to
29
accept
then?
that because I like saying 29 more than 30.
I feel like they're trolling. I might be wrong, but I feel like they're trolling. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the budding heart. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Angelina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining in into the stream. Make sure to tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up as always. Rivera, thank you so much for the push the paper crane. If you want to support me as always,
Yo,
Venmo,
Parker.
PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 22. Hey,
Do
I
you support
got
Donald
one
Trump?
thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald,
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
fuck you.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I just don't like you.
Okay, why don't you like me? They just left. Okay, alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Jenna's dumb. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, I think you're actually smart, Jenna. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. RNB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy, by the way. Again, give me some W's for Jenna is smart in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean Stream. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Becca, thank you for the Galaxy as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Mary, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, Parker, have you heard about...
I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates. Connor, thank you for the $2. And by the way, Phoenix, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, according to plenty of people's ideologies, for sure. But Mary, thank you so much again for the $50. Sid, thank you for all you do, especially on days like today when you just want to look away. I feel utterly ill over here as where we are as a country on how each day just seems to get worse. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brody, thank you for the $2.70. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you, Brody. Amrafel, thank you so much for the $25. Good to see you as well. Thank you so much, Amrafel. And Arson, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't have any, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look into that. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section for the $50? Thank you so much. I appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Seriously, W's for them. I'm going to put the criteria back on the screen. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Jessica, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah, I do support Donald
Oh,
Trump.
God. Okay, and what's your birth year?
Oh, birth year 10/8/07.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
For sure. And what state do you live in?
I live in Arizona.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I like his policies. And low key Kamala Harris or Kamala, right?
Kamala.
Kamala, sorry.
Kamala.
I don't like her policies, honestly.
Can you name one policy you don't like of hers?
No, I just don't like her as a person, honestly.
Okay. And why?
Just as a person, she lets illegal immigrants in, and I disagree with that.
Okay, that's a policy, by the way. What policy let undocumented immigrants into the country?
I can't tell you off the top of my head personally, but
So then how could you say that you dislike her because of this thing that you don't even know about?
no, you're right. You're right, man.
Surely think of the firework. Okay. So then if you don't have any good reason to dislike her, why do you support Donald Trump over her? Okay. Pretty quick concession right there, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. We are just looking for some debates. Look at that quick concession. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Jessica, thank you so much for the star map. Thank you. They could have been trolling. I'm not quite sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, faggot.
You're disgusting. Let's go with the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I'm not American.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone.
This is fighting right now.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hello?
They're trolling me. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
3,005 coins from number one top viewer.
I
Button.
am 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
1999.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I like his policies, especially on illegal immigrants, because I think that a lot of the illegal immigrants that Biden let in were criminals. Like, if you think about it, look what happened to Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungaray or all those other people that got killed by illegal immigrants. And like, before you say, like, look, not all illegal immigrants are criminals. Like, I understand that some are actually coming here to better, their lives, but the fact is we have to have a proper vetting service, and we have to have a more efficient vetting service so that we don't just let random people in, you know.
I think we do need a better and quicker legal immigration process, and that's exactly what Democrats are advocating for. Democrats aren't advocating to open the border or just to let undocumented immigrants into the country. That's not what's being said at all. Secondly, I just want to address the fact that like undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
Well, yeah, like I knew that part, but the fact of the matter was we weren't, like, under Biden, we weren't vetting them. We were literally just letting them in. Like, Biden did not finish the border
We
wall.
were vetting people, and also the idea that we just like let people in. There's no policy to substantiate that. Push the money gun. The reason why there were more people coming to the country is because economic insecurity that exists around the world because of global inflation that caused this country to be more economically secure comparative to other nations.
And like, I'm sorry, but I actually support what ICE is doing. And
Wait, so
what
you support?
happened?
Wait, did you hear what happened today? Did you see what happened?
Yeah, and the guy actually tried to pull a gun on ICE, and then when ICE shot him, the other guy had taken the gun from him. The other ICE officer had taken the gun from him from behind, so the ICE officer in the front wouldn't have known. So honestly, that protester should not have tried to pull a gun on ICE in the first place. Just like Renee Nicole Good should not have tried to run Jonathan Ross over because he
Okay.
already had PTSD
Okay,
from.
two things here. One, they didn't try to reach for a gun at all. Actually, we can see based upon multiple different videos that they were already disarmed. Okay, we already saw an officer disarm them well before they were shot. So it is true that they didn't pull a gun, two, that they were disarmed.
3,007 coins from number one top viewer. Button.
But sorry for that. I have accessibility on. I'm
Voiceover
totally
off.
blind.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't familiar with what that was. I apologize. I thought it was like you were streaming or something, and like had
No.
like no, I apologize. Yeah. So sorry, what was I saying? I apologize.
You were saying that, so we already saw from multiple angles that officers were unarmed.
Yeah. We saw from multiple angles already that they were already disarmed. They had multiple officers trying to continue to detain them. They didn't reach for a gun, and they were still shot. Like seriously, we have multiple angles that indicate that.
Yeah, but there's also another video angle where after the guy was shot, the officer who shot the guy said, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" So I think we can make a strong case that maybe the officer who shot him also didn't know that the guy was, disarmed by other officers. So, like, to be fair, I think in this case was nearly a justified shooting. And
Wait,
like,
so no, there's a few
honestly,
things
these
there. A few things there.
protesters.
One, the agents should have communicated that then. Two, you only have justification to go for lethal force if you see that lethal force is imminent towards you, right? Or severe bodily harm. There was no reason in that situation to believe that severe bodily harm or lethal force was going to be used against any of the officers. So there was no reason to brandish lethal force and to shoot them, especially that many times, given the fact that that was true. Because again, if they didn't have a gun, if they couldn't see the gun, that means that they didn't have justification to believe that they were in the risk of severe harm, or anyone was in the risk of severe harm or death.
Well, I mean, in the moment when people are their lives are put in danger, your adrenaline kicks in. So there's a possibility also that when the other officers disarmed him, they just didn't communicate that because they were still trying to detain him when he
Wait, I'm
tried
sorry.
to pull the
Adrenaline being
gun.
high
When
is not
he
a justification for shooting people. Otherwise, every single officer would be justified in shooting every single person because there's adrenaline in every single circumstance as an officer.
Yeah, but adrenaline makes people make mistakes.
Okay, wait, but
And
like I think that in this circumstance, this is well beyond a quote unquote mistake. This is a blatant murder of a U.S. citizen in broad daylight when they literally didn't even try to harm an officer or agent at all.
they did. I actually
How?
follow a guy on YouTube named Black Conservative Perspective, and he explained in one of his videos on this specific situation that the guy continued to try to reach for his holster as like
Where and what
almost
video?
as if there was another gun underneath the holster. This was on YouTube. It's from Black Conservative Perspective, and something about the video
There
just
was no
advanced.
basis in that. Like you can look at there's multiple different angles. I've looked at them. I didn't see in any of these videos that they tried to reach for like the holstered weapon.
Well, I mean, like I'm totally blind, so I have to get a lot of my information from what other people say. And to me, the way everybody else that I've been following on
Hmm.
YouTube and like other podcast, because it's harder for me to obviously watch videos. The way they were explaining it to their listeners, it seemed as if it was a justified shooting. Okay.
Yeah, and what I would say is that like they're lying to you, and I think we all know that, and I think it's really sick what they're doing. Right? They're lying, and what they've said has been proven wrong. And I can just tell you, like I'm being totally genuine right now. Like it seriously, based upon the conditions of the video, multiple different angles, there was no basis to say that they reached for the firearm. That was like a thing that was going around kind of when people didn't know what were the conditions of the shooting when it was just one angle when it first came out. People were like, oh, they could have been reaching for this, but no one didn't had any evidence to substantiate that. And if you look at the videos from all around, none of them indicate that they were reaching for the weapon. Of course, I'm open to hearing any of them that do, but again, based upon none of the videos, based on all the angles we've looked at, none of them indicate that. And it's really sick how they're lying to you, and I'm really sorry I'm really sorry that they are.
I mean, I've also heard stuff too about like abortion, and a lot of people that I follow on YouTube, they're also pro-life rather than pro-choice.
So if they're just justifying this like blatant murder in broad daylight, that doesn't seem very pro-life to me.
Well, I don't think this was murder. Like, unless there's a way, unless there's like a software that can actually explain the multiple video angles, I can only take them by.
Like their word. Yeah, I understand. I understand, especially from your perspective. Push the galaxy, thank you. But like I just want you to know how blatantly obvious it is, and the fact that they're lying to you is incredibly insane. And I genuinely I feel like in this situation they're taking advantage of people, specifically, right? And I think that's really fucked up. I genuinely like I'm being serious. Like based on all those videos, I don't know where they get that from. Push the galaxy. Like if out of every scenario that's happened, there is literally nothing you can even bring up to justify this at all. There's literally nothing you could say.
Okay.
Like
But what do you
I feel like if you justify this, essentially you can justify ICE murdering anyone.
Well, I think the guy shouldn't have been out there being an agent of chaos in Minnesota. Otherwise, he never would have, got
I don't
shot,
think
to
that they
be
were being
honest.
an agent of chaos, and even so, that like the same argument that you're using right now could then be used to justify like literally like the person saying like for example Charlie Kirk. They say if Charlie Kirk wasn't at the university that day, that he wouldn't have died. That's not an argument to justify that he deserved it or anything. So that's
Well, I'm
like
not
it, like
saying he deserved it, but I just think
well like in this
these
scenario, like if
protesters.
you're saying it wasn't murder, then you are saying that it was justified.
Well, I mean, the way it was explained to me, I think It was, and there's other things too, you know, that this guy talked about too, like Minnesota shutting down their businesses, like the entire state shutting down their businesses due to these protests. So
Wait,
I
watch
actually
this.
think these
Would that
protests.
have happened if ICE was sent? Yeah, ICE wasn't sent. Sorry.
Well, I think if ICE wasn't sent, then all these protesters would have been, they wouldn't exist. But right now,
The
ICE is
protesters would
sent
exist. They just wouldn't be
and
out there
protest.
doing those things. So if you want to say if we changed this fact, this wouldn't have happened. Well, what would have prevented all of this from happening is ICE never going into Minneapolis in the first place.
Well, if Minneapolis wasn't a sanctuary city, they wouldn't have sent ICE into um, the city in the first place. So honestly, I have no sympathy for these people.
You have no
And
sympathy for the people that were murdered in broad daylight?
this is exactly what happens when you support sanctuary city policies.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, you seriously, you have no issue with people being murdered without reason?
Oh, I have issue with people being murdered without reason, but
That's what happened in
these
this
people
scenario.
are getting into ICE business. They are interfering with federal operations.
Yeah,
And like
even
what
if that
what
were
the
true, which I don't
conservatives
think that was true in this situation, again, based upon the prior footage, even if that was true, that's not justify them just being shot. They did not pose any threat of severe bodily harm or death to any person. Okay? The idea
well,
that they
what a-
deserve to have been shot and murdered, shot multiple times, by the way, even well after they were dead, is absurd to me. It's wildly absurd. They were already disarmed. They were pepper sprayed. There were so many officers on top of them that were trying to restrain them. In this circumstance, it was completely legal for them to do what they were doing. I'm pretty sure, based upon what I've seen. They were literally just trying to help out someone that was pushed by ICE into the street and trying to tell them not to do that. And then recording is not a crime. They're able to protest, and I don't even know if they would be qualified as one of the protesters, quote unquote. But even so, again, none of those conditions would justify them being murdered. There's literally no reason to believe that they should have been shot in this scenario. I think it's
I
so
don't
absurd.
think they were murdered. I think they interfered with ICE operations. Like you even have videos on TikTok in the past where protesters
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off one more
started.
time, but I just want to say this because I think this is important. I think this kind of embodies the idea that Donald Trump was saying that he could go on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and people would still defend him and he wouldn't lose any voters. Because I think explicitly here, this is the Trump administration defending someone who literally just was shot in broad daylight, right? With no justification. They pose no risk of harm to anyone. So it's like, genuinely, I do think that, like, that's one of these examples. Like, seriously, like, at what point would you draw the line with ICE? Like, you think there should be no accountability or charges at all for this?
Well, if they deliberately shot the guy and murdered him in broad
Yes.
daylight, of course there should be. But
That's what happened.
again, he I mean, the video was explained to me by multiple different conservative content creators on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I understand
No,
what
don't
happened.
listen to conservative content creators, dude. They're literally lying to you. Like I
Okay, well,
promise you, I'm not lying to you in any way. I'm just trying to describe this to you right now because I genuinely think that this is a problem to address on a world stage. I'm not trying to sell you on anything right now outside of that. I genuinely, like, bro, like, I really want you to believe me right now because I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth, and they're lying to you, and I know that they're lying to you. It's really sad. Like that person was like literally shot in broad daylight. I can't even fathom defending this. Like, genuinely. Before I hopped on today, I was thinking, like, all day, like, genuinely, are there going to be people that can sit there defend it? I couldn't fathom that there would be. So, like, I'm really sorry. They totally lied to you.
Okay, well, I have another thing to bring up too. What about after the shooting of Renee Nicole Good? Apparently, there were allegedly people bringing, their kids to the protest. What do you think of the kids being brought by the parents? Like, there was even a video of a woman who told ICE officers that she had brought her 6-year-old in the car, and the woman, the ICE officer woman, kind of softened her physical defensiveness stance and told the woman to get her child away from the federal, scene. So I really do think these protesters are being a nuisance. Like there was even one woman following ICE
Wait,
and
other people being a quote unquote nuisance, which I don't even think is established in this context. Even if there were kids there, like I don't think that's established to be a quote unquote nuisance because of that. And also, that doesn't justify shooting this person because of that. Like again, like you have to understand that like dependent on the circumstances that like, and also by the way, going for lethal force from an agent or officer's perspective is literally the last thing you do. You try to exercise everything you could possibly do to prevent there from being any risk before you go to lethal force. That was not what was done by those agents. Explicitly not what was done.
Okay, well, maybe I'm gonna try to listen to the audio of the video to
Mm-hmm.
see what happened, but I don't know if it's gonna actually give me much information considering that you gotta rely on visuals. So I might go back to listening to, the content creators explain it while they go frame by frame. But I
I would
really
not
want to
listen to
know the
conservative.
truth.
Try to listen to people who are independent if you are. Because I guarantee every independent person is going to tell you what I just told you right now.
Okay, well, I'll do my best. I'll find some independent people. I mean, I am blind after all, so it is
Mm-hmm.
harder for me.
Yeah, of course. All right, well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Nope. And maybe in the future, I'll send up another request if I have anything else I'd like to talk about.
Wait, sorry, what'd you just say? Say that one time?
I said I don't have anything at the moment, but maybe in the future, if I have anything else to debate or talk about, I'm gonna send a request.
For sure. All right, go for it. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Have a
Yep,
great night.
you too.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second. I have a few people to think. Let's just get this next person up here, though, first. Alrighty. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second, everybody. Only send a guest request, again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, sorry, I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
No, I meant.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking for some debates. I appreciate you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're such a cutie patootie!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Patty Pimblett for the win tonight, baby.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I've already debated that person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria again listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shoot, I got on. Sorry, I was putting milk away. I'm 23.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, for the most part. But I mean, I'm seeing all this stuff now. I'm kind of confused, but
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. I live in Utah and I voted for Trump. It's pretty like red over here, and like my whole family, that's how they grew up. My dad like sends me all these things, but everything I'm seeing now, especially because I work with a bunch of people who are more left at my new job, kind of confused. I'm actually not really seeing the point of why ICE is there anymore, like why they're like attacking US citizens. I thought we were just supposed to be like getting rid of like people who were here illegally. So I don't know. That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows that the ICE isn't focused on the worst of the worst right? The violent criminals, right? They're literally murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight. So I guess like, would you still stand by that? Would you still vote for him, or would you say that you don't prefer Trump anymore?
So I voted for Trump mainly because, I mean, I was in 2016 when he ran the first time, I wouldn't have been able to legally vote. So like right, because I'm thinking 10 years ago, I'm 23, like I was 13, right? So he like was running for the first time. My dad was talking about all these great things. My dad like runs his own business, and he's like, dude, I'm telling you, like, this is going to be great for our economy. And so when I voted for him again, it was because I was like, felt like financially things were getting very tight. I was making more and more money. I'd been getting good jobs, but I just was watching the price of everything continue to go up. So that's why I voted for him, because my dad was saying he would fix that. And like, he was sending me all these like articles and videos, but
Did Trump fix that?
now, nah, I don't know. It feels like it's getting a little bit worse. So I'm
So
going
it
to the
doesn't seem
grocery
like
store and
Trump
it's
fixed
getting
it.
way worse. I don't know. I can't tell. My dad's saying to hold out, but I feel like I feel like I'm kind of. My dad always says like be the lion, not the sheep. But I feel like I'm kind of being the sheep by just listening to everything he's saying, because like it feels like I don't know. I'm not seeing like the benefit yet. So
It does sound, yeah. It sounds like you've got the right thought process there, and you're questioning it, and you're just trying to get yourself out of that point. I mean, I genuinely do think that like he's not better for the economy. I can give you plenty of good reasons to indicate why his tariffs have been disastrous. I also think he's destroyed our reputation on a world stage. I think that he's literally reduced accountability within the federal government, and it's led to literally ICE murdering U.S. citizens. So I think that it's important to like prevent him from doing these things. And again, like you can still be a Republican and still say that you like don't support people like Trump. I think that what he's done, he's hijacked the Republican Party, where people feel like they can't even be Republican anymore without supporting him.
I guess that is kind of how I feel too, because I do feel like I have some more like right-leaning views, but I don't feel like I'm like this extreme. I feel like my dad always like says things like about like the radical left. He's like, I show him these TikTok videos. I sent him the one for today. I got a bunch of different angles for the shooting, and I sent it to my dad, and I was like, because my dad sent me the stupid Truth Social post that Trump made today, and he was like telling me like, dude, don't worry about it, because I always text him, and I sent him the video, and I was like, I don't know, this like looks like there's no way to excuse this. And my dad just was just replying saying, sending the True Social stuff and just excusing it. And that's where I was like really kind of like, why are we? I feel like we're more radical right. He's kept saying stop listening to the radical left, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, so I mean, it would logically entail, right, that if you want to stop listening to the radical left because they're bad because they're radical, well, then the same thing would be true about the radical right. And I think that Trump's embodying the radical right, and I don't think that you could say the same thing about Democrats. Democrats are not very radical left.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely, and it's tough too, because I heard from people saying like, I know this is a whole nother issue, but like a lot of my coworkers were saying like, do you regret it? Like, cause I was like, yeah, I voted for Trump, and they're like kind of like harping on me a little. Do you regret it? Like, look what's happening. And I even mentioned them. I was like, I don't even think it would have mattered anyways, because in Utah, like before you voted, it already said on like the AP poll, like before any votes were counted, like it was already counted as a red state. Like it was like pretty much guaranteed with the electoral college. Like, so
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe that's just a prediction, but like
It might
they
not
knew.
have changed anything from that perspective, but I mean, I still think that you should still vote, right? Even though you're from a state in which it's likely to determine a certain way. Same way, I still think people in California should still vote, and I live in California. It's likely to turn blue. Now, I do think in general, right, you can still change local elections, and also if you decide not to vote, you won't see any changes politically speaking within a state, because we're just going to assume that the state is going to operate the same anyway. So always do go out and vote, because it can then demonstrate changes within a state that we wouldn't have otherwise seen if we decided not to go out and vote because we thought that it wouldn't change anything because the state's already been set up. And plus, I mean, that's just a good enough reason to be against the Electoral College, because rightfully your vote should matter the same regardless of what state you're in, right? So like you don't have to worry about like your state not mattering based upon the state you're in.
Yeah, I was I saw this stuff, and so I started looking into candidates for the midterms here too, because every time I go to Walmart, where there's people here in Utah that are like handing out these flyers trying to get people to vote against something called Prop 4. I was asking I feel like I should probably stop asking my dad about stuff, because I just don't look into it enough myself. because I feel like I'm just working and I'm trying to raise like my toddler and everything. So I just feel like I don't put the energy towards it. But these
Yeah, I mean,
Prop
you
4,
can ask your dad, but like I would say like you should do outside research outside of just what your dad says because it's probably going to be very biased according to like what the right wing perspective is.
yeah, and I started looking into it. He was saying that it was a good thing to sign the Prop 4, but I looked it up. I guess they're redistricting or they're doing something in Utah to make it there is a chance they might get some blue seats in the midterms, and they're like that hasn't like I guess Salt Lake City's vote matters more, and that's where I live. It used to be split up. And so I didn't end up signing anything. And I guess there's been a big push for people to try to sign it because it'll shut down this new districting. But if I don't sign it, I guess I might. I've been seeing some candidates. There are some decent liberal candidates here in Utah. And I'm thinking I might switch my vote for the midterms. But my dad will probably kill me. I mean, but I'm not going to do it just like I'm not going to.
I definitely think you should go Democratic for sure. I think that's an important thing to do. And I think that it will hold the Republican Party to account to a greater extent and ensure that they can't break the law to the same extent. We'll get the release of the Epstein files. We'll have significantly more accountability in terms of the federal government. We could possibly even have an impeachment of Donald Trump. I mean, you can have different Republicans in the Republican Party that can represent you rather than someone so extreme like Donald Trump. And also, your vote is not the same thing as your dad. Your dad having views does not mean you have to have those views. And if he's saying that you have to have the same views as him and you can't have any type of disagreement or even critically think for yourself, well, then that's a toxic way to view your political views, and because it doesn't allow for you to have your own autonomy in determining your own view, politically speaking.
Yeah, he just says like I don't know. He always like claims he's like this is what's gonna be best for like your family, like this is gonna make everything better for like when your son gets older. Cause like I'm feeling the financial constraints, but I don't know. Now I have a couple.
Kamala
of my
Harris wanted to
coworkers-
extend the child tax credit. You would have gotten more money in tax cuts if Kamala Harris were president.
Yeah, I'm seeing all the TikToks now about all the things that apparently would have happened then too. So my TikTok's starting to switch up a little bit. I noticed that my algorithm is starting to feed like it used to be just NBA videos and like right-wing videos, and now it's switching to be more middle to like left. And so I think it's probably because it's what I'm engaging in, and I'm starting to do more research in. I'm scrolling through these Instagram and TikTok comments and like reading people's opinions, and I'm noticing there's like definitely like a big shift. And so I have a couple, and what's scary too, I have a couple of my coworkers. I work downtown in Salt Lake. There's been some ICE officers downtown. They went to the Home Depot across the street from me, and they arrested a few of those people that just sit in the parking lot waiting for like work. And some of my coworkers are, they're U.S. citizens, but they're Hispanic, and they're like freaking out. And I think that's what's really had me changing my perspective, is seeing like the people that are around me that like care, like they look to me because I'm their manager, and now I feel bad like seeing them afraid, being like, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like,
there are U.S. citizens that have been detained simply for having an accent. Like in DHS even came out and said that themselves. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a huge threat for people who are even U.S. citizens. Detainment is not fun, especially in plenty of these circumstances. The fact that your people are even under threat of that is ridiculous. Now, also like, it doesn't seem like they're going after the worst of the worst, right? They're going after people who are just here working for a better life. Like, that doesn't really seem to be like a huge threat to us. They should be focusing on the people who are like committing murder and assault and rape, things like that, rather than specifically people who are just coming here for a better life.
Yeah, I feel like that. The one thing that would keep me like, and I would feel like I agree with my dad, is if I just felt like there was more explanation to all this and better accountability. But that's really what's like turning me off or turning me away, is I feel like it's constant like excuses. And you mentioned it earlier on the last person you were debating, where like I do remember Trump saying if he went down like, what was it, Fifth Avenue and shot somebody, like everyone would defend him. I'm starting to feel like my dad would and other people would. I don't feel like that's like defensible. So
yeah. Well, I
So,
do
I don't know,
appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much for questioning. I think that's incredibly good. Keep researching, keep looking in. Always question people's views, even if it's mine.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm not as big of a debate, I guess, because I'm more like in the middle right now, figuring it out.
You're good, Mason. Keep going. Keep researching. That's the best thing you could possibly do. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yep. Good night.
You as well. Let's get this next person up here. I have a few people to thank real quick, but let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I love Donald Trump.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Donald.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation. Do give us a quick second. Noel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Noel. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely, totally agree. I think it's so important. Matthew as well. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no, the guest prior to the one that we just talked to, that was definitely brutal. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Hannah as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Daniela again with the $5. Thank you so much. Steph again with the $10. Thank you so much, Steph. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bruno, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. And also, given the fact that they were literally had a permit, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Like, there's definitely a lot to talk about there. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm just gonna keep that to myself. But I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for Bruno in the comment section. Paula, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Fossey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Good to see you as always. Kieran, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. That is definitely a horrifying statement. I don't know why this whole argument about comply or die is going around. I think it's been pretty crazy, and I don't think that they would apply it to their own side in terms of January 6th. Aaron, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that would just be unreasonable in that circumstance then for an officer to do that. Bruno as well. Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Aaron again with the $2. Gifts from the Ocean, thank you for the 50 cents. Addison, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. A few people to think on YouTube real quick. Vlad, thank you for the $5. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. Our Rodcast, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm confused what you mean. Justin, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Natasha, thank you for the $2 as well. Cade, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can I get a shout out to the NDP, New Democratic Party of Canada? The deadline to be able to vote for the new leader of the party is January 28th. Nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for Minneapolis here, 4 miles away from the murder. I have a video on TikTok. TikTok keeps taking down from 3 minutes before. Don't have Discord. How can I send to you? If you can, either Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, if you can, through any of those contexts. Those would be the best ways to do so. That's absolutely crazy. Thank you very much. Adam, thank you for the $2 as well. Oliver, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Kara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, those would have been great points to make. Vincent, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's on TikTok. It's on TikTok, Vincent. You have to go into TikTok and then send a guest request. Movie thank you for the $20. Thank you. Marianne, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Brandon, thank you for the $10. Taylor with the $10. Natasha, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. And Braden, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's go into the conversation. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Man, he's just the greatest president, of my lifetime. I think of any lifetimes. I think he's saving the world right now. Saving the country as well. It's obviously going to take some hits here and there, but he's doing what he has to do to save America and the world.
Okay. How is he saving America in the world?
You could go to securing the border, attacking the fraud that's going on in Minnesota. I don't necessarily agree with deadly force, but why are these people getting in the way anyway? And I think he's sending a deeper message, like just to not fuck with him or the operation, because it's white people that are dying. It's not colored people. So I think that's what
people of color. No, there's a few things here. We have, I want to mention. I don't think he's quote unquote saving the world based on any of these conditions. They're not addressing fraud in Minnesota to a greater extent. There's nothing that they've done to specifically address it to a greater extent. We could also address that in terms of quote unquote, why are they getting in the way? is a ridiculous thing to say. In none of these circumstances were they in a way in which they should have been murdered. You have to have reasonable grounds for saying that they are going to cause a severe bodily harm, right, or death to a person. Okay, which was not true in either of the circumstances, especially in the circumstance that we saw today, which literally, I just want to be very clear with you, right? They were completely disarmed. They were pepper sprayed. There were multiple agents on top of them. You cannot say that any of the officers or agents, any of the agents' lives were at risk. That is absurd for you to say that, and for you to even claim that, right? Kind
I
of
didn't
just
claim
like
that.
screams to me dishonest, or you didn't watch the video.
I didn't claim that. No, I agree. I didn't say he was armed. Again, I don't think deadly force is justified. I don't agree with that. It's just the matter of fact that they were placed in that situation themselves. They put themselves in the situation.
Okay,
The
that's
the
like
victims.
that's like bringing that up in the situation that happened with Charlie Kirk. Why is that relevant?
I mean, police brutality has been going on since the creation of police. I mean,
And what is
we
that
could go back
relevant? Why is that relevant?
because we're talking about police brutality.
Well, this is ICE. ICE is different from police. And we're also talking about murder without justification at all. Whether or not it's cops or ICE, it's unjustified in any of these circumstances. Right? If police officers did this, it would be unjustified.
No, I agree with you. Deadly force is unjustified. I agree. Um,
Yeah.
but
So
when
then, like, if you think deadly force is unjustified, then you think it was murder. And if you think it was murder, then why do you support the Trump administration who's actively defending it?
I mean, because they don't want to. They're not trying to look bad. That's what they're going to do is deflect. They're going to make sure that they're not the
So
ones
you're
that
okay with
are
people
looking
doing that?
bad. I mean, hey, that's what they got to do. That's their fight. This is again, it's a
That's
bigger
just what they
message
got to
that
do. It's their fight. So that's what you think it's just what they got to do to like literally murder people in broad daylight with no evidence or no reason to believe that they did this,
again, if it were people of
or
color,
no reason that
this would
they
be
were
a
going to harm
different.
anyone.
This would be a different story if people of color were getting unalive, but it's white people, so it's a different message
Wait, I'm
that
sorry.
he's
Are you okay with
sending.
it because it's white people? I'm confused.
I'm not okay with it, but it's a different message that's being sent
Well, I'm confused. What's the relevance about that?
because Donald Trump is like, I don't care if you're white, black, brown, like if you fuck with the operations, you're gonna get it, and
So
that's
how is
the
the
message.
person who got murdered today fucking with the operations?
Again, nobody knows because we only see clips of the videos. We just see
Wait.
of
Am
when
I
they
fucking
spawned
with the
in.
operations because I'm arguing against them?
I mean, that would be like saying I'm part of the operation because
Am I fucking with the operation because I'm saying that you
you're
shouldn't
not
support
actively.
ICE doing these actions, right?
No, you're not in the middle of the street getting in the way of armed federal officers.
Okay, so by the way, you said they were getting in the way. How are they preventing these officers from doing anything?
Well, we could look at the Renee Good situation. I can't tell you much about the what's his name, Alex guy. I can't tell you much about him
Wait, you haven't watched the
because
video?
I've seen clips of the video where it
Have
spawns
you
in
seen
those
multiple
six
different
officers.
angles?
I've seen six different officers on top of him, and then they unload the clip. It was
Yeah,
not
when they were
necessarily at
already
all.
disarmed.
Right, it wasn't
How
necessary
were
at
they? So
all.
by the way, and if you see the context prior, they weren't interfering in any way.
Right, it's just like, I mean, just being there. Why are you there?
Protesting, right? And by the way, I don't even know if they would qualify as a protester. I mean, you could just live in the area.
Right, again, I
Like
mean, they're not
you
this.
know that it happened right out of like it was a coffee shop that one of the videos was taken in, right? So like,
So
I'm sorry,
six,
do they not have a right to live in the area?
so six officers approached him because he lived in the area.
Well, like, did you not see the prior context of the fact that they were literally pushing someone and he was trying to say don't push them, right? And then they literally came after him.
That's
Okay,
called
and again,
impeding a federal officer.
and again, so what did they do that justified them being thrown to the ground as a U.S. citizen by like
Well,
how many
you are
agents?
telling a federal law enforcement officer not to do you can't
You can do
you
that.
can't you
You can
can't
do that.
command a
That's totally within your free speech. You think you can't tell law
that's
enforcement
obstructing.
officers that they can't do things? You think that's a violation of the law to tell them they can't do things?
Based on what you said he told him not to push him. I mean,
Yeah.
and then
So explain to me how that was a violation of the law.
no, that you're not a law enforcement officer. I'm not either. But
How
in
does that
terms
qualify as
of,
obstruction?
so you could take that as a threat that he was also going to be pushing like physically backlash to the officer with physical violence. So you could perceive that as a threat. A law enforcement officer could. So it was perceived as a threat.
Okay, so it was perceived as a threat that they literally just said, "Don't push someone." That's a threat?
That's what
Are
I'm
you kidding me?
assuming.
You think it's a
I can't.
threat? So just to clarify, the threat they imposed was saying something. What were they going to cry? Did it hurt their feelings?
It might have. Hey, I mean,
It
that's what
wasn't a
happens
threat. So
when
one, it wasn't a threat. Two, so you're saying because they're snowflakes, they decided to murder him? Does that make it justified? Does that mean you should support the Trump administration actively defending this?
never said it was justified. Again, deadly force is not justified. There were 6 guys on top of him. They could
So
easily subdue
obviously,
him.
so then why are you sitting here running defense for them when it was clearly murder?
It's just that they got in the way of that you
They
just
weren't
why are you
obstructing in any
why are you
meaningful way.
talking to the officer?
They weren't obstructing in any meaningful way. And even if they were obstructing, that is not justified for them to be murdered in the circumstances. They posed no reasonable threat of serious bodily harm or death to any person.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a reason 6 officers were on top of him because they perceived him as a threat. And then one, like, unloaded the clip. Hey, man, like I said, it's a different message. He's
Do you
trying
think
to
their
impose
perceptions were
power.
reasonable?
Like, police brutality has been going
Wait, do
on
you
since
think
the
their
beginning of
perceptions are
police.
reasonable?
Hey, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not out there on ice. I can't speak. I have my
You
own
don't need to be
profession.
a law enforcement officer or ICE to say that what happened there was murder, was unjustified, was excessive, shows a lack of accountability, shows complete violations of people's rights, right? They murdered citizens, dude. In broad daylight, right in front of you, without reason. They were fucking disarmed, okay? How many facts need to be true for you to acknowledge that this is fucked? Genuinely, it's like Donald Trump said. He could just shoot people on Fifth Avenue and you fucking wouldn't lose voters. You'll defend him no matter what. You'll defend him
I
even
mean,
though
he
this is
wouldn't.
specifically true. You say, oh, I disagree with the shooting, but he's still better.
I mean, bro, like you're right. He wouldn't. He's right because, I mean, he brought common sense law back into the country. He brought common
You think it's
sense.
common sense law for ICE agents to be able to shoot U.S. citizens who did not pose a reasonable risk of severe bodily harm or death to any person? You
Police
think that's
brutality.
reasonable policy? You think it's reasonable policy for them to racially profile people? Do you think it's reasonable policy?
They would racially profile me. I'm not
That's
white
common
or black.
sense.
Yeah.
So,
What I'm saying is,
okay. So to clarify real quick, it's common sense to murder people without reason, even though you said it was unjustified. You think it's common sense, right, to justify the violation of people's due process rights. You think it's common sense
this
for
has
Donald
been
Trump to
going on.
violate the law and not releasing the Epstein files.
I've been getting profiled my whole life. I'm not. I'm
And
sure
you
you know
shouldn't be.
nothing about getting
You
profiled.
shouldn't be, right?
Dude, this is America. That's what I'm gonna be is profiled.
Okay, so
That's my whole
should
life.
people be racially profiled in America?
I can't argue whether they should or could because it's happening actively, and
Okay, let me ask you this question.
experienced
Do
that
you
in my
think
whole
U.S.
life.
citizens should be detained for their accents?
No, I don't.
Okay, so
But
how do you feel
they,
that the Trump administration has defended detaining people who are U.S. citizens just because they have an accent? Literally.
bro, like I'm saying, my parents have accents. Like, bro, what I'm saying is, dude,
Yeah, and
it's about
Your administration has literally detained people for that reason.
Right. And look, it's the time has come for the country to it's kind of stopping taking the shit. That's what it's doing, bro. And
It's stopping
I
taking a shit by literally detaining U.S. citizens who have accents.
I mean, bro, I'm just saying they got to do what they got to do. I can't
No, they
like
don't. You think they have to detain U.S. citizens with accents? So would you be okay with your parents being detained?
like I said, bro, we've been profiled our whole life
So
coming in.
would you
My
be
parents came
okay?
in as
Would you be okay
immigrants to this
with Would you be
country.
okay with your parents being detained?
My parents have been profiled before. They not
Would you
have
be
not been
okay with
detained.
Would you be okay with it?
My par- I mean, if that happened, bro, if they were detained and there was a reason for their detainment, because there's always a reason
No,
someone
no,
gets
no, no, no.
detained,
So do you think it would be justified for ICE to detain your parents?
it wouldn't happen though. This is what I'm saying.
Would
I
you say
can't.
it has happened in the U.S.? Stop saying it won't happen when it
It
has
wouldn't
happened
happen
in
to
the
my
U.S.
parents. Is what I'm saying.
How do you
We're
know?
like, because it's not these ICE things aren't happening in Texas where I'm from.
You don't think ICE is in Texas?
I mean, I'm
Are
not
you
not
fucking
where
kidding
I'm
me?
at.
You think ICE is
Not
not in
where
Texas?
not where I'm at in Texas, bro.
Yes, they are.
They're
What are
not
you talking
conducting
about?
active raids. They're not.
His
They're
argument
mainly
is ICE
targeting
isn't where he is. He's in Texas. What are you talking about? Yes, it is.
these active raids are happening in y'all's blue cities, brother, because Trump is
One,
targeting the
there's
blue
blue cities
states.
in Texas. Two, it's not just happening in blue
Yes, that's
cities, it's
where I'm
also
at.
happening in red areas as well.
I agree with you. I agree
Wait,
with you,
so
but
then
they're
let me
more
ask you this question.
concentrated.
Would you be okay with ICE detaining your parents because they have an accent?
ICE could detain my parents at any time because they came here as immigrants. They're citizens now.
No,
So,
ICE does not have jurisdiction to detain legal immigrants.
I mean, I mean, if I would have to be okay with it. So yes, I would be okay with it.
Okay, so you'd still vote for the president of the United States if his administration defended detaining your parents just because they have an accent?
If that, bro, honestly, we're talking about sacrifices, bro. If that stops all this, you know, non-common sense laws, then, bro,
What
yes.
non-common sense laws?
I mean, bro, uh, I don't know how to say it on here. The T genders and all this stuff,
Okay.
and
Can you name one policy on trans people that Democrats support that you disagree with?
bro, underage genital mutilation and
No
hormone
Democratic
therapy.
politician supports underage genital mutilation. You just whipped that right out of your ass. Where did you get that?
and
Trust me,
and
bro. Trust me,
hormone
please.
hormone
Trust me,
therapy.
please. Please. So let me clarify. There's a huge
Do you
distinction
know? I
between.
mean, hormone
There's a huge
therapy is
distinction.
it's
By the way, I
essentially
just
the
want to
same
clarify.
thing.
I just want to clarify. There's a huge distinction between HRT specifically and and specifically gender reassignment surgery. I just want to make
Well,
sure that's a
clearly,
very clear distinction. Do you agree? That's a clear
obviously,
distinction. Now, I have a question. Do you
but
think that
that's one
do you
step
think that
towards that.
16-year-olds should be able to get access through their parents and a doctor, access to things that affect their hormones?
In terms of transgender hormone
Wait, no, no, no. I'm just asking,
replacement
like, in
therapy,
general, are you okay with through a doctor and through their parents, 16-year-olds getting access to things that can affect their hormones?
brother, yes, I'm a healthcare
You're
worker, of
okay with
course.
that?
Yes, but not in terms of transgender
Okay, so
surgeries
it's
and
just with trans
switching
people. And
genders.
by the way, HRT is not surgery.
Estrogen, I'm not saying it is. I said genital mutilation is surgery.
Yeah, no one's arguing for that. No Democratic politician advocates for that. Kamala Harris doesn't support that. So you supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, right? Because of something that wasn't even true.
Well, even HRT, bro, even estrogen therapy, even testosterone, giving that to young children below 18 is not
Okay,
something I
wait.
would
So
agree with you
do you
in.
think that I should have been able to get access to Accutane when I was 16 years old through my doctor and my parents?
Accutane is not a hormone.
It affects your hormones,
Yeah, but it's not a hormone, bro.
but it affects your hormones massively, correct? So I don't know what your relevance is.
You're talking about for acne, right?
Yes.
So no,
And I can take it because it psychologically benefits me, correct?
if you want to make that argument, you could,
Okay. So wouldn't the same thing be true for trans kids?
bro.
And that's not determined by just the kid themselves, it's determined by the doctors, right?
The doctors. Gender dysphoria is a DSM-5 diagnosis.
Yeah, and being trans and gender dysphoria are two separate things, just to clarify. There are people who have gender dysphoria who are not trans.
Everyone who is trans has gender dysphoria, though.
Not true.
How is that not true, bro? Please
well,
explain. Please explain.
yeah, because it's not about like just an incongruence. It's about the fact that there's fear, depression, anxiety, and plenty of other negative impacts that are going to be associated specifically with the incongruence, not just the incongruence in of itself.
The incongruence. What? Please define that. What
Incongruence between gender and sex.
So transgender people have an incongruence between gender and sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, what is gender dysphoria?
Gender dysphoria is about specifically the fear, depression, anxiety, and plenty of other negative mental conditions that can come specifically from the incongruence, not just the incongruence in of itself, right? And again, by the way, the incongruence can exist, like that sort of fear, depression, anxiety can exist within not within cis individuals, right? Because some sort of fact about their body, right, isn't represented specifically in terms of their identity, so they're trying to get their body to represent more of what their internal identity is.
Right, but normal heterosexual person isn't thinking about changing their gender.
Heterosexual? I'm sorry, just like I don't know how sexuality had anything to do with that. And again, if they don't, then why are you making a big deal of this?
A big
Exactly.
deal. I mean, this is one of the reasons I voted for Trump, bro. Common sense. I'm telling you. Because
so less than 1% of people in this country are trans. Okay. So if you're going to vote for Donald Trump because of policies that don't exist to impact people, right? I don't know what your point is. Because again, there's no policy you could point to in terms of Kamala Harris that you disagreed with. This was just some broad, vague thing that you were applying to Democrats as a whole. And by the way, just to clarify, do you think it's more common sense to like undermine the release of the Epstein files, even though there's a legal mandate for the release of every single one of the Epstein files? Less than 1% of the Epstein files has been released. Do you think that's common sense?
Bro, there you go on y'all's hoax of the Epstein files, bro.
I'm just asking, is that common sense? Yes or no?
Bro, the Epstein files is the fucking like a myth by y'all that y'all will be
is
on for
that
years.
Common sense? Yes or no?
When the Democrats say they're releasing it, they're not even going to release it. But is what common sense?
No, Trump said he was going to release it, and then when he's legally mandated to release it, he still hasn't released it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's not going to get released because it's not. There's nothing to release. But it's literally.
You said there's nothing to release, so the Epstein files don't exist.
So whoever knows about it.
Wait, so did you just say the Epstein files don't exist? So then why? So when they released less than 1% of the Epstein files, what were they releasing if the Epstein files themselves don't exist?
What do you think is in these files? Exactly?
Wait, to clarify, if the Epstein files themselves don't exist, how could they release 1% of the Epstein files? Can you explain how that makes sense?
These are just again like talking points, bro. Like
these aren't just talking points. These are facts.
No, these are not. These are not.
These are facts. Okay. Naomi, thank you for the media shower. So do you want to engage with it? It's a fact.
I mean, see, this is where like a president's personal life and then his foreign policy and domestic policy is completely different.
What were we just talking about? Repeat what I just said.
We were talking about a lot of things.
Such as?
You brought up the alleged Epstein files.
Alleged Epstein files. And you're denying the Epstein files' existence. It's a fact they exist. It's a fact they have not released all of the Epstein files. Okay. I mean, you want to know why it's a fact? You want to know why it's a fact? Because the Trump administration themselves literally says their justification for not releasing all of the files is that no court in America can force them to do it. That's their justification.
What are the files? What
the
are
Epstein
the
files?
Yeah, what are you referring to? This mythological?
It's not mythological. What the fuck? You mean mythology, by the way. So in terms of this, it's not mythology. Okay.
So
I
whatever
don't know where you're
happened,
getting that
happened.
from.
Epstein did what he did, and he
Yes,
flew
and
out
we
who
want
he
to hold the
flew
people
out.
accountable for it, correct?
So you want to hold Stephen Hawking because he flew on a fucking plane with Epstein? You
Any
want to hold him
person
accountable?
that was involved with a
But
child P3DO ring should be held accountable for their involvement.
so
Is that a
because they're on
crazy?
a,
I'm sorry.
their name
Is that an
on a
unhinged
jet?
thing? Is that a crazy thing to say? Everyone
I'm
involved in the child P3DO ring should be held accountable. Is that a crazy take? Is Parker being too much of a woke liberal here? Is too much of a woke take for you, buddy?
Man, it's just crazy because this
Is
is
it
what you
woke
guys
now
choose
to be
fixate
against
on.
PDFs?
When you guys,
Is that
when
too
you
woke
guys
for you,
wanna-
buddy?
When you guys promote children genital mutilation, bro.
Are you
that's what
against
you wanna focus
circumcision?
on. Bro, what?
Answer the question. Are you against
You
circumcision?
bring up the most. These are most like.
Answer the question. Are you against circumcision?
I can't be, bro. There's no way I could.
You can't be? So
Right.
you're okay with infant genital mutilation?
These are two different points that you're referring to. They
So by
have
the way,
not
yeah,
to do
there's
with
two
each
different
other.
points here. I don't believe in genital mutilation. You do. And yet you're sitting here blaming me for it. Look in a mirror. You're projecting.
Bro, you see, like this is
You just
what
bent yourself
this is
into
what-
a pretzel so bad that you don't even know where you are right now. Look at you. You need a map, dude.
This is insane, bro.
Where are you going? Come on, come back into the app. I can't hear you.
Yo,
Oh, come back into the app. We can't hear you. Hello? Oh, I think he got cooked so bad that it fried his Wi-Fi. All right, give him a second, everyone. Naomi, thank you so much for the diamond. I appreciate it. Thank you. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $15. As always, I always will. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Billy Jane. Mason, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Literally, it is diabolical. Yeah, that's within the Epstein files, Mason. It's one of those it's one of the FBI tapes within the files. As well as Francisco, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Pug, think of the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is he gonna run away? Hello, are you there, man? Brandon, thank you for the $250 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Brandon in the comment section right now for the $250? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brandon. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? That is seriously so nice of you. That is so kind. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Ashley, thank you for the $10. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Brittany, thank you for the galaxy as well. Manea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar as well. Thank you. I know exactly. Just because it's existed historically doesn't mean it should exist. It's called the naturalistic fallacy. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Pam Bondi sent a letter to the Minnesota officials saying they will remove ICE from the state if they turn over their voter rolls to DHS. Yeah, no, thank you so much for the galaxy. It's almost like they're trying to cause chaos just to try to force people into conditions. Carissa, thank you so much for the 20 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Bruno, thank you so much for all the money. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Bruno in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Of course, I will always stand up. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them. Let's get this next person. They just left, by the way. They just ran away because they got cooked so bad. I fried them in the debate so bad it fried their modem and router. I'm just kidding. They purposefully left. They purposefully left. Let's get this next person up here. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the 4,300 people up here on YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? David, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much on Venmo. Omega, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. But yeah, seriously, the Trump administration, you have them defending literal blatant murder. Blatant murder that all of us saw. Okay? Millions of people have seen the blatant murder the Trump administration has defended. And now you have Trump supporters coming up here defending it. It's absolutely sick. It's absolutely sickening. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, how old are you?
Sweetheart, hi. I'm 28.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, see. The thing is, Kamala was known as the knob gobbler of California. She gobbles so much. That's the problem with her. She gobbles a lot of knob. But Donald Trump, listen.
Well, she
He
isn't
says he
Donald
grabs
Trump,
them by the,
right?
here's
Because
the thing,
Donald Trump did that with Bubba, just letting you
Montel
know.
Williams. Just ask Montel. Seriously though, here's the problem. And I was
So one, that's just not even the case, right? Because I just want to let you know that Kamala Harris got into every single position because of her qualifications, not because of the fact that she was literally put into those positions, because of the fact that she engaged in sexual acts to get to those positions. But say that were true, that's not reason to look at her in a negative context. It's a reason to look at the system in a negative way, because the fact that men created a system where they require sexual favors in order to be able to promote people, which actually promotes the idea that there's rape culture to a greater extent, which harms the idea that you should support Trump because he's literally a rapist himself. So explain to me why you support Donald Trump, who's a rapist, and why you literally make fun of victims.
I'm falling in love with your eyes, Parker. My God.
Okay.
No, you
They're
are
definitely trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only sending guest requests if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to this next individual. Chase, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Chase. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Chase in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007, bro.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, low-key.
Okay, Trump. Jay, are you back? Oh, no, they left. Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, it was the other person, the last guest. I thought they sent a guest request back, and I was going to add them back, but it didn't add them. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't know. I think he's just a better option than Kamala.
How so?
I think he has better values.
Such as?
Such as, like, especially like deportation. I like deportation. I live in Minnesota, so I support the ICE movement.
Other than Minnesota. So you do disagree? You think that they committed murder?
What do you mean?
Do you think that the ICE agents committed murder today?
I think it was justified.
You think it was justified? What was the justification?
Yeah. He had a gun.
Okay. Well, he was already disarmed by the time they shot.
Well, we don't know yet. The body cam footage is not out
We
yet.
do know, actually, because we have multiple different angles from all around them that indicate that to be true. So you're just lying. We do have the information to indicate that. There is enough evidence to say that they were already disarmed. So explain to me. And also, by the way, having a gun is not justification to do that to you, as he was a licensed gun owner with a permit to carry. It was legal to carry, and he's a U.S. citizen.
Nah, I don't know. I think that if you go at an ICE agent and you are resisting, just like do what they say, you're not going to get shot.
He didn't go at an ICE agent. And by the way, in the circumstance, going at an ICE agent doesn't mean you get shot unless you are Omega. Thank you for the baby dragon. Thank you. Unless you are, unless our officer is in a circumstance where they have a reasonable fear, right, of lethal force being used against them, right, or someone else, or severe bodily harm against them or someone else, then they have no justification to even reach for the gun. And again, since they were not armed because they were disarmed, that means that they had no reason to believe that, with especially the amount of agents they had that were literally dragging them on the ground.
Do you think that if you were one of the ICE agents and okay, let's just say we don't know. Would
you have shot?
Yet. I don't know. If I see a gun,
You don't know? I'll just tell you, if I was one of the agents, which I never would be, I wouldn't have shot. Want to know why? Because I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not evil, okay? I'm not stupid and evil. And that's what people do when they're stupid and evil. They act as the way that the ICE agents are.
Evil,
And it's literally evil to murder U.S. citizens in broad daylight that were posing no threat to the agents at all. Absolutely, that is wrong. Are you sitting here right now and you're so America first that you think it's justified to literally murder U.S. citizens in broad daylight? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Pro-life of you, by the way.
No, I mean, I didn't say I was pro-life, but I am pro-life.
I can obviously tell that.
Okay, can I just ask you a question? Do you support ICE at all?
So I don't support ICE. We had border enforcement prior to ICE. We can enforce the border and specifically focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Without ICE, ICE is acting as a secret police force right now, literally without accountability. Okay? They're violating people's due
Okay.
process rights. We have no need for ICE. We had border enforcement prior to ICE. We'll be completely fine. We'd actually be better off without them. Okay? And it'll be easier for border enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities if they're not focusing over 70% of their time detaining those that have no prior criminal record, over 95% of their time detaining those that have no prior violent criminal record, and also murdering U.S. citizens. Okay? So if ICE wasn't spending all of their time murdering U.S. citizens, doing fucking video ops for the TikToks of the Trump administration in the White House, right, and literally causing an incredible amount of harm targeted towards communities in this country and racially profiling, maybe they'd have time to focus on the actual murderers, rapists, right, in the country that are literally pardoned by the Trump administration.
I'm sorry. Hey, where do you live? I'm not really sure like what state you live in. Can you tell me that real
California.
quick? California. Like what city?
LA.
You live in LA, really? Like downtown or?
I live in LA County. I'm not going to say where I live in LA County.
Oh yeah, I know, I got you, but I don't. It's a lot different. Do you have a lot of Somali community members down there? Or?
I don't count who of my neighbors is from Somalia. Like what?
I'm just gonna say, like, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and ever since a couple years ago, there's been a lot more Somalis and a lot more violence in my community.
Wait. Why are you associating people who are Somali with violence?
Well, it's just pattern recognition. You know, I see them down the street and they're
Pattern
around each other
recognition. Okay. So I have a question. Do you think that due to pattern recognition, right, that we would be justified in believing that every Trump supporter is stupid?
No, I wouldn't consider myself stupid.
Well, not only are you, but we would be justified in doing that, not only because on average MAGA supporters have a lower IQ, but practically everyone that comes up on this stream who's a MAGA supporter is an absolute idiot.
So would you say all MAGA supporters are low IQ?
Are like me?
Are all lower IQ members or what?
I'm obviously not low IQ in the way that you're referencing, but if you want to say, are all the Trump supporters low IQ? Not every single one. Not every single one, but a hell of a lot of them.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
How do you... Okay. One more question for you right here. So if you were living around like Minneapolis and all of a sudden you've been living here for your whole life and it's been a nice neighborhood, you know, you've been living your whole life here, and all of a sudden, you know, some old people, you know, they live in the houses around you and they get old and they die, and then all of a sudden the people that move in, they trash the houses, they are loud all the time, they are causing violence, there's police over there all the time, and you can assume the kind of people they are.
How about this? Let me pause this real quick.
I'm just gonna say they are from
I have a
a
question.
different country.
Would you prefer society that's 100% white, right? That treats you horribly, or would you prefer
you see my point of view here?
Hold up. Would you prefer society that's 100% white that treats you horribly, or would you prefer society that's non-white that treats you very well?
Sorry, say that again. I cut out.
Would you prefer society that's 100% white that treats you horribly, or society that is 100% non-white that treats you amazing?
Well, I think you could have both of the same. I mean, you can have...
Answer the question. One or the other. Answer the question.
What was the question again?
Would you rather have a society that's 100% white and treats you horribly, or a society that's 100% non-white and treats you very well?
Well, that's the stupidest question I've ever heard, because obviously you would say the second one, but that's not going to happen.
So obviously the society that obviously,
white, so to clarify, you're not going to get treated well.
So to clarify, obviously the society that treats you very well, that is non-white, correct?
Well, yeah, obviously, but that's not happening.
So it has nothing to do with one's skin color as a reason as to why you would specifically care. It's totally based upon behavior. So instead of specifically referencing people who are, so be quiet, quick. Let me please finish. So instead of specifically just trying to reference people who are Somali as a whole, how about you say, I disagree with certain types of behaviors that people engage in, and based upon those certain types of behaviors, I like to hold them accountable, which means that you'd have a certain law, and you'd like to enforce said law, meaning that, again, Donald Trump, you should hold him accountable for violating the law because he's a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. And you're totally okay with supporting him for president of the United States. But if all of those factors and characteristics were true about someone who's Somali, you would say that it's the end of the world.
Well, I would say, I mean, if you're going down that route with the legal thing, a lot of these Somalis did break a law by coming here illegally.
Most people who are in the country who are Somali, specifically are in the
Especially
country
Minnesota
legally,
are
and actually they were born here. Most people who are Somali in the country were born here.
yeah, but their parents weren't, and that's the problem here. I think
So
that if they've come here illegally and they have kids, I mean that's just a way to get around the legal system.
wait. There's no
Like,
argument that their
we should hold
parents are
accountability for
illegally.
that.
Wait, what's your argument that their parents are illegally in the country?
Well, I mean, it's just a fact, you know. I mean,
Oh,
I can tell.
what's your
These
source?
people do not speak English.
Hey, what's your
My
source?
neighbors,
What's your source?
my real life,
Okay, so trust me, bro.
pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I lived through it.
Yeah.
If you don't live
Okay.
my life, then I lived through it.
And by the way, I just want to let you know, I live in LA, and there are people that live in
Okay.
LA that speak different languages from me. How does that
Really? I
meaningfully
didn't know
impact your
that.
life at all?
I mean, I could just tell. I mean, you said, how do you know if they're from a different country or if they came
How
here illegally?
answer the question? How does it meaningfully impact your life at all for people to speak different languages?
Well, you asked me, how do I know they came
Answer
here
my
illegally?
question.
What's the question?
How does it negatively impact your life for people to speak other languages?
Sorry, you cut out again. My bad.
How does it negatively impact your life for people to speak other languages?
Well, I mean, all right. Take the situation. If I'm going to Walmart and I need some help, and I'm asking where's the hand warmers, and she doesn't understand what I'm trying to say, I can't find the damn hand warmers. You know.
Okay? You have never gone to Walmart and had that happen before. Shut the fuck up.
I have had that happen actually.
No, you
Multiple
haven't.
times. Multiple
No, you
times.
haven't.
Yes, I
Okay.
have.
So to
1 month
clarify,
ago, I
they
went to
didn't.
get a
So to
charger for
clarify,
my
so to clarify,
phone,
so to
and I
clarify,
asked the
they didn't
guy-
have a single person at the Walmart in the United States that spoke English.
No, but if you should be able to just go
No,
to up
they
to
didn't.
any worker there.
They didn't
and
have a
should be able to
single
speak
person
English.
there. Wait, to clarify, in the place where you live, there wasn't a single person at that Walmart that spoke English.
I mean, I'm sure there was, yeah, but that's not
So
what I
there was.
said.
Not only was
So you're
there,
taking me out of
not
context
only
now.
were there
That's not
people
what I
there that
said.
spoke English, but you could use the fucking app, you absolute idiot, and you could look it up. You could use your
I
brain.
shouldn't have to though. What if I didn't have a phone? What if my
Oh,
phone
okay,
was
so
dead.
they have devices there to look it up. Genius.
Well, I should be able to ask a fellow human being. Oh, where's
There
the
were people
chargers?
there that you could
And they
ask.
go,
There were, wait, by the way,
I don't know.
there
I
were
don't
people that
understand.
speak English there. Not only were there people that speak English there, but secondly, I just want to be very clear, right? Even if there weren't people that speak English there, that would just be representative of the community that they're in. Why would any business not have anyone who speaks English if a majority of their clientele speaks English? It would only be the case that that would be true if a majority of their clientele did not speak English, where it made no sense to have people specifically that do speak that language there in the first place. So you want to know what would make most sense in that context? Either you learn the language, right, of the area where most people are speaking that language, right? Or you decide
Like,
to
they
go
should
to
give
a
you that.
different area where people speak the same language as you. That's your choice.
Wait, did you say I should do that or what? I
Either
should
learn
go to
the
a
either
place
learn the
and
language
their
or go to
language,
an
which is majority, like what they're doing here. We
that?
majority speak English, and they should come and learn our language.
Wait,
To kinda just
there
prove my
are, no,
point
no,
there.
no, you're not understanding. There are different areas in the country that disproportionately speak different languages.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, and in those communities, it would make sense to speak those languages, right?
Yeah, that would make sense. So you're kind of proving my
Okay,
point.
what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with having different communities within the United States that speak different languages, and that if people want to engage with other communities, right, they can do so through certain types of means, whether that be through the context of speaking the same language as everyone else within that area, Google Translate, technology, etc. You don't have
said
to interact with
by learning their
everyone.
language.
I just want to clarify. You live in Minnesota, correct?
I do, yep.
You're telling me you can't find a Walmart in Minnesota that's where people speak English?
I never said that. I'm sure you can.
Okay, so then stop complaining. It doesn't negatively impact your life at all.
Well, I shouldn't
You
have to
literally
go
live in Minnesota.
40
I
miles
grew up
away
in
to get it.
Iowa. Stop complaining. You're a little snowflake. Appreciate the money gun. Like you live in an
Wow.
area where most people speak English.
I'm
You're
so
gonna be
hurt.
okay.
Well, I mean, it's not coming to that. You never know. In 40 years, you might be full of Somalis who don't speak English.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Okay. So again, a lot of people who are Somali do speak English. Actually, again, most people who are Somali were born in the country. Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, I assume
already
because they have
told you
such large
this.
birth rates. Yeah.
I already told you this, and you didn't listen. Apparently. I appreciate the
Told me
galaxy.
what?
Thank you. What's up?
What'd you say?
Dude, are you listening to me?
I don't know what you're trying to ask me.
Then maybe listen.
Is it a question? You asked me a question?
Yeah, did you hear anything I said?
I guess not.
Okay. We'll start back again.
I do appreciate the attitude, though.
You're welcome. I mean, you do deserve it. You're literally saying that people who are Somali, right, shouldn't be in your particular state or shouldn't be in the area that you're in. And you're saying that they were illegally in the country when most of them were born in the U.S. and are legally in this country.
If they legally come here, okay, if their parents, okay, the ones that did illegally come here, are you saying there's no one that's
Wait,
coming here that's illegal?
you just assumed
'Cause there
that most
is.
people who were born in the country who are Somali, their parents came illegally. What was your source?
Well, I just know this. I live in the communities. Do you live in the communities?
Oh
where
wait,
this
chat.
happens?
I forgot.
know.
He's omniscient. He's omniscient. He has divine revelation from the Lord and Savior himself. Okay, can you actually give me an argument? What's your source?
Bro, I just know. I
Where's that
live
mustache?
here.
I
live
just
here
know?
around here.
I just know you are fucking stupid.
can talk
If that's
to
your
any of these
argument,
people.
genuinely stop right now. You actually think that you can source things of just saying "I just know" is a good source of information?
Well, if you were to come over here and see, you would 100% agree with me.
Okay. Well, I know people who live in Minnesota that disagree with you. There are
I'm sure
people
you
in the
do 'cause
comment
it's a
section.
state.
Hey, if you're from Minnesota and you disagree with the guest, type 3 in the comment section. Oh, surprise. There's a lot of people in the comment section that live in Minnesota that disagree with
I
you.
doubt these people are from Minnesota.
Stop using the fact that you live in Minnesota as a shield in order to try and win the argument when you are clearly in the wrong. Push the journal.
Why I don't think I'm in the wrong. That's the only thing.
You clearly are.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you, dude.
So do you defend the murder that happened today?
I mean, yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would.
Yeah, so then what threat did they pose towards the officers?
Okay, now we're back to this again. I mean, okay, you don't get the 100% understanding of what was happening. It's a tense situation. We don't have a body cam footage yet. It's not released yet. We have three different cameras. But none of them
We
clearly
do
show.
have a bunch of different angles that we know that they were disarmed. We know that they were pepper sprayed. We know that they didn't have the ability to reach towards any gun.
in
We
the
know that they didn't
situation,
reach
you know,
towards any
all
gun. We know
officers,
that there was no
if someone
condition that
yells
you could
gun-
sit there and say was justifiable literally to shoot them. How many fucking times they did? Are you kidding me? You don't have you don't have enough reason right now, based on all of the fucking videos you've seen, all the different angles, to say that was blatant murder of a U.S. citizen in broad daylight when they literally were not violating the law. Give me one fucking justification you have for that, because right now you have literally nothing to sit up here and defend the murder of a U.S. citizen. Genuinely, what is it? He spoke his mind. He disagreed with the ICE agents. What was the fucking break of the law that justified him being murdered? Tell me. He had a gun. He was disarmed. And not only was he disarmed, but he was a legal, lawful gun owner with a permit to open carry, or not to an open carry, to conceal carry. Wait, they had the ability. They had a permit. They had a permit to carry. They were a legal gun owner. They were a U.S. citizen. They didn't threaten the cops. They didn't even utilize it. They didn't reach for the gun. It was disarmed from them. Name one justification, because right now you've just sat up here on the live stream and justified defending the murder of a U.S. citizen. You're going to sit here and say that you care about this country, that you're a patriot, that you're pro-America, while you sit here defend the murder of a U.S. citizen with no fucking justification that literally, based upon the Second Amendment, had the ability to have that gun and was completely disarmed before the shooting happened. You fucking don't care about America. You are the least patriotic individual in this country if you were to sit here and defend the murder of a U.S. citizen in broad daylight right in front of you. It's disgusting as fuck, genuinely. Do you hear yourself right now? Look into a mirror. Watch the video again. And fucking sit up here again and say that shit. Are you kidding me? I can't believe that there are American citizens on this fucking live stream defending this shit about your fucking fellow neighbors. Are you Christian? Push the galaxy.
Yeah,
You're Christian and you're saying this about your neighbors? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me, right? This is the least Christian thing you could possibly do.
Idiot, I mean, if you're acting an idiot, something's gonna happen to you. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so then do you think that it would have been justified to shoot every single person who was pardoned by Donald Trump on January 6th?
No.
But they were, like, playing stupid games. Shouldn't they win stupid
Well,
prizes?
shoot, if they already pardoned, was I mean in
No,
this
no, no. I
situation,
meant like they were violating the law. I meant like, would it have been
if they had
justified for?
guns
Wait,
and-
would it?
and
No, no,
they
no.
went
Listen,
up to a
listen.
cop,
Would it have
they
been
went up to a
justified
cop
for
and
the
they shot him.
would it have been justified for the officers just to start firing into the crowds on January 6th?
No, obviously not.
Wait, why not?
What kind of question is that? That's
Wait,
the
but
stupidest
like
question I've ever heard.
you just said play stupid game, win
What,
stupid
did-
prizes,
did
right?
they have a gun? Did they have any guns?
Oh wait, okay. So you
Are they-
claim
are they-
wait. You claim if they are in possession of a gun, then it's justified to shoot them,
Oh my
even if they are
God,
in
you're
possession
taking
of
this
that
so out of
gun
context.
in a legal context, and they're not brandishing that gun
This is what you
in
do,
any
Parker.
illegal context.
This is so out of context, bro.
It's not.
It really is. Okay, okay.
It's
Can I ask you a
directly
question
in
real quick?
context. Would you like to
Just to
address
end
my
this off.
address what I have to say, and then you can ask me the question that you have?
What was the question?
They're not brandishing the firearm. All they have is legal access to the firearm. Do you think it's justified to shoot them just because they have a firearm?
Well, obviously not, bro. It
Oh,
depends
okay.
on the situation.
Wait, but that's what you just
Which
said.
In this
you just,
situation,
you just said because they had a gun, it was justified to shoot them when they were disarmed,
what
when they
point
were
did they
pepper
disarm the
sprayed,
gunman?
when they had multiple
At what point
agents
did
on
it-
top of
at
them
what
trying to
point-
detain them. They posed
At
no
what point
threat
did
of
you get
severe
disarmed?
bodily harm or death to anyone. No reasonable
Where
reasonable
was the
threat of
gun
that.
when it was taken away?
Where was the gun?
Yeah. Did he have it in his hands? Did he have it in his waistband?
It was in the side thing, like the waistband.
The side thing. Okay. So like a holster.
I'm pretty sure it was either a holster or waistbands, one or the other.
Are we sure about this? Are you sure? Maybe you didn't see his hand.
No,
If
I'm
someone yells
positive.
gun-
We're positive because we saw the ICE agent go in not holding anything and then go out holding the exact gun. You can watch Dean's video. He compares the exact gun to the gun that the DHS literally said was the gun that they got from the person. So you can literally see that. It's very clear. Right? There's so much evidence indicating this to be true. You didn't do research, and you're going to sit up here and defend this. Do you see what I mean? You're so biased, and you're willing to defend the Republicans so much that you're willing to defend them, even when your eyes tell you that they literally are supporting murder.
Supporting.
Yeah, literally. I have a few people to thank real quick, but I'm gonna come back to that. I wanna keep addressing that. Claire, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ben,
Can
thank
I
you for the
ask you-
$25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Ben in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Totally agree, Ben. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them? Kyla, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I live in Minneapolis. This guy is spewing fake facts. They said their neighborhood is amazing. Claire, thank you for the $5 as well. Linda, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? His divine appointment, thank you for the galaxy, thank you. Linda, W's for the comment section right now. Thank you for going live on this horrible day. We need and love your voice of reason, especially now. Thank you so much. Thank you for the galaxy as well, optics. Thank you. Nina, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Literally, I'm about to ask them about that right now. Olivia, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Olivia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Olivia. I appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. From a critical care nurse, and what happened today was a tragedy. It could have easily have been me. I would have tried to help without a second thought. Thank you for all you do. It truly gives me comfort in this horrifying reality. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. I have some people to thank over on YouTube as well. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 4,600 people over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. Bree, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. Ryan, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rogue, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I'm going to ask them right now. Jenna, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for asking someone from Minnesota. The guest is dumb. Thank you so much, Jenna. Silver, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. AI Chatbot, thank you so much for the $5. Me too. Thank you so much. I really, or Me Talk, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said, I have a CCWO. This could be me. This could be you. We're being murdered in the streets. I would like to say I am not scared for, I would like to say I'm not scared for our future. Mouse, thank you for the $5 as well. Tracy, thank you for the $2. Mason, thank you for the $10. Ryan with the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. They must be, right? Gretchen, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Could do W's for them in the comment section right now.
Guys. Appreciate
W for your work in healthcare. Thank you very much. Andy, thank you for the $3 as well. Master Jedi Yoshi, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Holy Melancholy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Forrest, thank you for the Vibrant. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Vladimir, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I have one last person. Paige, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Paige. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I said I donated a while back saying it wouldn't be long until it was nurses. I don't even have tears anymore, just pure anger and rage. Thank you so much. And W. Lenny, thank you so much, Paige. As well as Angel, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much. Alrighty. What was the point you were just trying to make?
I had a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think Renee Good shooting was justified at all, or no?
No, I definitely think that was murder. Can we finish with this point and then we can move on to... Yeah, 100% I believe it was murder. We know that we found in the autopsy report that the third shot was the one that murdered her. And the third shot was shot literally when he was on the left side of the vehicle. And that's why it went through the driver's side window because the window was down. And we saw no bullet hole because of it.
I did not know that, no.
Yeah. The first two shots were not fatal.
I would say that I would still side with the ICE agent, though.
It's blatantly murder. Like there was no reasonable risk of bodily harm or death in that circumstance. Okay, so that's literally, you can't use it as self-defense if there was no reasonable risk, and you could have exercised other things to limit this from happening.
I do think the first shot was definitely valid, though, I think.
Okay, so I don't believe it was valid, but even if you do believe that does not make the second and third shot valid.
Well, I mean, when you're amped up on adrenaline, and someone's driving
still
away,
doesn't justify it.
Well,
Amped up on adrenaline does not justify shooting. There has to be a reasonable risk of bodily harm, severe bodily harm, or death of a person.
At some point there was, and the first
there wasn't. There wasn't. The third shot there wasn't. The second shot there wasn't. The first shot I don't think there was even. But again, even if you do think it was true, the first shot does not justify the third shot. Now let's get back to the point we're making. You're trying to use this to pivot. Please address this. None of those things were true in this circumstance. There was no threat to any of these ICE agents' lives, and yet they decided to brandish lethal force and shoot them even after they were already dead.
Who's that for?
What do you mean? The
Was
galaxy?
that a question,
or sorry, repeat that? I asked that. I was talking to you. Who the fuck else would I be talking to?
No, was that a question or what?
Did you hear what I said?
That was like a statement. I don't know. That wasn't really a question.
Could you respond to the statement then?
Repeat for me.
I should just go to the next person at this point. Joe.
No, bro. Come on now. We're having a conversation here. You look kind of tired. I know it's been a long day. You don't really know what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying. Are you serious? Was that your best chance of gaslighting?
I mean, I would just say that you're looking very tired right now.
Because I have to deal with you.
No, I'm just we're looking out for your well-being. I think you should get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm not tired in that way. I'm just tired of dealing with you. I'm tired.
Oh.
You know what I'm tired of? I'm not physically tired in the sense that I need to go to sleep. I'm tired of dealing with batshit crazy lunatics that are defending the murder of U.S. citizens in broad daylight, that are defending a rapist, they're defending a guy that bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation, that is stealing money from the poor to give to the rich, that doesn't believe in climate change, is undermining climate science, is undermining the World Health Organization, undermining our alliances around the world, destabilizing relations with other countries that are our allies, causing the economy to be significantly worse off for the average person. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. You are literally willing to overlook practically everything that is bad, right, that Donald Trump is causing, because you think that Donald Trump is so mighty fantastic, yet you can't mention any of the policies you support of his or any of the ones that you disagree with Democrats
Okay,
on.
no, I do think that the China tariffs were a little off. That's what I think. Because I support China. I like Chinese immigrants. That's probably the only immigrant I would like.
Okay, do you realize how absurd that is? You're against the tariffs on our adversary, but you're okay with the tariffs on our allies? Do you see what I mean? This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Because I don't know, they don't really supply anything to us. Like, we're kind of just giving them all their money.
They do supply things to us. So
Okay, but
I don't understand what your point is. You're limiting how much they're supplying for us by literally imposing a tariff.
Well, I think China helps a lot more than our other allies,
Okay, so then why is the threat?
I would support
Wait, so do you think we should take Greenland?
I don't really know. I haven't really looked into that, but I don't know. Maybe. Depends.
Why?
I don't know. What does Greenland got to offer us,
Okay, do you think we should take Venezuelan oil?
Venezuela. I mean, I do think that their president was kind of like a tyrant, but I don't know.
Should we take their oil?
I mean, if we're already there, I might as well get something out of it.
Okay. So why? Because we're there? You
Well,
just think it's okay to steal because we're there?
We're
Okay,
liberating
I have a
them.
question. If I controlled the government, would you think it's justified for me to steal your organs because I can?
Organs? Oh, that's a
Yeah.
lot different, bro. That's a lot
Why?
different than
Why?
oil, I'll tell you that.
Why do I want them? They would benefit me
How does my organs benefit you?
because I can save the other people with them.
What are we talking about right now? What? It went from oil to organs? How does that have any correlation?
Yeah. Well, you just said stealing is justified. So I'm trying to show you the logical conclusion of your argument that if you think stealing is justified just because you can, right? Well, then I can say stealing from you is justified just because I can.
Okay, well, do you think that we should have interacted with the Venezuelan president and captured him? Do you think that or no?
I don't think the U.S. should have involved itself. I think it reinstated
all.
the exact same regime. I don't really have an issue with getting Maduro or holding Maduro accountable. The issue I have is that they reinstated the exact same dictatorship and they didn't help out the Venezuelan people. So if your reason of wanting to get Maduro was to help the Venezuelan people, explain to me why you're okay with stealing from the Venezuelan people and you're okay with reinstating a dictatorship instead of imposing.
Well, they were using the oil anyways, you know.
Okay, so if someone's something is being stolen from someone, is it okay for you to steal it? Like, for example, if someone robs a bank, would it be okay for you to take the money from the robber and to keep it for yourself?
No, probably not. But
No, but it was already stolen.
The same thing.
But it was already stolen. Yes, it was. It's the
Stolen
exact
from
same
who?
thing. It's already stolen.
The Venezuelan oil is already stolen?
No, in the context of the situation, that we're talking about, it was already stolen for like the robber. The robber already stole it. So if they already stole it, then it's okay for us to take it from them. If they're not able to use it, the people that you stole it from, well, then it's totally okay for you to take it, right? That's what you just argued.
Well, how does this have the context of Venezuelan oil? I don't get that.
Jesus Christ, you're stupid. What was the reason why you just said it was okay to take it? Because they can't use it themselves? Because it's already being stolen? That was your argument. Okay.
Well, it's not already being stolen. They're just not harnessing it. You
Okay.
think that the oil should just stay in the ground or what?
So to clarify, if someone's not
belongs
using
to the
something,
earth?
so if someone's not using something, it's okay to steal it from them. Okay, so would it be okay for me to take all the money out of your bank account? You're not
I'm using the
currently
money.
using
It's
it.
different.
Therefore, it's mine now,
that's
buddy.
way different. That's
Mine
way
now.
different. I worked for it, but they just established there. It's been sitting in the ground. They're not using it.
Yeah, you're not using it. It's in your bank account. Let me take it.
Well, yeah, I worked for it though. They didn't work for the oil.
Oh, okay, they did.
They didn't though, because it was.
They
already
didn't
there.
work for their own oil? Shut the
Did they
fuck
make
up.
the oil underground? What are you talking about? What?
They have to take it out of the ground. That's making it, genius.
Dude, they have so much more oil underground that they haven't yet mined, and they don't have the infrastructure to do it yet. And we're just
You
providing
understand that doesn't justify us stealing it from them. And also, we're not helping them build that infrastructure by taking oil barrels from them. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm sure.
Dude,
that
I
we're
can't
fighting
believe you
something.
vote. I can't believe you vote.
Why is
It's
that?
unbelievable. How many
You can't
branches
believe
of
I vote?
government are there?
Well, I haven't voted yet.
How many
Shoot,
branches of
probably like
government are there?
16? I don't know. Is that not right? Is that too hot?
Yeah, we have 3. Okay.
Only 3?
Yeah.
Since when?
What temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
0?
32, man.
See, I know that in China it's 0 because I'm a big Chinese supporter. So
It's 32. How many sides, right, are on a square?
well, that's 4. Come on, now, I'm not dumb.
Okay. What is the name of the shape that has 5 corners?
I love trivia. Wait, 5 corners?
Yeah.
What, pentagon? Is that right?
Yeah, you did know that.
Oh, penta, because that's 5, right? Because I know.
Did you read that from the chat? Oh my god.
No, I did not. It's actually behind on mine.
You did. You just read it from the chat because you're like, oh, pent means 5 right after.
No, it's because I'm smart and I like Chinese
This is
people.
embarrassing, dude. This is embarrassing. Why are you embarrassing yourself?
I'm not, bro. I'm just a big China supporter. I don't know what to say.
You're trolling. Get off my live.
I just love everything I get from China, bro. It's all fake.
Doug, thank you so much for the 20. Ow! 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 I went to like literally scratch my leg. Ow! Ow! And my fingernail, like literally, like folded up. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. It's gonna be bruised tomorrow. Ow! I literally went to like, oh my, I just wanted to edge my leg, bro. Ow! That hurts so bad. It's already fucking. I don't want to flip everyone off, but I'm gonna do it. Look, chat. Can you like? Can you load? No? Okay, I'll show y'all later. Maybe I'll post it on my Snapchat or something later. Parker did a job. Ow. That is so painful. Sorry, I'm not trying to fuck you guys off. I was trying to say flip you guys off. Jesus Christ, dude. What is going on? Parker's got internal bleeding. Oh my god. Ow, dude, it's so painful. Dude, ow. Ow. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm so sorry, everyone. Jeez, I'm getting literally hurt over here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Injured. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, as always. Let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006, June 13th.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Jacob, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. You know, I totally see you there. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Benjamin as well, thank you for the $10. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Carrie, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I feel you there. I did as well. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Bruno, thank you for the $1.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they're supposed to deal with stressful situations. They literally are supposed to train for that. And that's why they shouldn't be cutting training to a greater extent as well. Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I totally agree. I was taught the exact same thing, Kieran. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for them as well. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to the next person or continue on with this conversation. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Leslie, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let me say thank you to a few people. 11, thank you for the galaxy as well. Pillion, thank you so much for the $5. Doug with the $20, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said, I'm heartbroken. Parker, my country is being destroyed. ICE's actions feel intentional to give Trump reasons to suspend the midterms. He's murdering U.S. citizens to stay in power. It seems like that. Emerald as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Master Jedi Yoda, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Babs, thank you for the $2. Ryan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Bree, thank you for the $10. As well as Rogue Storyteller, thank you for the $5. Did you just laugh, by the way?
Who, me?
Yeah. Or did I mishear you or something?
I was just coughing.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, well, so I wanted to talk about like two things. I could go like abortion. That's one thing I'm really supportive about because I'm deeply religious. But another thing is not necessarily about Trump, but just like the hypocrisy between you guys, like cheering on Charlie Kirk's death and then hating on federal agents against Renee Good's attempted like flee and then her hitting another federal agent and then them getting internal bleeding and then you guys blame him and try to dox him and try and ruin his life and actually send death threats to his kids and family. And I think it's actually like very hypocritical of what you guys are doing, and it's horrible because he's a signed federal agent just trying to do his work, and he was almost ran over by a car. And you guys are supporting that, and you guys are supporting all those illegal immigrants coming in and like doing horrible, horrible things to like women and everybody. So yeah.
Okay. There's a few things here that are just like really bad here. It didn't make any sense. So One, we didn't cheer on Charlie's death. I didn't do that. I don't know where you got that
Well,
from.
there were a lot of people that did that too.
Do you think I
And
did
then
that?
you were like also like making a bunch of jokes about
Can
it.
you pause real
And
quick?
then you would like
Can you pause?
never
Can you pause right before you move on? Can you pause real quick? Did I do that?
cheer on his. You didn't necessarily cheer on his death, but a lot of
So
the
I
liberals
didn't.
did.
So I don't know why you brought
And
that
a
up
lot
to
of the
me
other,
as if I
didn't
cheered on
say
his
you-
death, which
no, I didn't say you.
you
did it.
literally said
I
you guys are
didn't
being
say you did it.
hypocritical
No,
and you guys are cheering on Charlie Kirk's death. Does that not
didn't
include
say
me?
you. I didn't. Let me
So
talk.
why'd you
I
say
didn't
you
say
guys in
cheer on his
reference?
death.
Because was that not in reference to me?
Huh?
Was that not? You're not talking to me?
No, I said you're like as in your side,
Oh, okay. So
the left.
that's not an argument that says I'm hypocritical. Okay. Secondly,
Oh,
none of us
I never said you were. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So I think you clearly were. You said you guys. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious, but say you weren't. Say you weren't talking about me and you were just talking about people in the chat. Why'd you bring it up then?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, why did you bring it up?
I said the people. I said okay. The people on the left were celebrating and cheering and
So,
chanting about.
if I didn't do that, why is that
Man,
relevant?
Because I'm not talking about you.
If okay,
I'm talking about the left.
but why
being
is that relevant to bring up in our conversation?
Because that's a reason I support Trump is because the people of the left are like horrible people who don't have.
Okay, so
any moral
you support the
compass
right
to,
because
like,
people on the left act a certain way. So it's not because of the policy; it's because of how people on the left act.
Okay, that's not true.
Okay, so then
multiple things. It's policy, and that you weren't gonna.
But I doubt you'd take into account the character of Trump. I mean, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He constantly sexualized his daughter. So if we're gonna stop supporting people based upon how they act and their character, you're gonna start with Donald Trump, right?
Well, you can also talk about Kamala Harris's character on how.
Yeah, explain how it's anywhere
she,
near comparable to Trump.
Well, there are many things.
Go ahead.
Or like Bill Clinton.
No, don't try to pivot.
him also
Explain
being-
how Kamala Harris's character
I'm
is
not
at all
trying to
comparable
pivot.
to Trump's.
I'm not trying to pivot. I'm just giving explanations.
Yeah, and I asked
I'm
about
giving
Kamala
you
Harris, not Bill
examples of
Clinton.
things.
So can you answer about Kamala Harris?
I actually brought up Kamala Harris, but whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever she was, before the election and before that or whatever, she was, admitted to pulling out child predators and child rapists and sex offenders, and she admitted to pulling them out of jail early just so she could put in people who smoked marijuana in.
Okay, well, I have to kick you because you can't say that on TikTok TOS. And no, she didn't. You just lied. That person just completely lied. She never did that. That was a complete lie. She did not release people who did that onto the streets. Now, you literally voted for a guy that assaulted a woman, so I don't know why he would make that argument. If they have a second account, make sure to come up on that second account. Otherwise, I can't keep you up here on that account. So let's go on to the next individual quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 4,400 people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. How many likes are we currently at? Let me know. Let me know. I think we're currently at 2,000 likes. Let's try to get to 3,000 real quick, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 60.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, I fucking don't.
Well, based. We really appreciate you. Holly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Jacob, thank you for the $1. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate you being here. As well as Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. So please only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I guess technically I do.
Okay,
I
and
do.
if you could go back in
Not
time
with
and
everything.
if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
Ooh, with the information I have right now, that's a harder question. Because before I would have voted for him, but now it's questionable. But I would still think my core values line up more with the Republican Party, and I would probably have to vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mostly my conservative values. I do them for religious reasons. I don't believe in an abortion. I don't necessarily believe. I don't know. Abortion's a hard subject because I certainly don't like to go into people's lives and say you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, because and get the government involved. I'm certainly not someone that likes big government in either side. Like I don't like the Republicans saying, "Oh, people can't do this," and I don't like the liberals saying people can and can't do this. But
So then you'd be pro-choice, right? You don't want to force people to go through pregnancies.
I'm personally I'm not pro-choice, but I don't believe in being able to the government to tell you what to do. If that
Meaning you don't think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
No, I mean I don't think it should be. That's
okay. So then you're pro-choice.
Even though, yeah. So I mean, even though I'm a Christian, I do not believe in abortion. I do believe you have to have some type of choice available to those people because they will choose alternative means that will negatively affect their health. And I don't want people to die over their choices. Yeah. I believe life begins at conception, but because I believe that, I don't want someone to go in a back alley or go across state lines or country lines to obtain an abortion, which would inadvertently affect their health.
Of the galaxy. Okay, so then, why do you support Donald Trump, given that he's put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which is going to lead to that to a greater extent in different states, depending upon their abortion laws?
That's a good question. And did he do that during his first administration, or was that this administration?
That was his first administration.
Okay. See, now I didn't remember that. I remember it happening, but I didn't remember it during his first administration. I don't know. I personally don't think that should have been overturned. I didn't like that, and that's where, especially so in 2016, this was 10 years ago. I was super pro-Trump, but I was young. I was an 18-year-old kid. And I didn't have a lot of understanding and experience with the world. And I was super pro-Trump. I loved him. I was like, make America great again, everything that came along with it. But as Trump's administration went on, and Roe versus Wade was one of the things where it made me question, is his values aligned with mine? So yeah, that was something I did not agree with. I don't think, because there was other benefits to it. It wasn't just about pro-choice Roe versus Wade. There's a lot of other.
Okay. So then, what other things would be relevant to you?
What do you mean with Trump?
Yeah.
Trying to think here. I mean, mostly it's my religious views and my conservative views. I'm very big on the right to bear arms, which today, what happened today was very messed up for me because I am a gun owner. I do believe in people's right to carry. He was licensed to carry. He was well within his rights. And I think where I would argue what happened today I would argue that it was not murder, but it was manslaughter. I do believe that was manslaughter because
Well, I think it was blatant murder. Like, I mean, just like they literally purposefully decided to shoot them, even though they were already disarmed.
I didn't see him disarmed. That's where
He was disarmed. There are multiple different videos of this from different angles that came out. You might not have seen them, but they exist, and you can even watch Dean's video. I'd recommend to do it. It's less than 4 minutes. It'll give you the whole overview of it.
Okay. Yeah, I have to look in. Dean who?
Dean Withers.
Dean Win. Okay. Yeah, I have to look into that and see it. But the views I saw, the one view I saw where it was not across the street, where they were on the same side as him. And I watch a lot of police video. You know, I do believe heavily in policing the police because I think we're going down a dark path right now. I do not believe in police having more rights than anyone else or having the ability to stop people. Like the whole premise of being able to stop someone on their because of their accent, it's really starting to become something that's bad. But to keep on subject here with what happened today.
So then, like, what do you support of Trump? Because if you disagree with what happened today, and the Trump administration is defending this, what makes you still support Trump?
Well, I guess what makes me still support Trump is not necessarily of supporting him, but of supporting the party. And being, and that's
so no matter what Trump does, you'll still support the party?
No, I can't do that. You know, my values don't just swing conservatively. You know, as a Christian, there are many liberal values within it, and I can only handle it so far. It's just the way things have been going, especially recently, is where it's gotten bad for me. But up until especially today, I've been, you know, pretty conservative, and I used to believe in the Make America Great Again, fully, but it's kind of crippling almost, or not crippling, but falling apart, I would say.
Okay, so what could Donald Trump do that would get you to stop supporting him?
What Donald Trump could do to get me to stop supporting him? I mean, he's toting a fine line with the way things are being handled. If he continues down this path with ICE and them being just unregulated and allowing to the way they are, I don't think I could support himself.
Haven't we already got to that point?
Today is definitely a day of question. I feel like if the White House doesn't have a more stern view on it, like I get they can support the officer, like of course they're going to do that. They're trying to support their what they're trying to do with deportation. But if like today happened, I don't, if it sucks because with like Renee, what happened to Renee, I was on the fence about it. You know, you're involved in a vehicle, you're involved in a person in a vehicle, they're trying to move, you have someone in front of it. That one was a bit more arguable, but what happened today isn't. I don't see it as arguable. I think either there needs to be some type of reprimand for those officers of at least being benched and retrained. If something like that doesn't happen, I don't think I could, in good conscience, continue to support the way the administration is going.
Okay, so you don't think that at this point you could support Trump?
Yeah, I would say so. With the way things are going, if it continues, I don't think I could. I mean,
only if it continues, not at this current point. Do you think you would have said that after Renee Good?
After
That
the
like if they
mega,
can if they continued doing this, that you would stop supporting them, because I think that we'd be at that point right now. If you
yeah,
agree
no,
with that.
you're right. But that's what I was saying with Renee Good. I was more on the fence about it. It's the way police training goes with vehicle aggression is to eliminate the threat immediately. And it's always, I know, and I'm basing this off of training. I'm not basing off of that exact moment. And this is also just a reflection on our police system in general. Like, they're not trained to de-escalate; they're trained to eliminate. And I think that's part of our problem with our police, the ICE, local, state, federal. They're trained to kill. They're not trained to de-escalate. And
No, agents are trained to de-escalate. They're supposed to use any de-escalatory manner that they have prior to lethal force.
really,
Yeah, any agent, any officer needs to do that. They can't just exercise
oh,
lethal force because they feel like it.
oh no, no. I mean, that's right. They're supposed to do that. But if you research into like police matter, like police situation training and other like tactical situations like that, it's always based off of military training, where military or ex-military soldiers, special forces, agents come in and train these police forces, but they're training them like they're a military. They're not training them like they're humans taking care of humans, like they're peace officers. They're training them like they're soldiers. And I think that's our biggest problem right now, is that we're at a point where people are upset with the way the world is. Everyone's upset, the left, the right, and the police are handling it, but they're not handling it like peace officers. They're handling it like soldiers.
It's not the
Like, we're
police; it's
sending
the
it.
agent. It's ICE agents. So I just want to clarify: there's a difference between ICE and the police.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference, and I feel like agents of the state and federal agents should be held to an even higher standard.
Okay, so if they should be held to a higher standard, you clearly see here they're being held to a significantly lesser standard, right? With Trump's administration comparative to what existed prior. So explain to me why,
Oh
given that
yeah,
that's true, why do you think that Trump's a good candidate still, and that they're not, going against everything they said they would do, and they're clearly not holding enough standards to your side?
mm, I don't know. I mean, I guess now that I'm actually challenged with the thought of this, I can't really defend. Like, it's yeah. I guess it's more eye opening now that I'm actually being challenged for my thoughts with someone
Mm-hmm.
that's has actual argument.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would say I don't really support the way ICE is going right now. I don't. But I see now. My question is like, I cannot support it. I can be upset with it, but what do we do from here? And it's like, I'm not saying protesting isn't working, but it's obviously dangerous to us. So how do we continue from here?
How do we continue from here? We need that ICE to get out of Minnesota. We need like law enforcement to hold themselves accountable, right? Like those agents, we need them to stop running into communities and kidnapping people without good reason, right? Because the only context in which they should be going after people are them being a huge threat to the safety and security of our population. And the way that they're acting is violating people's due process rights, kidnapping people out of their communities when they just came here to work for a better life. They're murdering U.S. citizens. They're not being held accountable when they do so. That's why people have a large distrust for them. And that's what's going to cause more
Yeah,
conflict in the area. And until they leave the area, there's going to be this conflict. So what is their duty? Their duty is to ensure that there is more unity, less conflict. How do they achieve that? Get ICE out of Minnesota.
yeah. But I mean, like you and me, U.S. citizens, like that are
How do we as people?
concerned.
We can't do it. It's us as
Yeah,
people, me and you. We can't prevent everything that's happening just by saying something. Okay, we can obviously say that we want there to be less violence or something like that. We want people to cause less hate, but I think that starts again with ICE. It doesn't start with like the people as a whole. It starts with ICE.
Gotcha. And I mean, so what suggestion do you have for those that are protesting? Because I know there's going to be people that protest. They want to go get involved. They want to be in the face of things. They care, and I understand that because I care about my views and I'm loud about them when I have the opportunity to be. But how can people do it safely at this point when just confronting people, they're getting shot essentially?
Well, the reality of the matter is I can't say that protesting is totally safe. It's not. It's not
Yeah,
totally safe,
that's
especially right now
cool.
when ICE is acting in the way that they are, when they're literally murdering U.S. citizens and not being held accountable for it. I can't say that it's totally safe to do that. But that doesn't mean
Yeah.
that we shouldn't protest, right? I still think that we
Yeah.
should call this out and hold them accountable. I don't think we should
Yeah.
just like cower down. You know, that's not my argument. We all have our different roles in
Mhm.
protesting. I think I'm currently protesting right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is one of the
Definitely.
ways that people should be protesting is by using their voice, if they have it, to be able to argue against things that negatively impact people. That's exactly what I'm doing right here. This is a mechanism of protest. Other people will do other things. They might be through their art, through their music. It might be through like their family or community, their church. There's plenty of different ways of people engaging in protesting and advocacy. It's not just through the same typical way of maybe, for example, going to a protest with a sign. That's not the only way that you can protest. There are plenty of other ways. And I think that bringing awareness isn't as simple as just doing that like it used to be in a certain sense. It's a lot more complex. You can also call your representatives. Try, whether you're on the left or the right, to hold people accountable. Like, genuinely. And this holds a lot for people who are on the right, who are Republican, that disagree with this. Hold your representatives accountable. It shouldn't just be liberals calling. It should be Republicans calling. You should be able to be like, don't support this. Give your
Yeah.
right politicians that are on your side a way out of just following whatever Trump says. Because
Yep.
this stranglehold that Trump has over the Republican Party limits accountability and limits us from being able to do the American way, right? And I think that it's harming this country irreparably. So it's like, if you want this country to unify to a greater extent, we can't be doing what Trump's doing. It's a threat
Yeah.
to unity. And I almost feel like it's purposeful on behalf of Trump. Right,
Yeah.
to distract
Yeah.
us away from the Epstein files, to distract us away from other things that he's talking about and things that he's doing that is harmful. And I think it's trying to get us almost to normalize constant craziness.
Yeah. Now I haven't followed much on the Epstein files because there's been so much back and forth of it, if they exist or not, and now we know they exist for sure. Has it been said that it's likely that Trump is on those files?
Well, Trump is in the files based upon the ones that have been released. But whether or not he's in the rest of them, which he very likely is, of course, given that he's been in so many of them already, all right, and that he was the best friends with Epstein, is that it's either that he's protecting himself from being incriminated, or he's protecting other people.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oof. Yeah, and that's something that I don't understand why a lot of people, like, I've heard you. My son showed me you, and I was like, man, I want to debate and argue with him, and now I'm just like, I really have no.
I told him to debate you.
Shut up. I'm just like, man, I really have no arguments because that's actually kind of logical.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing.
Yeah.
One, it shows that you're being critical, and that's a great thing. But it also shows that your kid's doing the same thing. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
Really good thing to be involved, be trying to critically think about these topics. I think it's an important thing. I think that's a good sign. And I think that right now, I think that there's been a little bit of a seed planted. I think that you have a lot of stuff to think about. There's a lot of
Yeah.
stuff to question yourself. And I think that you're going to come out of the other side a lot better.
Yeah, certainly. And it's like, I don't even know. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The people you argue with, I get so mad because you're just like, you're being an idiot. You're an idiot. And I'm just like, man, he really shouldn't say that. But now it's like, they were just fucking idiots.
To be totally honest
They
with
were
you,
just-
I get it, and I understand where you're coming from, especially with that point. But like, there are people where that just ends up happening, and I end up doing that. I don't do that with everyone. If you're respectful, if you think about things, if you question it, right? I'm very patient with people. I want to say, I'm very open with
Yeah.
people. It's just, when you have a platform with so many people, so many people coming up and debating. Anyone can come up who's on whatever side of the political aisle that supports Trump. It's inevitably going to yield people that are stupid, dumb, idiotic, unwilling to listen or hear out another side, or all the above.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, like, it just makes us look stupider, on our side, and my biggest thing is, I'm Christian, I have Christian values, and my Christian values a lot of times don't line up with a lot of conservative values, and people then use our Bible to weaponize, and it's like, you guys look dumb because you're not using the context of the Bible, the verses that you're quoting. Now you're just making us look dumb, and it's just like, I wish people would shut their mouths more and listen more instead of getting upset about the things that are being said, because it just makes us all look dumb. That's why aliens don't visit us, because we just look dumb half the time arguing about things because we just don't hear each other.
Well, I definitely do agree with that. I appreciate you coming up. One thing I do want to say as well is I'm not Christian myself. I happen not to be. But I'm not representative of every single liberal. You can be liberal and you can still be Christian. I would actually argue every single person who's liberal who's ran for office, right, who's actually been the candidate has been Christian. Not only that, but like, for example, my mom is liberal and Christian. So like, you can definitely be liberal and you can be Christian. I would actually argue, right, like that would be the best way to interpret it. But yeah, I really appreciate you coming up and how willing and open you were to engage in conversation and dialogue and questioning. And I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Have a good one. Thank you.
You as well. Alrighty, W's for them in the comment section. We love conversations like that. We love conversations like that. And again, W's for the kid in the comment section right now. W's, seriously, really important to get your family out there questioning stuff, and you're doing the right steps to do that. Amazing, fantastic. I fucking love it. It's exactly why I do what I do. I'm glad that I can inspire you to like try and do that within your own household and within your own space as well. Exactly what I want to be doing here. So seriously, thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate it. Shauna as well, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Shauna in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Shauna. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shauna. As well as Mason, thank you for the $20. I actually didn't see the prior message. I tried to scroll back to try and find it, and I couldn't find it for some reason. I really do appreciate it, Mason. Thank you very much. They said Trump witnessed the murder of an infant 13-year-old child. Yeah, they said that we need more conversation around it. Yeah, that was an FBI tip. An FBI tip did claim that he saw that. Now, one thing I try to tell people with the FBI tips is that it's a claim to the FBI. There's no broader evidence that's listed to it, and we don't have enough of the files to even make broader claims about it. But it is an FBI tip, and is something is an indication to like look into and to question. But we do have to obviously take things as an FBI tip with a grain of salt, of course, because anyone can make a tip. What's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Mostly.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I did vote this past year, and I voted for Trump, but that was mostly just because I didn't have enough information, and I was just voting for who my parents told me to vote for.
So you don't support them anymore?
It's still for the most part because my parents are very big Republicans, and I can't really talk much about the stuff that's going on and what the left is saying. And my parents are a little bit restrictive with that stuff, so if they see me or my brothers looking at these things, they get really upset, and it causes fights, so I don't look into it often. But I started watching you and Dean earlier this week, and it's been mostly how I've been getting my information.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, you would still say that you still lean towards Trump, like you might still vote for Trump, or would you say that at this point, you through the things that you've seen with me and Dean speaking about this, that you are leaning against Trump?
Honestly, with from what I've heard from you and Parker, I would say no, that I would not lean towards him, mostly because I actually found out from you guys that he is a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I have been in that situation
I'm so sorry to hear that.
with people. And it really hurt me, which I understood why my parents didn't really care all that much that he was one, because they didn't care much whenever I told them about what happened to me. So
So sorry to hear
mostly,
that.
I'm sorry for wasting your time, but I kind of wanted to come up here and just say that I love you and Dean, and I am so grateful for you guys helping me out and figuring out what was the correct side of history. And I'm sorry, I'm about to cry. I don't talk about this often.
No, it's okay.
You guys actually helped me realize that my parents are wrong, and I want to thank you guys for that. It's mostly me this is how I get my information from you guys, so I usually listen to your lives in my headphones and stuff so I don't hear. I'm lucky that they're gone most of the days whenever you guys are live, so they don't really hear it much often. But I really just wanted to say thank you, and I love you guys so much. But yeah, I thank you for doing what you do and just educating people like me who don't understand really what's going on in the world. And like I said, I'm 19. I'm really young. I don't turn 20 until May, so I don't get to understand a lot of things that's going on. And I will admit that everybody on here who I've watched you and Dean argue with are idiots most of the time. And they frustrate me a lot. You guys are actually how I figured out that the guy I was dating was a very big Republican and that I did not need to be with him, because I tried to get him to watch you guys and he got into a real big argument with me. So I thank you guys for that as well. But yes, I do love you guys and you guys are awesome. I think I did donate to you yesterday, but I think that you might have gotten it after you had already ended the live.
Oh, that might have happened. Well, I just want to say, like, in general, I really appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you coming up and telling us this, and thank you so much. And just I want you to let you know that you're loved here. You have community, and we definitely believe you. And I want you to know that you have that community and that you have people out there that obviously do love you and want to provide community for you as well, literally here in the audience. So I seriously really do appreciate you, obviously looking into the information. Like, that's literally everything I want to inspire here. And I also want to be able to provide community, especially for those that have been affected by sexual violence. I think it's something that there isn't enough community for, enough people talking about or advocating against people who hold positions that are like essentially not believing people or essentially harm people who have been victimized in those situations. And I think that essentially, especially, Trump getting into the position of power that he did, is, a fact that's true because of the fact that there are so many people that don't believe victims, that, believe all these misinformed claims about victims, that actively try to harm victims and go after them, right? Because of the fact that they won't quote unquote believe them. So I think there are plenty of things that are obviously relevant to that conversation. And I just want you to know that you're not alone and that you're loved.
Thank you. I do want to ask you though, if you know when midterms are, because I did want to vote in the midterms because I found out through you guys of the possibility that he would be impeached should he not win the midterms. So I wanted to know when those were so I could go and vote, and hopefully that mine will count towards him being impeached. Hopefully.
Yeah, so I think it depends like on the specific day for the local areas that you're in, but it's coming up here
I'm from
this
Texas.
year in 2026. So I'm talking like November.
Okay.
The primary season, which you might want to be involved with, starts as early as March coming up here in certain states.
Okay.
You said you were in Texas, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, so within Texas, I'm pretty sure it starts March 3rd in terms of Senate and House primary elections. So if you want to be like involved in the primary process, that would be great. If you want to like look into that, as well as like the votes for like the election in general should be in November.
Yeah. Anyways, also, I'm not Christian, but prayers from my gods to you guys. Hopefully, I don't know if y'all are getting the freeze, but we have definitely are down here. And hey, stop. Sorry, I gave my cat a catnip toy and he won't leave it alone and is running everywhere.
You're good, don't worry. Well, I just want to let you know I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, and especially thank you for watching the lives and for this information and for coming up on the live and speaking up as well. Thank you so much, Jade.
Of course, I'll let you get on to somebody else now.
Alrighty, for sure. Have a fantastic night.
You too.
W's for them in the comment section. Seriously, I can't even speak right now. Seriously, show some love in the comment section right now. W's for Jade. W's for Jade. And the cat. And the cat, by the way. Let's get on to the next individual here. Daniel, thank you so much for the $9. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Casey, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Love you lots as well. Thank you. Isabel, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Joseph, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. They said last night I was assaulted. They said Congressman Maxwell Frost shared that last night, quote unquote, I was assaulted by a man at Sundance Festival who told me that Trump was going to deport me before he punched me in the face. He was heard screaming racist remarks and drunkenly ran off. That's so crazy. That is fucking insane. Thank you so much for letting me know. That's insane. Thank you so much. As well as Bruno, thank you for the $1.50. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always, Bruno. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I saw that earlier. Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $5. Mel, thank you for the $5 as well. Amanda with the $1. Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ray with the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Give me some W's for Ray in the comment section right now. Thank you so much thank you for genuinely caring about survivors of sexual violence. You're changing the world. Thank you so much, Ray. As well as Diane, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for in solidarity with Jade. Can we get some W's for Diane in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much. As well as Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. They said, please remind her and viewers that she needs to register to vote as soon as possible in places like Texas due to anti-voter laws. Really important. Definitely make sure to go out and register to vote if you're in any of those areas, of course. As well as Miranda with the $35 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Miranda in the comment section as well? Thank you so much, Miranda. Seriously, that is so kind of you. W's for Miranda as well in the comment section right now. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. We have about an hour and 30 minutes left on the live stream. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22. I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't know why, but my chat's muted.
Oh, don't worry. If you are muted in the chat, it could have been an accident. I would recommend going on a different account or just seeing how long the mute will last. It should tell you. If not, I do apologize. I would recommend going on to a second account on that one. Sometimes there's mistakes with the chat in terms of muting because sometimes there's people spamming the chat and, mods will try to mute someone and you might accidentally mute someone else. It's happened with me before, so. Let's go on to this next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Also, yeah, just letting you know, if you do spam at all, just letting you know, you will get muted as well. Just letting you know. Let's go on the next individual. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. W's for Phoebe in the comment section. I'm glad that I could be there. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see how many likes we have on YouTube, everyone. I think we're currently at 2,500 almost. Let's try to get to 3,000, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hey, I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I honestly feel like I need to explain the position I'm in. Someone who's on Medicare and looking for improvements on the current system. Like, there's a lot of improvements to be made. Like, for example, I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick. I'm just stroking my shit.
What is wrong with you? Like, why do you do that? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I vote for Trump. And you should be glad he won, too, because that's how you make your living.
Well, I don't think that I only make the money because of him. I think that if he weren't in the office, I'd still be able to make money on this platform, given that I literally already had a platform prior to even talking about politics. Secondly, I could talk about politics even if he weren't the candidate, so I don't see why it would be limited to that.
And you think that you would have all these guests there giving you money hand over fist? I doubt it.
Yeah, I would. Like Molly, thank you for the
Don't be your
$2. Thank you so much. I
employer.
bet they would still be there supporting me even if that was the
Period.
case. Like Doug, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Doug in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think that was for the second to last, or two or three to guess back. Master, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dulce, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dulce, thank you so much for the level ship. Thank you. I really appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Blue Star, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Tommy, the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mason, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Nicholas, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Brandon with the $10. Angel with the $10. And Day the Dream, thank you for the $2. See what I mean? Like, I think that all of those people would have supported me either way, even if Trump weren't in office. Like, type 3 in the comment section right now if you still would support me even if Trump weren't in office. And also, you got to come back into the app, Ron. I can't hear you currently.
And they would not.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Well, did you see all the people in the comment section who are saying it?
No, I don't care about your blind sheep.
My blind sheep? Well, like, who's to say that you aren't a blind sheep of Trump? Via, think of the corgi.
So
Speaking.
So answer this question, Parker.
Go ahead.
Do you support anybody that breaks the law should be arrested?
No. I do think there's some laws that you could break where I don't necessarily think you should be arrested. Like, for example, if someone jaywalks and it's against the law, but it's not a threat to anyone's safety and security, I don't think that they should be arrested. Does that make sense? Do you believe that? Do you think that? Because I mean,
you're so full. Yeah.
How so?
So if you break the law, shouldn't you be fined or in prison for breaking the law, right?
Not in all circumstances, like I just said. But if you think that's true, not only do you think that Donald Trump should have gone to prison and you shouldn't voted for him because he was a convicted felon, and the reason why he didn't go to prison is because you guys voted for him, but also you should hold Trump accountable for violating the law and not releasing the Epstein files.
But he's not a convicted felon.
He is. He is a convicted felon. Do you want to bet?
He was never sentenced.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was.
He was never sentenced.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. I mean, it's on his record. Do you want to bet?
Yeah, go look it up. Yeah, go look it up.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, go look it up.
How much?
The judge never sentenced him.
How much do you want to bet? Now, he wasn't put in prison, but he was sentenced, and it's on his record.
Oh, okay. Well, then bring it up.
Wait, do you want to bet?
No, I'm not betting you. You're a swindler.
How am I a swindler?
You swindle these people out of money every night. You and Dean.
How am I swindling people out of money? Just by like people sending me money because they like my content?
I'm sure you want to thank your people for donating money. So we did agree that if you break the law, you should be punished for it, right?
Hold up, just clarify. Let me clarify. So like you said I'm a swindler, and you said I'm swindling people out of money. What does that mean?
I didn't hear you. My internet went out.
You said that I was swindling people out of money. How am I swindling people out of money?
Well, on this platform, you're swindling people out of money.
How so?
You're pandering.
So it's not that I just actually have these views. It's that I'm like only expressing these views because I want money. Is that your view?
Yes.
Push the corky.
Yes. You're playing a role. That's all you're doing. You're playing a role to get money from these people.
Okay, so I don't believe the things I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sure you do. But
I'm not pandering.
You're animated when you do things so you can get money from these people.
I'm animated when I do things.
You and Dean are very intelligent by doing this, by the way. I got to give you props on it.
Okay, well, I can't hear you right now. Apparently, you must have got Trump Mobile and your internet's cutting out right now. But
no, I got. You know what? I got Obama.
No, Trump Mobile's an actual thing. That's why I'm making fun of it. But like,
so
no name. Thank you for the galaxy.
So
Thank you.
Plan. So is the Obama plan.
Well, I didn't know that there was a mobile plan, but I'd love to be able to see that.
Sure.
Now,
for if you on SSI and welfare, yeah, absolutely, they get free phones.
And I doubt the connection was as bad as Trump Mobile. But
well, no, Trump Mobile was better.
It's definitely not. If you want to address this though, like you just said I'm a swindler because people send me money and they like my content. Okay, I'm not pandering by having the positions that I have. Okay, I
you are. You
genuinely
are.
do hold these
So,
positions, and I held these
let
positions
me ask you
prior
this.
to
Let
even
me ask
making
you
any
this,
money.
Parker. Parker, let me ask you this. If Kamala would have won, what would you be
Kamala.
doing right now?
I'd be
Whatever her name was.
debating people about politics.
For against who?
It'd be like Democrats are better than Republicans, or it'd be me
Oh,
talking about
you
current
would be a
events.
Republican going against Democrats right now. That's what you're saying, right?
What's that?
So you would be debating Democrats right now, not Republicans. If she would have
I
won.
said I would debate Democrats are better than Republicans, meaning I would debate Republicans who think that Republicans are better than Democrats.
Oh, well, I don't think you'd make a lot of money on that.
Well, I mean, I think I'd be fine. I think I'd be
No,
fine.
I don't think you would be.
It's literally
So
the
if you
exact
would have
same
won,
thing I'm
you
doing right
wouldn't.
now.
But you wouldn't have the audience that you have now.
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
I don't think so. And you
Well,
know
type
that
3 in the
for a
comment
fact.
section if you would stay with me. Speaking of which,
Oh,
Benjamin, thank you for the
so you're
$2.
like
Thank you so much for if being animated bothers you. Wait till you hear the facts. Michael, thank you for the $80 for the only thing I'm swindled by is the truth. Thank you so much. Give some W's from Michael in the comment section for the $80 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Whitney, thank you for the $10 for swindling me with the truth. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for I am donating not because of Trump, but because I'm responding to this crazy old man. Mania, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for so he watches you every night. Is that how he knows you go live every day? Sounds like fan behavior to me. Miranda, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for swindling. Teresa, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely have to make sure to see, but thank you very much. I'd love to talk to you. Jacob, thank you for the $3 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mark with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Mark in the comment section right now? Sierra, thank you for the $3 for I'd still support you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sierra. As well as Michael with the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's again from Michael in the comment section for the $100? Thank you so much. I appreciate it for being swindled by the truth. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Allison, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Eli, thank you so much for the $5 for you swindling communist.
You got a great
Thank you so
scam
much.
going on.
Cosmic, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much for
That's a
supporting the
great
scam. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Marcy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for supporting the scam. Nate, thank you for the $20 for big swindled again. Mason, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for these dudes. Literally don't ask for donations. They just thank people for being kind because they can. There's no pandering. This is what support looks like. Go Parker and Dean. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alistra, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much for I can't see Spencer, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. Heather with the $20. Thank you so much for We Are Dean Withers. Based. I gotta see it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sin, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Blue Star, thank you for the $10. Heather, by the way, at me in that. I'd love to react to it. Mason as well, thank you for the $10. People like this don't realize that you talk over them to thank donors because donors are the ones who truly matter. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Dodd, thank you for the $5 as well. Mason again with the $10. Doug with the $20. Thank you so much. Molly with the $2. Thank you. Crystal with the $10 for swindle me, please. Thank you so much. Master, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Alright, I'm fully caught up. Thank you for supporting the scam, everyone. Can you thank all the people I scammed?
Can you total that for me?
Can I total that? No, I can't.
Oh, remember, don't send it to YouTube because they'll take most of his money. So send it to TikTok. Where he can.
So you watch Dean's live enough to know that he says that. That's actually hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
So wait, by the way,
I know that because they do that to me. So
Josh,
listen.
thank you for the $5. Thank you. But I just want to clarify. You're saying that I'm swindling and scamming, but you're not giving any reason why. I don't even say that people have to donate to me. I say it's not necessary, but always appreciated.
Yeah. So you're asking for money.
No, I'm saying thank you when people
You're
do
not.
send me
Same
money.
thing. It's the
Alyssa,
same
thank you for
thing.
the
You're asking
$10.
for money.
Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as Josh, thank you for the $5. You said it's the same thing. No, it's not.
Start
Twitch and
thanking
Small Business, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Olivia with the $5. Ellie with the $5. Thank you. Phoebe with the for the $2. Thank you. Gladys with the $20 for the swindler. Thank you.
Trump loves when you get more money because you just pay it in taxes.
Wait, say that again.
Trump.
You said Trump is
You're
evading
employed by
taxes, or
Trump?
I'm
Yeah,
evading
Trump.
taxes?
No, Trump loves all these donations because you pay more in taxes for it.
Corporate Kane, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I don't know what that argument was supposed to be. Of course, when I make money, I pay taxes. Yeah.
So Parker, hold on a minute. So we did agree that if you break the law, you should have some form of punishment, right?
Not in all circumstances, but in most.
No. So what would you say that's breaking the law that you should just get a smack on the hand for?
Yeah, if you what's it called jaywalk and it's not a threat to anyone's safety and security.
Okay, what other crime would you say that should be smacked on the hand?
I mean, I'm not going to go through every single crime I think should be a quote unquote smack on the hand.
Oh, so do you think people that come here illegally should just be charged like a jaywalker?
I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, where they go through a vetting process if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. And if they have committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be deported on the condition that they'll be put in a prison in another country. Jenna is smart. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat for Oh No, Parker, stop swindling me. Thank you so much. And MG Lola with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for, did he just say he knows YouTube takes most of the money because they do it to him, meaning he gets donations? And he's calling Parker a swindler? Wait, yeah, are you swindling?
Nope, I'm not swindling.
Then how do you get money? Or are you saying you're sending money to me?
Oh, I'm not sending you money. I wouldn't give you a nickel. Are you kidding
Why
me?
not? Omega, think of the glowing jellyfish. Thank you.
You're probably a millionaire by now from the money you've gotten from
Definitely not a millionaire.
I doubt that.
I'm actually a trillionaire.
Hundreds of thousands.
I'm a
But
trillionaire.
You probably are. You probably are.
Yeah, I am
But
a
hey, good
trillionaire.
news being that you
I'm
got
the
this
number one
scam going
scammer
on.
in the world. Trillionaire right
No,
here.
Dean is. No, Dean is.
Wait,
the number one
you think
scammer. He
Dean's a
makes
better
way
scammer?
more
What
money
makes you
than
think Dean is a better scammer than me?
Because he gets way bigger amounts than you.
If he gets bigger amounts. So if I were to get a big amount right now, would you think I'm a better scammer?
Yeah, well, no, because he gets a lot more than you. You get pennies to $1 to him.
I get pennies comparative to Dean. Okay, that's
Yes.
crazy, man. That's crazy. So I'm not a good enough scammer. Dean's a better scammer.
I'm probably gonna make you a lot of money right here. For
Leanna,
saying
thank you
that,
so much. I
you're
really appreciate the
welcome.
$1. Thank you. Paul, think of the galaxy. No, I doubt it. But yeah. Scott, think of the $10 for swindle me. But
So
yeah, go ahead.
anyways,
Ron, go ahead. Give us an
so
actual
anyway,
reason
so-
why you support Trump. Because clearly I think you're just doing this because you want to troll me. Mason, think of the $10. Teresa, think of the 5.
I'm not trolling you. You
Charlie,
say
think of the
that
$10 as well. Thank you.
You talk about all this. That this person said this, or you guys just believe everything. Let's stick to fact. Breaking the law is illegal. So if you go to a protest and you impede law enforcement, and they are law enforcement, they're federal law enforcement officers, and you get in their way of an assignment that they have to do, you're impeding the law. Would you agree with that?
So I don't think that they were impeding the law. I don't think they were preventing law enforcement from doing their job by any means. I think that you have freedom of speech. I think that you have the ability to protest ICE. And I don't think that anything that they did was deserving of being murdered. And
So
by
you
the way,
don't think
Gator, think of the
blocking
$20.
federal
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Corey with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Corey in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Corey. And Michael with the $50 for you and Dean should have a scam off. I know, right? We should have a scam off. I think I would win, though. Do you think I would beat Dean in a scam off?
I don't know. I'd like to see that.
As well as Jade, think of the $3. W Jade for the scam. But yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
there's
Keep
no
going with what
change
you were
in your
saying.
mind. There's no change in your mind, Parker. You're gonna believe what you're gonna believe.
No, come on, Ron. Make
I'm
your
just
point,
saying,
Ron.
lawlessness in America is running rampant. If you're illegal and you come in this country, you know what's gonna happen if you're caught. Plain and simple, right?
Well, I don't think that every single undocumented immigrant should be deported. Now, do you know that that's likely going to happen if you come to the U.S. undocumented? Sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that should happen to you. Now, if you want to talk about this, let's broadly talk about what ICE has been doing. Do you think ICE murdered Renee Good? And do you think ICE murdered the man today that was murdered in Minneapolis, I think less than 5 miles away from that event?
So I'm gonna go no with the Renee Good.
So it's not murder?
Today, I will admit, even as a MAGA, the Republican, this one was a little dicey. I gotta wait for more footage.
You have to wait for more footage? Doesn't all the evidence indicate
I gotta
that
wait.
he'd be they'd be guilty of murder?
See, if you're going to protest, and I know it's a Second Amendment right, I'm all for it. But you shouldn't go to a protest armed. I mean, it's a peaceful protest. You shouldn't show up with a gun in your hip.
Did you say the
That's
same thing
gonna
about
draw
Kyle
attention.
Rittenhouse?
Yes, I understand. I knew you were going to bring that up. I knew you were going to bring. Let's bring up Lincoln Riley. Let's bring up all these victims of illegal immigrants killing and raping and selling all these kids for sex and all that. Let's talk about that. What do
Undocumented
you think
immigrants are
about that?
multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if you don't want people to be trafficked, why do you support Donald Trump not releasing the Epstein files that would hold people accountable for that trafficking?
Well, he did. Trump.
They didn't.
Trump
They
was the guy
released
that
less than
blew
1% of the
Epstein.
Epstein files.
So let me answer this. Why was Epstein texting a member of the Democratic Party during a congressional hearing?
That member should be held accountable if they were involved with anything.
Why hasn't she? Why hasn't she?
They should be. If they were involved with anything. I don't think texting necessarily means that they were involved with things, but I do think that given that that person was texting with them, that indicates bad behavior that I would not be willing to support. So any person that was texting them, right, specifically knowing the behaviors that they engaged in, knowing what they were obviously going to be held accountable for, I think is definitely someone I wouldn't support. Like whether they're left or right, that you shouldn't support them. Can you agree with that?
No, you have to. I can agree with that. So, anyways, I got my point across. Have a good night, Parker.
Why are you going to run away? Come on, let's finish the conversation.
We did finish the conversation.
No, we
You're
didn't.
just-
I have a few more.
What do you want to talk about now?
Oh, I want to hear, like, can you name one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, I can tell you this. If somehow, some way, the Epstein files came out and they show him in a video or whatever doing things like that, absolutely. Absolutely. I would not defend that. Absolutely not. If I've ever
Okay.
seen that, I'd be on here apologizing to you that day.
So only if it were on video. So say the Epstein files had
yeah.
something
See,
within
I
it
can't-
that said that Donald
Yeah.
Trump did that. Would you accept that as evidence?
No, because listen, a lot of this shit on here is hearsay. Somebody said that Trump did this, or somebody said, I could say, well, Parker, I saw you behind McDonald's with a 12-year-old girl, and you know what? Even though it's not true, people that don't like you would believe that. Am I right or wrong?
Well, I do think that people wouldn't believe that. Want to know why people wouldn't believe this? Because of the fact that you're not the person specifically in the circumstance. There was no victim that came out that talked about it. You also specifically are a Trump supporter trying to make a claim about me that you don't like, right? So there's a few things
I
there.
didn't say me. Hold on, Parker. Anyone can make a false accusation against somebody. Is that right or wrong?
It's very unlikely, though, specifically in the context of SA, in typical circumstances. Now, given that we have priors with Trump supporters about how they're going to act, typically speaking, in terms of these different events, we know it's very likely that they'll just make up things when you make an argument against them in terms of these situations. But there was a lot of evidence. Let me just be clear. There was a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury that indicated that Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. There was 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. The likelihood that every single one of them is lying is incredibly low.
Really? So, do you know the punter Matt Ariza? Do you remember him?
No.
So he was drafted by the Buffalo Bills, and a girl came out and accused him of SA, only to come and find out that she lied about him. So he was out of the NFL for a while. So what should happen to people that report false allegations? What should happen to them, Parker?
So, I obviously think that in the circumstance in which there's a false allegation, like that's obviously like an atrocious, and that like we don't want that to happen to anyone. Given that there was a false allegation, I'm not quite sure even the conditions of what you're talking about, but I do think that it's incredibly unlikely to happen, right, as a whole. And in the circumstances in which it does happen, right, we obviously want to be there in support of the person that. What's up?
So, whoever's in the chat saying Biden could have released the files, he couldn't release the files because all the witnesses and everything were redacted at the time. So that's not That's not
Well, it
true.
was because it was sealed and because of the ongoing appeals with Ghislaine Maxwell. But yeah,
Right, and then they had to redact people's names out of the files. So, but you're right. The files have not all been released. They should be, and Trump's not in them, so nobody's really worried about that.
let me just continue with what I was saying though. Like the 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, that's very good evidence to indicate this is true. Can you name one celebrity or one person who's in a position of power that 26 plus people accused them of sexual misconduct, where every single one of them were lying?
No, not one celebrity. Well, except for P Diddy, but
Wait, P Diddy's guilty, right?
well, he was guilty. Yes.
Yeah, so then he wouldn't be innocent. So I was talking about someone who specifically was innocent. Now, when there's that many people that come out, it's typically likely to be true. Okay. Now, is it possible that if there was one person that came out that it could be right alive? Of course, it's possible. Even in that circumstance in which it was one person, it's still very likely, most likely. But again, of course, in that circumstance, right, we would look at the evidence of the case and we would say, right, like due to the evidence of the case, what are we going to believe? And say if someone like perjured themselves or lied about the set of circumstances, we probably wouldn't believe what they had to say. Well, who did that in this circumstance? Donald Trump. He said that they never met. There's a picture of them shown together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, Marla Maples.
Okay. We'll go off your hypotheticals. That's what you're basing your speech on, hypotheticals.
What? I didn't. Those are
But
things that
anyways,
happened. Donald Trump literally Donald Trump literally said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. That's a factual thing that happened. That's not a hypothetical.
I know that. Yeah, he's not a 34-time felon. It was one charge that they branched out. By the way,
He is, but I wasn't just talking about his 34 felons.
No,
34
your
felonies.
chat. I seen that. Yeah, that's off of one charge.
He is a 34 count felon. That's just a fact.
On one charge. If that would have been anyone
No,
else, it would have been
34
one
different charges.
A misdemeanor. I understand that, Parker, but
34 different violations of the law.
There, you would have been charged as a misdemeanor, Parker. We all know this.
He was charged with a felony because of the predicate crime. Meaning he was committing this crime in furtherance of another.
Right. It was so horrendous and all these other things, but he still was voted in as the president of the United States by more than 80 million people. He won the popular vote.
It wasn't more than 80 million. It was 77 million.
Okay, almost 80 million. I was rounding it off, but
over 80 million was Biden in 2020.
Yeah, we know that was BS.
Oh, okay. So you don't accept the election results in 2020, but you do accept them in 2024?
I find it hard that he had more votes than Obama. I just find that hard.
Then okay, well, Trump had more votes than Obama. Not only that, but also, like, can you address the reality that if you deny the 2020 election results, but you accept the 2024 election results, that you can't explain why they were able to steal it in 2020? Okay, so you do accept the 2020 election results, so you do accept the 81 million?
Yeah, if that's what the number indicates what it was, then yes, I accept that.
Okay, so then you do believe that he got that.
I believe Biden did win that election. Yeah,
he got over 80 million votes. So,
and I think a lot of them were illegal votes. But yeah, he did get 81 million. Yeah.
Okay, so
just like you guys say that.
So you think he didn't write? Wait, so to clarify, wait, hold up. So you don't think he rightfully won the election?
Oh, no, he won the election. I'm just saying.
Did he rightfully win?
Illegal vote. He rightfully won. Yes, Parker.
With legal votes.
I already said that. No, I wouldn't say all legal votes. No.
Okay, so do you think he had enough quote
Matter
unquote?
Of fact, you know what, Parker? I would say even Trump probably didn't have 77 million votes, and they were all legal.
Okay, so do you think that there were enough illegal votes to change the results of the election?
I think so.
You think so? So you do believe that he didn't rightfully win the election? So you
Hold
do
on,
believe
you
that
guys are
Biden
going
didn't
around.
rightfully win the election? Okay, so his argument is if that Biden didn't rightfully win the election in 2020. So then I'll ask you the question: how come Democrats could steal the election in 2020, but they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when they were in office?
well, that they were called out then. They couldn't. You know,
Weren't they called out in
once
2021?
once you're caught with your hand in the cookie jar, it's hard to do it
Wait,
twice.
they were
But anyways,
wait. I'm sorry. They were quote unquote caught in 2020. So like when you say caught twice, like I don't see how it would be any different 4 years later, especially when they were in office themselves.
mm,
Wouldn't it have been easier for people to believe that they did win this time, and Trump is just denying reality again?
no,
No. So you think everyone would
no,
have
come
thought
on,
that
bud.
Trump actually won if he lost?
No, no, Biden won in 2020. Trump won last time.
Yeah.
And
So
but
if
you guys
if
can't
you were
accept it
told
because
by the
hold on,
media,
hold on,
go ahead.
Parker, hold on.
Sorry.
You're carrying on, Junior. So listen, I'll give Biden the win in 2020. But we all know Trump won in 2024. So you guys can all stop saying that Elon Musk paid for his victory. That's not true.
He did.
Oh, oh.
But that doesn't mean it was.
So
That doesn't mean it was rigged. That just means that he literally used his Tesla stock as collateral to be able to influence the results of the 2024 election. He influenced millions upon millions of people. Literally, we're talking billions of impressions
billions
based
of
upon the buying of Twitter that he was able to influence.
No.
Again, I'm not claiming that the election was stolen. I'm just claiming that they did buy the election within that respect. They spent money to influence people.
Well, wait a minute? Didn't she get like $1 billion or 20 billion or whatever the hell it was, and she blew it all? She had more money than
20
Trump.
billion? No, she definitely didn't get 20 billion. She had a lot of money, but she has to catch up in terms of advertising comparative to what Donald Trump had. And I'm not just talking about advertising they get for their campaign. I'm talking about people that were not affiliated with their campaign spending money to the degree that you can't spend as an individual on one particular campaign. Like to get Donald Trump elected. Like Musk admitted it was to literally influence the election.
Yeah.
Again, not illegal, not election fraud or anything, but that's the reality of what he was trying to do.
All right. Well, I'm done with you, Parker. You could have your little sheep bucket chat back.
Oh, you're
That's
gonna
what they
run?
are.
Okay, yeah. Run away, sheep. Run away. Kelly, thank you so much for the $3.33 for my favorite scammer.
It's late. I'm
Joanna,
not
thank you so much for the
California.
$100 towards the
Goodbye.
scam off. Thank you so much. Can you get some W's for Joanna in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal for the scam off? Thank you so much. Mason with the $50. Thank you so much for talking scams. You and Dean should connect with I actually have no clue who that is, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Regina, thank you so much for the $40. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Regina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said my native Canadian girlfriend.
Well,
Oh, they
I
just
gotta
got a
leave now 'cause
misinformation.
I got flagged.
Yeah, you got a misinformation flag, so we'll just go on to the next person. Rodney, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you. I have heard about this. I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but I have heard about it. I love Fortnite. Thank you so much to the Galaxy. Thank you. But Regina, they said forced to watch her culture disappear due to his trade routes. He is going to make more money from destroying culture than learning from it. Culture should never have to be aggressed against for a trade route. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. And thank you for sharing that information. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for supporting the scam, everyone. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the liberal scam, everybody. Look at that. Look at Parker get a job scamming everyone by just saying that his Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as, saying people can support him over on YouTube Super Chat. That must be scamming everybody. Look at that. Vito, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Solo, thank you for the $10 as well. Vito, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Vito as well, thank you so much for the $10. Alistra, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for being swindled. Thank you. Solo, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Actually, should expect that here very soon. I have heard about that. I'm actually contacting them right now. So it's going to be great to go on. Mason, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Charlie, thank you for the $10 as well. Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the $10. Random, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. And Charlie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. For my 10 children and from the DNC. Miranda, think of the $10 for I love a good scam. Count me in. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 4,200 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. We're at 2,700 right now. We can easily get to 3,000 here real quick, everybody. I think we could try to get 4,000 today, everyone. We have one more hour left on the stream. Think I'm crazy. Maybe I'm not. Let's try to get to 4,000. I think we can do it, everyone. We haven't done that in so fucking long. In so long. As well as if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I would say I do. I'm not delusional. I'm not in a cult. I don't think he's perfect, but I would say I prefer him over the alternatives that have been given in the last couple of elections.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump for a few reasons. I think the main one being that the vision that I have for the country is specifically one with less abortion, less illegal immigration, lower taxation or regulation, more economic freedom, those kinds of things. And while I don't really appreciate his moral character, I think that's an end goal that he's going to get to a lot closer than a Kamala or Joe Biden would have.
Okay. A few things I have to address here. I do think that we could point to plenty of the broader regulations that Donald Trump wants to get rid of, and we could point to certain examples where we would agree or disagree. I think that just the idea of broader regulation in general isn't a specific connotation of like what particular regulation. I think that in typical regulations that are already in place are likely to be efficient or good. So we typically go off the mantra that a regulation is good, and we have to have good reason to indicate that it's bad to get rid of it. Typically, when justifying a regulation, we have to provide that it would be good before putting it in place. But typically, if it's already in place, we assume that it's good, given that in general that's the case. Now, what reason would you have to say that the certain types of economic regulations that you got rid of were good to get rid of, and which specific economic regulations were they?
I mean, the first ones I go to would be the environmental ones. Again, not to say we should be reckless with the environment, but I look at a lot of studies and things sort of loosely, and I think the general idea that we can get rid of or phase out gasoline cars in the near future, things like that. Those kinds of things just don't bear a lot of economic scrutiny. There's millions of people in the country that are low middle class that rely on gasoline as a cheap form of energy to get where they need to go. And I think long-term visions that get rid of those kinds of things are not really very well thought out, just in the sense that they're really not good for a lot of the people that we're saying that we want to protect in these cases. You look at places around the globe, because obviously when we put these regulations in place, or we join these organizations around the world, we're not looking just at the United States either. We're looking at kind of the world economy. There's efforts within alliances to get rid of some of these regulations, and there's billions of people around the world that can't afford to cap emissions, for example, or can't afford to get rid of gasoline, those kinds of things. So there's statistics floating out there. I can't remember exactly what the number is, but like if you got rid of gasoline, that like immediately 500 million people around the globe, or a billion people around the globe, would immediately go into food insecurity, because that's how they get their food delivered. And going electric or whatever, going solar, going whatever is not going to, it's not a reasonable alternative at this point. So those kinds of things are things that I would point to as, things that if you want to shoot for them as a very, very, very long-term goal, fine. But like going in and regulating those kinds of things. I mean, again, this is not my biggest issue, but just the general sense of like, oh, we can get rid of gasoline, we can get rid of these, or we can set tons of caps on emissions. I think that's kind of great in a utopia, and I think that's not very practical for about half the country.
Yeah, so like I think this is a bit ridiculous. No one's advocating to ban gas cars. I don't know where we got this from, and the regulations that you're
gas
talking.
cars in the next 10 years, aren't they?
That's in terms of production, not in terms of getting rid of the cars from access, and that's different from the federal policies that existed as well. Now, if you want to talk about, again, the regulations that you're talking about getting rid of in terms of the 40% decrease of the EPA, right, are regulations that do not get rid of your access to gas cars, okay? So, are all gas cars. Obviously, these are effective regulations in most circumstances based upon studies that the EPA has obviously gone through, historically speaking, indicate that most of these regulations that are in place provide significantly more benefits than they do costs. It's not even close in most circumstances. So when you cut 40% of the EPA, you're cutting regulations that do cause benefit. They're also not categorizing human lives lost, right, into the calculation of how much money, right, a certain regulation is going to cost, right? That's not something they're categorizing anymore. Also to mention, alongside the fact that them not believing in climate change is fundamental to the beliefs that they have in terms of the regulations that are put in place. So they're actively denying science and using the science denial as a basis for their position of risk-benefit analysis, which is absurd. Science should be the basis of the risk-benefit analysis, right, in order for us to be able to determine that from a federal perspective. Right, so then like this whole idea is ridiculous. And then like again, when these environmental regulations are put in place and they provide more benefits than risks, it's actually better for the economy as a whole because there's better economic benefits due to causing an internalization of the cost for the polluters. Again, not banning it, but regulating it in a manner in which is economically more efficient.
All I'm going to say is, I mean, I'm not going to fight you on the particulars. All I'm going to say is there were multiple business leaders in the World Economic Forum literally today and this week saying that they felt that as soon as Trump got inaugurated, they felt shackles taken off them because regulation was going to start being phased out. So again, you're more educated on the particulars on those kinds of things than I am. I don't read this stuff for a living, but I'm going to go off of the business leaders that are at the World Economic Forum, people that are there, and they are saying that they felt like they were being suffocated under the Biden regime versus the Trump regime because of regulation. And again, this is not my biggest issue, but like that's
Oh,
just, I mean,
I need to know what specific regulation. People just claiming that they didn't like the regulations is not evidence that the certain regulations were bad under the Biden-Harris administration. Unless you know the particular regulation and why you disagree with the regulation, I feel like that's just like a talking point.
I mean, that's fine, but I can say that I'm pro less regulation without citing specific regulations as a general policy. Like that's something that I can claim. It's something
If you don't know a single regulation that you would like to get rid of, how could you say that as a general claim?
I just said there are plenty of environmental regulations I would get rid of.
Such as?
I don't think they're feasible. There's plenty. I'm not going to name I don't know a specific one that I can.
You don't know a single one off the top of your head, yet you're claiming that you're against them.
Okay,
What are you against if you're?
Give me a regulation that you support then.
Okay. The CAFE standards.
And describe what that does.
Yeah, specifically they're for fuel efficiency. It's across an entire average fuel economy for different vehicles that they're selling for each different company. It creates more efficient vehicles in terms of the gas usage.
And at what cost?
At what cost? The costs are less than the benefits.
Okay. I mean, there's no specifics there either. That's not a, like, is that,
that's
that raising the price?
That's a
Is
literal
that raising the price of
specific.
vehicles to 50s?
What's up?
Is that raising the price of producing vehicles to meet these standards?
Very slightly. But in the amount that it increased the cost, right, it's going to save a lot more in terms of benefits.
Okay. I mean, again, this is a very arbitrary point to, I mean, this is like number 15 on the list. I listed it at the very end of my list.
Well, okay. Well, if you think, okay, you can say climate change is at the end of your list, but you just said, and you brought up I mean, we can keep going through the rest of them. That was the context of economic freedom that you're referencing. Is there any other reference of environmental freedom or not environmental, economic freedom that you're referencing? Because if it's just environment, yet you don't know a single regulation, then we can't really talk about economic freedom there. It seems like we got to talk about other things.
Okay. I mean, I would tell you my bigger issues would be, I mean, certainly immigration and abortion. Those would be the two biggest ones.
Okay. We'll start with immigration. Okay. So you don't want undocumented immigration to happen. Do you want the legal system to go quicker?
I mean, I would say yes, but I would also say that I would like to put a system in place that dramatically reduces the number of people that are that are crossing the border, that are being encountered at the border, and those are things that just statistically are. I mean, it's just a reality that there are less border
Wait,
encounters under Donald Trump.
and you're talking about you want to reduce encounters of undocumented immigrants or just people in general?
Yeah, specifically undocumented immigrants for the most part. I also believe that there should be limitations on people coming to colleges from out of the country. For example, I'm absolutely supportive of costs being raised for people that want to come to American universities from China and those kinds of things. So it's not purely illegal immigration, but certainly that would be the main focus of it.
Okay, and I guess so. And is this because you want to benefit? What's the benefit
American
you get?
citizens. I want American citizens to have the opportunities, to have the jobs, to have the diplomas, to have the opportunities to go to college, those
Okay.
kinds of things.
Do you think
And
it's better for
also
the
plus
economy for you
housing.
to support mass deportation?
Absolutely. I don't. I mean,
Is there any
you're
good
gonna
evidence of that?
what specifically are you talking about?
You have like a study or something? Because I can send you a study indicating otherwise. Like that, like the immigration over the past 20 years has been effective for economic growth. And not only just
So,
economic growth, but productivity, employment rates for
as
natural born
a
U.S. citizens, and wage growth.
okay, as a general point, would we agree that dumping 10 million people into the country illegally is a good or bad thing?
That didn't happen under the Biden-Harris administration. There's nowhere near 10 million people that came undocumented. Secondly, I would prefer a legal pathway. I have no issue if 10 million people came into the country and we provided them a legal pathway, given that most of them are in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They're disproportionately less likely to do so.
Would you place any limit on the number of people that can come here?
Yeah, I'm okay with 3 times the level of immigration we currently have, which is around 3 million people a year.
So you're okay with like how many 3 times that per year?
Yeah, 3 times the amount we're doing currently.
Okay. So you're talking about importing 9 million people to a country. So over a period of 10 years, you're talking about replacing almost
You
a
can't
third
do
of the
math.
population of the country.
1 times 3 is equal to 3.
You're okay with 3. Okay, so over a 10-year period, you're okay with dumping 30 million people into the country.
Over a 10 year period? Yeah, over 10 years, I'm okay with 30 million people immigrating to our country. Absolutely.
See, I totally disagree with that.
Why?
Because I believe that if you dump that many people into a country, you fundamentally and foundationally change what that country is.
How?
Because these people do not come in with our culture. They don't come in with our belief system. They don't come in with our values. They come from other places with different values and different belief systems. And I don't believe that's a way to run a coherent society. And I would ask you to point to any other society in human history that has ever functioned that way. Literally every other society still in the world today.
Our current
whether
country.
You go to
Our current country.
beyond
Okay?
America
People
right
people
now.
have
And by the
immigrated to
way,
our country. Listen, people have immigrated to our country. Okay? And it
Okay.
has changed the culture of our society. And the people who have come to our country have also lived within our culture as well. Okay? So you understand that that was completely fine. There's no issue with that. Okay? Do you disagree with
There's
immigration
no issue
throughout?
with that. And
Yeah, what do you disagree with the level of immigration that we've had throughout all of U.S. history? Because that has
would say
changed the
that-
culture, the beliefs, and the values of this country, has it not?
yes, but 70 years ago, 90% of the immigration was from Europe where much values were the same.
Oh, okay. So then your issue is that you don't want people coming from other areas other than Europe.
Not necessarily, but they have to share our values, and there has to be some sort of system that we have in place that screens for the values as
What
well.
values?
Not
What
just
values? Could you be specific?
value, like I'm talking about English common law, I'm talking about presumption of innocence, all these kinds of pillars of our society that are not, you know, that are, whether they're economic, whether they're cultural, whether they're, you know, you can't have people coming in from countries that are run by gangs or run with
Okay,
drug
wait, so you want to know
problems
something
or-
crazy? You just said you're against the modern Republican Party. You want to know why?
Why is
Because
that?
Donald Trump thinks he's above the law. Because Donald Trump doesn't think that assumption of innocence should apply to liberals, should apply to undocumented immigrants, should apply to people who are literally off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place. The assumption of innocence never applies to anyone who meets that criteria. It might apply to people of the in-group, people who are MAGA, but it does not apply to those that don't meet the in-group.
I believe that Well, I mean, I guess I'm struggling with your question there because those people are not American and they're not from America. So the presumption of innocence believes or belongs to people that are within the confines of the country. So I believe that all Democrats have the presumption of
Are
innocence. Whether Donald
undocumented
Trump
immigrants
agrees with
within
that,
the
I don't really
country?
care.
Are
Um,
undocumented immigrants
and,
within the
and if
country?
he doesn't agree with that, then I would. What's that?
Are undocumented immigrants in the country?
Sure.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, when he's
What's your
violating due
point?
process rights, that's not upholding English common law. When he's violating the law and not releasing all of the Epstein files when he was legally mandated to do so, that's not following the
Yeah,
law.
I believe he should. I believe he should release all the Epstein files, and I think that may be the number one taint on his presidency. Whether, and by the way, I don't know that that's necessarily because he's involved. I think he's covering up for other people. Is probably
So he's
my
protecting
best guess.
PDFs and you still support him?
I support him over the alternative because of the outcome that I want to see in the country, which is less abortion, less immigration, and more economic freedom. Yes.
So you support Trump even though he's protecting PDFs because you want less abortions to occur and you want less undocumented immigration.
There were 73 million abortions worldwide last year. Whatever he's covering up with pedophiles is nowhere near the moral magnitude of 73 million abortions worldwide.
Do you think 73 million less abortions will happen because Trump was in office?
No,
Embarrassing.
but I believe significant.
Have
I
more
believe
abortions occurred since the overturning of Roe versus Wade per year?
have more abortions happened versus the Yeah, they have. Yeah.
They have. Okay. So then what is the real change in the amount of abortions? So you're willing to support a candidate that protects PDFs for what change in the amount? Because that's also
Because
not
I
taking into
believe-
account the extra people that are murdered in different places around the world because of the fact that Trump's in office.
Kamala Harris was completely incapable of articulating any limit that she would put on abortion at all.
Really? Because Roe versus Wade already has one in place. After viability, it's left up to the states. She clarified that that's what her position was. Just because you weren't able to comprehend doesn't mean that's her problem.
She was asked directly in a debate, what limits would you place on the woman's right
She said
to
she
choose? And
supports
said,
Roe versus Wade.
No, that's not what she said on the debate
That's what she
stage.
said. That is
"I would not
explicitly what she said.
I would not support any limitations on a decision made between a woman and her doctor was
Because
basically
they're already put in place on a statewide basis after viability. And there already is
Roe
one that
versus Wade
protects
was-
access to abortion prior to viability. So she wouldn't change the law from Roe versus Wade. That's what she's saying.
Okay. I mean, I disagree with that because that's not what she said. But
That's explicitly what she said.
okay. I mean, you're arguing on particulars. I believe that when we live in a world under Kamala Harris as president versus Donald Trump as president, we're going to see less abortion under Donald Trump than we will under Kamala Harris. Or
Well, I just want to let
want
you know, late-term abortion is no different under Harris versus Trump. It's left up to the states regardless. So would you like to clarify why that's a reason why you think that Trump is preferable?
What do you mean?
I just said abortion access after viability is no different regardless of Trump or Harris being in office because it's left up to the states regardless after viability. Even if Roe versus Wade was in place. So what you're not understanding is that that's not a reason to say that you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris because there's literally no difference between their positions after viability. Now, if it's because Donald Trump is okay with abortions, not okay with abortions prior to viability or something like that, then that could be your argument, but it can't be after viability because of the fact that it's the exact same.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. I just disagree with the position that these candidates are fundamentally the same. The messaging was not the same, and I don't believe
I never said that they were the same.
Okay, so there's a distinct difference, which gives me a preference.
Okay, the distinct difference within what respect that can give you a preference?
At the very minimum, messaging. At the very minimum.
Okay, but that doesn't save more human lives. So you're willing to protect PDFs because of the idea that they're pro-life, not even saving more human lives? Just the idea that they are?
Do you believe that Kamala Harris would have released the Epstein files?
Yes, if legally mandated.
What? Because she was in office for 4 years and did not.
Because it was sealed, and because they weren't involved with the DOJ in the same way that Trump is, because of the fact that they made the DOJ independent. But if they were instructed by the legislative branch to literally tell the DOJ to send out these files, they would have done that. They would have followed the law. Okay? You cannot say the same thing about Trump because he's currently violating the law, and his administration is saying that the reason why they're okay with violating the law is because no court can force them to release the files. That's what they say.
Okay. I'm telling you that from my perspective, what I believe is happening in the Epstein files right now is that there are donors that have donated to Donald Trump's campaign, or people that are in powerful positions that are not front and center all the time, that are telling him not to release this because they're in trouble if he does.
Oh,
And
so
I'm telling
he's
you right now that
protecting PDF billionaires that have donated to him?
I think that's probably the most likely outcome. And I
Oh,
think
okay.
that the
So,
same,
and you think that's
okay,
still
and
good enough
I
reason
think
to support him?
no, I'm saying that Kamala Harris also has those billionaires because she got even more money in the last election, and she would also
Wait,
protect those
what
people.
billionaires specifically voted or sent money to Kamala Harris that are in the Epstein files?
I don't know them off the top of my head. I'm just saying that
Okay,
if it's the
so then you
donors,
just
then the
engaged in
donors.
conjecture that's not evidence-based in relation to Kamala Harris, whereas we have
Okay,
really
so
good
what you're telling
evidence
me
to
is
believe
you
this
don't think that
specifically
there's
about Donald Trump based upon the conditions that exist in terms of the fact that there's literally a law that mandates them to release the files.
dude. So what you're telling me is you believe that it's impossible that there are donors donating to Donald Trump's campaign that would have asked him not to release the files, but you think that
Never said that was
it's impossible
impossible.
that they could have. You like to argue on particulars. I'm telling you
That's what you
that
were just arguing on, was it not? I responded to the particular that you brought up, and it's an issue for me to respond to you talking about a
I brought
particular
up
because
abortion
it
and
was
immigration,
particular,
and
but
you
it
went to
wasn't an
the. I
issue
went
for
up
you to
to
speak about it
abortion.
yourself.
I went to abortion and immigration, and you went to the Epstein files because it's the only issue you can win on.
No,
That's the bottom line.
you talked about the fact that there was a violation of the law, right? Or you brought up English common law, and I brought up that Donald Trump believes he's above the rule of law, which is includes him violating the law and releasing the Epstein and not
Yes,
releasing
and
the Epstein
I
files.
agreed with you that I don't like that. I just said I wish all the files would be released. I'm just offering my best explanation as to why that hasn't happened.
Yeah, but you said your explanation boils down to Donald Trump is protecting PDFs, but you're still okay with voting for him in despite of the fact that he's doing that.
Yes, because I believe that the system protects the PDFs, not necessarily Trump himself.
Wait, but Trump's the one doing it right now because it's his administration that's claiming that the reason why they aren't releasing the Epstein files is because of the fact that they are not or they are legally obligated, but they legally can't enforce it, essentially.
Okay, and I'm telling you that would have happened regardless of administration, and you will see that in the next administration because if a Democrat gets in power, they still won't be released, and you're going to be sitting here with the same stuff, and you probably won't talk about it anymore at that point because it's a Democrat, and fair enough, it doesn't
No,
help you at that
I
point.
want the Democrats to release it once they get to office. I want the Democrats to release it if they can.
So we agree. So we agree. If a Democrat comes in and they don't release it at that point,
Yeah.
then we can agree that the system is rigged.
Yeah, then I wouldn't support them. If they don't want to release the Epstein files, I wouldn't support them. Is that a crazy thing?
Yes, I agree with that, and I'm saying that that's what's going to happen.
Okay. But Trump's not doing that right now. He's limiting it even though he's legally obligated to.
Okay, and the next administration will be legally obligated to, and they won't either, because that's how this
They
works.
will. If the Democrats get in office, they will. Because they're legally obligated to. And they actually follow the law. Trump doesn't.
So these people with billions of dollars that have literally everything on the line, you don't think that they're going to give money to these people and then be owed a favor in return at some point? You don't think that's how America works?
I don't think that Democrats would be able to get away with not releasing the Epstein files. Because I think that we actually hold our politicians accountable to a degree that you guys don't. Hell, a Democrat would get impeached, okay, if they did the same thing Trump's doing right now.
There is not a chance in hell that a Democrat
Oh,
would ever
that
get
totally would happen. Yeah. If a Democrat came in office and did the exact same things as Donald Trump, they would have been impeached by now.
That's just not true.
I'm serious. Can you imagine if a Democrat in office went on a social media site and called for the execution of their political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders? They would be impeached immediately. Okay?
I mean, that's just completely.
They would be impeached immediately.
I mean, I disagree. I don't think they would.
Hell,
I don't think
we got Biden to stop running for the office because he had cognitive decline, which Trump has definitely had.
Well, okay, we don't want to get into that issue because you're not. I mean, that's just not that's a non sequitur for the American people. They obviously decided that you guys were not telling the truth about that last term.
You
But
understand that we got them to drop out, right? We got Biden to drop out.
Nancy Pelosi went in a room and said we can do this the hard way or the easy way.
You don't even have evidence of that. Two, in this situation, right? Biden is the one that made the determination. Three, there was a lot more pressure outside of that. Hell, I was on live advocating for him to step down.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know if you want a pat on the back for that or what, but
I'm obviously not asking for a pat on the back. I'm just saying there was vast pressure within the Democratic Party. And the fact that you had to say that instead of responding to any of the other points I've made is kind of embarrassing.
it's not embarrassing at all. I think the bottom line is that I have a vision that's different than your vision. And like, again, like you can say, oh, you make these arguments on abortion, like, oh, the late term stuff's no different. Like you can go issue by issue by issue. Like there's just
I have a question.
From certain people's,
is abortion in America?
From certain people's perspective, if I am a pro-life, anti-immigration person, Kamala was not my choice in the last election.
Watch this. Clear. Okay. Do you think that abortion in the United States is morally comparable to the Holocaust?
I would say yes. Yeah.
Yeah? Do you think it was justified to use violence to prevent the Holocaust from occurring?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Yeah? Is it justified to use violence to prevent abortion from occurring?
That's a difficult question. I think we're getting to that point when you have 73 million people worldwide being killed. Yeah.
So you'd be okay with murdering abortionists and women who are pregnant trying to get access to an abortion?
I believe specifically doctors performing. I believe specifically the doctors performing the abortions should absolutely be held accountable. Yes.
So right now you are calling for the death of abortion doctors.
I'm calling for the prosecution.
No, you just said that you're okay with using.
Okay.
Wait. You said it's morally comparable to the Holocaust. You said that you'd be okay with violence in order to prevent the Holocaust, but now you're not okay with violence to prevent abortion?
I would not go into vigilante violence to take out Nazis either.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with vigilante violence. You think it's morally wrong to engage in vigilante violence to prevent the Holocaust?
I don't even know where to start with that question because individuals are not capable of that.
Yes, they are. They did.
Talking about vigilante
so
violence.
Answer this question. Do you think? Do you think? Like, for example, if there was like a Nazi officer that was trying to murder a Jewish person, and you murdered the Nazi officer trying to do that to prevent them from doing it, would that be wrong morally?
No, I don't believe so.
No. Okay. Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong to murder an abortionist to prevent them from committing an abortion or causing abortions to occur? Multiple.
Okay, so we're in a scenario and an abortionist is getting ready to perform an abortion.
Yeah, they're going to going to work. The same way that, like, would it be okay to murder or not murder, literally kill a Nazi official that was going to work? That was a part of the Holocaust.
I think on a moral level, I would have to agree.
You'd be okay with it if it was the Nazi official, but say it was the abortionist, right, going to work. Do you think that you would think it's justified to murder them?
No. I would not. I wouldn't murder a Nazi on the way to work. I'd murder a Nazi if they were killing a Jew.
Wait, so to clarify, you would think it would be immoral to murder a Nazi going to work to unalive Jewish people?
I mean, again, this is just such an absurd hypothetical, but...
Do you think it would be wrong to kill a Nazi going to work to murder Jewish people?
I would not take the law into my own hands in that way, no.
So you think it'd be morally wrong?
For me to... I don't believe that I can make a decision in that moment as to whether or not that person's guilty. Like, how am I
I'm asking, is that morally wrong? Is it morally wrong?
I don't think that at that point it's my life to take. I think if somebody's actively...
So you think it is morally wrong?
You act like this is such an easy thing, like you would just pull the trigger in that situation. No, you would not.
Yeah.
That's total BS.
Dude, they're about to murder Jewish people. Are you kidding me?
No,
They are
they're
literally
not.
involved
They're
themselves
in
in
their
the
car going
Holocaust.
to work.
To be totally honest with you, I wouldn't fucking question it. I'm going to be totally honest with you. If I, due to a fucking button, could save people from being executed like that, I would totally do it.
Well, I mean, this is one individual in a system. Like, what you kill one Nazi, is a Jewish
Yeah,
person
no,
really going
and
to survive? I mean, again, there's
yeah,
so many
no, I'm
questions
talking.
in that.
I'm saying specifically, like, would you do it to prevent the deaths of people?
So I know for a 100%
You know,
certain
100% fact, it would
going
save, the lives of Jewish people in the Holocaust. Less people would die.
what, and if I know for 100% fact, then I would, yes, but that's not
So
analogous
you do
because I
think? So
don't
you
know
do
that
think it would be justified? Okay, so then watch this. If you knew for 100% fact that it would prevent the amount of abortions from occurring, right? If you murdered an abortionist, would you think it'd be justified to murder them?
if I knew for a 100% certain fact, which again, this is not possible in the real world, so this is not
It is.
analogous.
It is because we do know that abortionists are going to literally go to work and commit abortion. Like, we know that's going to happen. It doesn't take rockets. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to know that an abortionist is going to commit more abortion. It does not take a rocket scientist.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, and
Then I would say that those two things in that perverse analogy are probably the same. Yeah, I believe that those lives are equivalent. Yeah.
so then do you think it would be justified to murder an abortionist to prevent them from causing abortions to occur?
In that very isolated hypothetical where it's one life to save more than one life, then yeah, sure.
So, by the way, he just advocated for people to literally murder abortionists. Okay? Literally, you think it's justified for any abortionist in the law, by the way. He thinks it's justified to execute you through vigilante violence.
I mean, again, this is so non-analogous to the real world.
It
And
is
again,
it is completely 100% analogous. This is like one of the best arguments, I would say. Like, genuinely, because like it is so wildly absurd to say that. I know that you don't intuitively think that, but I think it's very clear with the example in terms of the Nazis that that's true. So if you are to believe that abortion is comparable, morally speaking, to the Holocaust, well, then it seems like it logically entails that you believe in violence against abortionists to prevent them from committing abortion.
Can we go back in one? Okay, let's go back one step and let's have you operate under the assumption that the life in the womb is equivalent to the life outside the womb. If you believed that, would you not answer that hypothetical the same way I just did?
Would I answer the hypothetical the same way that you did if that was true? If I believe that they were people, if I believe that they were people comparable, would I answer? I don't even know if I would say that it was comparable to the Holocaust, but sure, I would say that, like,
yes, but
I think that if they were people, like, and they had experiences in the way that I referred to it, then I think you would refer to it similarly, right?
Okay,
and I do think
again,
that.
the question.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Okay.
I do think that, like, you would view it similarly in terms of the murder. Now, if you were to say comparable, I think that could be a totally separate thing. I don't even think you have to concede this from your perspective. But let's say that, like, we're talking about the scenario. I don't think that that's something that you can say, because when we're talking about a zygote and embryo, they have no experience, right? They don't have those characteristics. They don't exhibit them, and that makes it clearly relevantly different.
Okay. My question is, if you believe that that life is of the same inherent moral value in the womb versus outside the womb, you would have answered that question the same. So the question is not
logically speaking, you have to answer it that way, but like you don't view it that way.
So the problem in the hypothetical is our disagreement on whether or not that's a life, not that Kyle is absurd for answering that hypothetical the way he did. That was completely logical.
No, Kyle is absurd for answering the way that he did, because it's absurd to say that it's viewed equally.
Okay, that's a disagreement, and half the country disagrees with you, by the way. So,
okay, is that an argument?
Yes, it's an argument against absurdity because half the country believes something.
No, it doesn't mean it's not an argument against absurdity, because you know that most people could still believe something that you could demonstrate absurdity in, right? Like when most people believe the earth is flat, was it still absurd to believe the earth is flat?
Based on the evidence given in that time, it wasn't absurd to believe that.
Okay. Now, say you were with the information that you have as a person and you lived at that time period. Would you still say that? Push the galaxy. Would you still say that it's not absurd for people to believe the earth is flat?
Yeah, no, it's totally absurd now. Yeah, it's
Okay,
totally
so
absurd.
no, but like if you were to live at that time period with the information that you have in your head right now, would you still think it was absurd? So
Yeah,
when
that's
we're
not
saying absurd in
analogous at
that
all.
context, especially when we're talking about the truth value of something, it's because it's wildly untrue, right? Or ridiculous.
So just to be clear, you're comparing the amount of information that people had back then about flat Earth to the amount of information people have now about abortion, and you think that's analogous?
No, I'm saying that we don't view absurdity only in the context of just a minority of individuals hold this view. I think we can view absurdity a little bit more complex than that. And the way that I was using absurdity in this context is clearly in reference to like a worldview being right ridiculous to hold to from our perspectives.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I think you have a very, very tough hill to climb to justify saying that half the country's wrong about everything or
Wait,
absurd to believe.
to clarify, I don't think half the country believes that violence is justified to end abortion. And I do think that if you believe it's morally comparable to the Holocaust, that logically entails that you believe that. Now, does half the country have to believe that it's morally comparable to the Holocaust? No. I wouldn't even say that most people who are pro-life even necessarily would say that.
Okay. I mean, again, we're going down very deep rabbit holes. This is again to say that this is a consideration that I'm making as an individual relative to who I was going to vote for between these two choices. And by the way, given more than two choices, Trump would not have been my choice. But given the two options that I was given, Donald Trump was the choice I made.
Okay. I still don't see why you accepted that or why you said that. Why Donald Trump would be preferable. And is there anything Trump could do that would get... If Trump shot someone on Fifth Avenue, would you still vote for him?
Jail tomorrow.
No, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris? Given that the election was like held today.
No.
No?
No, I would not. No.
What about if he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
He wasn't held criminally liable.
Wait, but if he was held civilly liable?
I would still vote for him in that case.
You'd still vote for him? If he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you still vote for him?
Civilly liable of abusing a child.
Yeah, sexually abusing a child.
I mean, I don't even know what the point of this is.
I'll explain.
There are plenty of things that Donald Trump could do to lose my vote, but there's a high bar to clear given the fact that I believe the other vision for the country was so destructive that it just
was
would have
that an answer to my question?
No, I don't see why your question matters.
No, it wasn't. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
No, I wouldn't vote for somebody.
No? What's the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario you'd vote for him, but not the other.
Because there was an individual in that case who didn't even remember what year it was.
Oh, it's separate claim. So I asked you if you'd vote for someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Your dispute was based upon the victim's age, not based upon, right, some of the evidence within the case. Now you're saying she didn't know the year.
Okay, well,
1995 to 1996. Wait, listen.
Case, then yeah.
If I were to tell you that it was in the 1995 to 1996 season, is that in reference to 1 year?
That's in reference to a specific period of time that E. Jean Carroll was unable to provide.
What is a year?
A period of 12 calendar months.
Okay. And could that 12 calendar months be based in 2025 and 2026?
Sure.
Okay. So it could be within 1 year.
Why does
and it could
any of
still
this
be
matter?
so if she says 1995 to 1996, that's within 1 year.
Okay.
Okay, so she did know the year. 1995 to 1996, that's within a year. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you
Okay,
dispute?
why did she wait this long to bring
Hold up.
this up?
Watch.
Why'd she wait
Watch.
till
I'll tell you in a second. I just want you to answer this question because I asked it first. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
she didn't know when it happened and she didn't come forward for a substantial period of time? I believe that the burden is on the person to come forward immediately when something like that happens.
Okay.
Not
So
to
if
come up
someone
40 years
so
later,
if someone
40 years
doesn't
later.
come out right away, they shouldn't be able to come out and hold their abuser accountable. So for the thousands of people that were able to hold their abusers accountable in the context of New York because of the change in the civil court statute of limitations, you're saying those thousands of people that held their abusers accountable, right? None of them
You're
should have
talking
been
about
able to do
something that
that.
changed in the legal system. What changed in the legal system that made E. Jean Carroll come up late?
No, that allowed for her to try Donald Trump in a civil court. It was a change in the Adult Survivors Act, right? Through the it changed the ability for a year for people to be able to hold their abusers accountable, even after the statute of limitations that existed prior.
Why did she wait for the statute to expire in the first place?
She didn't come out right away because of the fact that we live in a society where people don't believe her and that people will come out and harass her and that she also had family members she didn't want to have to deal with the scenario. And you laugh at that, but you're actually the one that has created that culture. You are the reason why they took a while to come out. And the fact that you sit there and you blame them is disgusting because shut the fuck up. I know multiple people in my life that didn't come out right away. And if you were to laugh at them, I'd fucking be so annoyed. Fuck you, genuinely. If you were to laugh at them, I would be so fucking pissed off at you.
Okay, it's not like
Like, genuinely, do you hear yourself? You've depersonalized and dehumanized them so much that you feel okay laughing at them because they didn't come out right away? Are you fucking kidding me? Literally, most victims don't come out right away. Did you know that?
Such peacocking.
No, I'm serious. I know multiple people in my
How are we
life.
supposed to convict people that don't come out? And when they don't come out, how are we supposed to make an accurate case?
Why don't they come out right away? Because of people like you that don't believe them. Because of people like you
if
that
they came
believe
out
the
right away, I
abusers
would
over
embrace
believing
them,
them.
but I don't.
You believe people like Donald Trump that are a pathological liar that literally have lied repeatedly over and over again about all the scenarios, was proven to have lied about this specific case, or yet you still believe him over E. Jean Carroll, who's never lied. You can't even fucking prove that she lied.
To be clear, had E. Jean Carroll came out in the moment, I would have 1000% supported her in that moment.
Okay,
What I
if
don't
your daughter
support is
came out
coming
20 years later, would you believe her?
If she didn't say anything to me for 20 years and then
Yeah.
came out 20 years later,
Would you believe her?
I would have a hard time believing that.
Your fucking daughter? You'd have a hard time believing your daughter. You'd be a shitty fucking dad if that's true.
So you would have.
What do you mean you don't have enough
about
trust? Wait, you don't have enough trust built up for your daughter that would be the case? That she would tell you the truth in a circumstance like that?
The legitimacy, you would not question the legitimacy of an event that was not mentioned once.
No, if my daughter came up to me and told me she was sexually assaulted, I would not question it. I would accept it. I would be there to support her. I'd be there to be there for her. There wouldn't be a thought that went through my fucking brain that she was lying to me. Okay? It's my daughter, and she's telling me something like that. I definitely believe her. And you are a part of the problem if you are going to be there and not believe your daughter because she didn't come out right away. You disgusting fuck. Are you serious? Your own daughter.
Okay, here comes the grandstanding. I'm not saying that I necessarily wouldn't believe her. What I'm saying is I would have more questions.
You shouldn't even question your daughter in that circumstance. You should believe her.
Oh, so just believe everyone that comes out 40 years later with a story.
Yeah, believe your daughter. Believe your daughter when she comes out. And yeah, I do believe that you should believe people until you have reason to not do so, right? Because it's most likely that they're going to be telling you the truth in that circumstance. Especially if we're talking about the case with Donald Trump. Donald Trump was proven to have lied about the scenario. He said they never met. There's a picture of them shown together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in the deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're both his type or both not his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. The idea that Donald Trump is innocent is wildly fucking disgusting.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion.
It's not just my opinion. It's what the facts indicate.
Okay. I mean, I think, again, the logical claim that somebody coming out 30 years later with a claim has no merit or has no impact on the legitimacy of the claim is ridiculous. I mean, that's insanity.
No, not with the cases in terms of this, because it's actually expected that it would take that long for a victim to come out. Would you? How about this? How about this? A child that took decades to come out. Would you believe them?
That's a totally different case.
Oh, why?
Because adults have very different mechanisms for shame than children do.
So are you saying that you're going to judge it based upon what's most likely to occur in that scenario, and that because it's most likely that children might not come out right away because of plenty of different social pressures that exist, why couldn't that same thing be true for adults as well?
Why did she come out and try to hold him civilly
Answer my
liable
question
and
without
criminally?
asking me a question. Appreciate the galaxy.
Okay, repeat your question.
If there are certain facts, right, that lead to children, right, due to social pressures and whatnot, not coming out right away, that makes it make sense, right, for you to believe someone after multiple decades of them not coming out, right, in the case of the fact that they were assaulted as a child, why couldn't that same thing be true for an adult, given that some of those same social pressures exist as to why children don't come out, as to why adults don't come out?
I happen to believe, based on personal experience, that it's far more common that children internalize things than adults do for that period of time.
Common. Is it common for victims of sexual assault to not come out right away? And to take decades to come out for many of these circumstances? Is that common?
Sure. That's,
Yeah.
I mean,
So then, based
somewhat
upon your
more than
own
other
standard
crimes.
that you just used to say that it wasn't applicable to children, would also mean it's not applicable to adults, because it is very common for victims to take decades to come out due to the circumstances in terms of social pressures that exist that prevent people from coming out right away, such as yourself.
I'm struggling with what you want us to do about this, given that if you
What do you
don't
want us
come
to do?
up
I
with
want
what
you to
you're-
believe people, even if it took them decades to come out. I want you to say that that's not a reason to dispute that this happened. And by the way, just to clarify, it's not just that someone alleged this. It's all of the facts that are also true. It's the 26 plus people that have alleged it to be the case. You think every single one of them are lying? It's the fact that Donald Trump lied about the set of scenarios that existed. He said they never met. There's a picture of them shown together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote out of sight, but then at that position mistook her with his ex-wife. These facts that he has lied, right, indicate that he is not telling the truth about something, therefore he's hiding something. Who are you going to believe in this scenario? You're going to believe E. Jean Carroll because she's more trustworthy. Because the fact that Donald Trump has bragged about the fact that he's walked into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. The fact that he's been on audio recording, bragging about the fact that he grabs women by the vagina without asking, because he thinks that every woman just wants him.
Don't appreciate that at all.
Wait, no, just to clarify, these are the things that indicate to us that Donald Trump has not only the character, but also the fact that he's lied about the scenario, right? The fact that he's tried to cover it up. We see all of this, and it's repetitive over and over again. All of this is very clear information. You should be able to believe that Donald Trump did this, right? If you don't believe that Donald Trump did this, you will practically believe no victims. I'm serious. There is so much evidence in this case. It's not just an allegation. It's not just an allegation. There's evidence. It's not just an allegation, right? There are many victims that have come out and talked about the fact that it's happened. It's not just an allegation.
Okay, explain what that has to do with policy as I'm making a decision. If I believe that one is going to produce substantially better results for the country.
So you're saying that you're willing to overlook the fact that someone sexually assaulted a woman because of the fact that they create better policy?
Hypothetical for you. One person's going to produce a vision of the country that is absolutely what you align with and is perfect, and happen to have committed a sexual crime in their past. The other person has a platform with which you believe the country will be destroyed, but they have no such past. Who do you vote for?
I wouldn't vote. Christina, think of the galaxy. I believe this so far that I believe that anyone who has been convicted of sexually assaulting someone or held civilly liable of sexually assaulting someone, think of the galaxies, thank you so much, Christina, should be not allowed to run for president of the United States. It should be illegal. For them to run for president of the United States.
Forced to pick in that case, who would you vote for?
Nicole, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. If I'm forced to vote in the case, you mean like a gun is put to my head?
Yeah, you have to pick one. Who do you pick?
The gun would go off.
Gonna destroy.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much.
Again, doesn't answer the question. Forced to pick.
I did. You said the way I'm being forced is there's a gun. I said the gun would go off.
Okay.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
Going off is not an option. You must make choice A or choice B. Which choice do you make?
I must pick choice A or choice B. I would say in the circumstance you'd be indifferent because you think that both are bad and you wouldn't want to accept either. So
one leads to mass suffering and one doesn't. in your
I
case?
think both lead to mass suffering.
Why do both lead to mass suffering?
Why do both lead to mass suffering? Because of the fact that a rapist being in the Oval Office creates mass suffering of rape culture.
Do you have any evidence that rape has gone up since Donald Trump's been in office? Because violent crime's down in the last year.
Oh, no, I'm claiming that specifically Donald Trump has putting upward pressure on it. Christina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the leopard. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Christina in the comment section right now. I think that would have been a trend that would have happened regardless if Trump was in office or whatnot. I think that Donald Trump is putting upward pressure on that because he's normalizing people being held liable for this and then still getting into positions of power. So that's
you're
actually
claiming that, but you
I
have-
think creating conditions where it's going to be more likely to occur, given that he's representing it within the context of the public, right, and within the
So you're
context of these
making-
systems.
You're making the claim that he's putting upward pressure on it, but you have no evidence of it going up.
Wait, so to clarify, you understand? I don't have to have evidence of it going up. I just have to evidence that he putting upward pressure on it comparative to what it would have been if Harris were in office.
Wait, time out.
Can I give you an
Because you
example?
just told
Let me give you an
No,
example.
no, no, time out,
Let me
time out.
give you an
Give me 1
example.
second, give me 1 second.
No, I'm
me
going to
1
give you an
second.
example. Let's say that there are two candidates, right? One of them supports inflationary policy, the other one doesn't. Okay? It will cause 0 more inflation. The other one will cause 2 percentage points increase in inflation. Okay? Or actually, we'll go with a 0.5% increase in inflation. Okay? Let's say you don't want increases in inflation. Okay? Would, right, it be preferable, or actually, Christina, thank you so much for the Leon the Kid. I appreciate it. Thank you. For the person specifically that is in support of the no inflationary policy, if they were in office, but you saw or actually the person who supports inflationary policy, I apologize, was in office, and you saw a decrease in inflation, would that necessarily mean that they are better for inflation and that will cause a decrease in inflation because of the fact that it decreased under the administration? Or would you base it upon their policies or the things they support that could have an effect on it, not just a correlation causation of the fallacy, just because it happened under the administration?
I think that's much more analogous under inflation than it is under crime, because inflation has global factors where there are other things going on that are not necessarily.
I'm just
messaging
talking
or
about whether or not they did actions themselves that influence this to
Okay.
exist in society, or whether or not it's just a trend that happened under their administration or under
can I-
their
can
watch.
I- can I give
So what
you-
I'm
can I
saying
give
is
you
that
my
Donald
objection?
Trump engaging in raping a woman and then being elected into the position of power makes it more likely for these things to happen than what it would have been otherwise. Because if Harris were in the position of power, less people would be incentivized to engage in said action. I don't think that's a complicated thing.
Okay, I'm going to tell you my problem, because if we go back 15 minutes in this conversation, you just said that the reason you don't believe that it's legitimate for me to claim that abortion is a identifying factor between these two candidates is because late-term abortion didn't change. So you just used that argument as, oh, the rhetoric was different, but the numbers didn't change. I'm pointing out that the numbers did change, despite what you're calling an upward pressure, and you don't think that's legitimate, but you thought the abortion claim was legitimate.
So I clarified. I brought up the point in terms of the nominal level of change. It didn't happen. And then I also said, what could you say they specifically did to lead to these things, right? And I said that you'd have to bring into account plenty of other things. So I do bring up in all these circumstances, you have to mention things that they did to cause this. You can't just say because it happened under the administration is because of them. So again, a decrease in the crime rate doesn't mean it was because of Trump, okay? So I'm saying he's putting upward pressure on it because of the
I'm not
actions
even
that he's engaging in
necessarily
normalizing that behavior. Like, for example, do you think that he's causing more political violence? Trump?
I don't know. I haven't seen data to
Well,
support
it
that
is
or-
a fact that it is true because of the fact that he is pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots, normalizing and speaking up
appreciate that.
about violence causes more violence to happen. Secondly, he's also called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
appreciate
That
that. You
obviously
don't agree with it.
perpetuates it to a greater extent and causes more, given that you're perpetuating violent rhetoric that is
Do you
calling
believe
for
that
direct
people-
violence.
Do you believe that people on the left are intentionally agitating and causing violence in return because Trump's in office?
There are some people, yes.
Okay, so would that not also contribute to that number?
Yes, it does. But to a lesser
it's not all
extent than
bad?
what we see on the right, because they're not in positions of power.
What?
Yeah, they're not the president of the United States.
Okay,
They're
so-
randos on
okay.
social media or like
So
in public.
Okay, so just to be clear,
They're
there
not
are ICE raids
the president of the
there are
United
ICE raids
States.
all over the country right now. There are ICE agents all over the country right now. There are riots in one place. And that
There
place
are
happens
riots
to
in
be
other places other than just Minneapolis. Okay, one. Two, as it relates to this, again, I don't see what your point is with saying that. What's your point? Like, that's because of the fact that they were murdering U.S. citizens.
any trial for that, any evidence for murder,
Any evidence, you
any
can see it on video. You can literally see them being murdered on video.
so will the jury convict those people?
It should, but you understand that
They
the
won't.
federal offices have to work with state investigators to be able to even hold them accountable in the first place. Just because they're not held accountable doesn't mean that they didn't do it. For example, do you think that?
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you this question:
Okay.
Do you think that there are any people that did things that are wrong and bad and illegal
Sure. Here we
that
go with
aren't held
hypothetical.
accountable?
Sure. Yes, I agree.
Okay,
Yes.
that's it. That's all I needed to know.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Because again, this is a circumstance where they're not held accountable, yet they still did commit the action. You blatantly can see it in front of you. Okay. And by the way, like most people are peacefully protesting. And again, not comparable to Trump literally causing this violence himself, as he's a Democratic not a Democratic. He is a lawmaker that affects policy. Or he's technically not in the legislative branch, but you understand what I mean. He signs laws.
Okay. So
Signs bills into law.
had people rioted under Joe Biden that were MAGA supporters, you would have blamed Joe Biden for that because he's in power?
I don't blame it. I never said that just because they're in power, I blame them for it. When did I say that?
Okay.
Appreciate. Thank you. Yeah. When did I say that?
I'm saying that you believe that Donald Trump has put circumstances in place that cause this stuff, and people on the other side rioting.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're
And I
placing the
gave you
majority
examples of
blame not on
them. What did I say?
So why? Okay, so question for you: why did? Again, because we've got all this line of years of rhetoric. You've got years and years and years of funding, right? So Democrats increase funding for ICE every single year, up until
Which I disagree
the last
with.
two. Why?
I don't think ICE is necessary for border enforcement. And I think that we should be focusing on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, not people coming to this country for a better life. And over 73% of those detained by ICE have no prior criminal record at all. 95% of those detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record.
That's not the. I mean, those are not the statistics put out by the DHS, so I don't know where you're getting your numbers from.
That is directly from ICE data. I'm talking about those that are detained.
What is the DHS data then? Because the DHS put out something saying that 70% had.
I think you're talking about deportations, not detainment.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, is that not the most important statistic?
No. Detaining is important as well. And also in terms of
Yes,
deportations.
but we would agree that deportations are more important than detainment.
I also don't think that you're completely citing the data correctly. I don't think it was saying 70% of those have a criminal record that was prior to them coming into the country undocumented. I think it's saying 70% have violated a law, which includes coming to the country unlawfully.
That makes no sense, because if that's the case, then 100% of them violated the
Not
law.
true, because of the fact that there would be people who have come to the country through legal means, so they didn't come across the border unlawfully, and then they overstayed a visa, meaning it's a civil violation.
Which is unlawful.
It's a civil violation, not a criminal violation. So when we're talking about criminal record,
Okay.
criminal record, dude, it's like he doesn't pay attention to what we're talking about. Criminal record is not a civil violation.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, what was confusing?
What's your point?
Did you hear anything I said?
Yes, that you're okay. We're talking in circles. I again, I don't
The
think
information that you were just providing was a little bit misleading because it's including entering the country unlawfully as a criminal violation. Okay?
What should be the punishment for people that do that?
Pathway to citizenship, where they don't have to leave the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Oh, that's a real punishment. Pathway to citizenship is a
Yep.
real punishment.
Real bad punishment, right?
So no punishment at all for violating that statute.
No.
Okay, cool. So just let 50 million people in and don't punish any of them.
I just told you I'm okay with up to 3 million people. I said there was a limit, but I just don't think that many people are going to be doing that. And also, when we're
Beyond the
talking
3
about
million.
when we're talking about providing a pathway to citizenship, these are for people who are already in the country. There's only 14 million people in the country undocumented.
Where is that data from?
Yeah, it's from Pew Research. Michael, thank you for the $80. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For this guy's literally so insufferable. My head hurts. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the $80 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Gray, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aubrey, thank you for the $10 as well. Curtis, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's good to see you, by the way. You know who exactly who you are. Thank you so much. And yeah, no, it's especially been happening for you. I hope you're doing fine. Let me know if you've been doing fine. Mania as well. Thank you for the $1 as well. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. True. Thank you so much. Benjamin as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as Kayla, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. And Elise, thank you so much for the $1.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate that you're here. Nadine, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that, but like definitely good to hear that they were there for you. I'm sorry to hear that you specifically that was something you had to go through, of course. Katie, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Katie in the comment section right now. And Aki, thank you so much for the $5 or for the $3. Thank you so much. As well as Brianna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jacob with the $5. Thank you so much. V2 with the $5 a few times. Thank you so much. Russell with the 5. Katinka, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 25 euros. Thank you so much. Good morning from Europe. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said without immigration, you wouldn't have any country in the first place. True. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Robin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jacob with the $5. Doug, again, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. Thank you so much, Doug. That's such an important thing to take into account. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so or Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. I don't know why I said Katie. Thank you so much. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Vidu, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. All right, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 4,000 likes if we can. We're on, honestly, pretty close to like 3,500. I think we're at 3,100 right now. That's based. Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate it. But yeah, this is the last conversation. We only have a few more minutes left on the conversation. I do appreciate everyone.
Can I bring up one
Madison,
thing
thank you for
real
$3.
quick?
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think to put a pin on this, because obviously we're not going to agree on who we would have voted for, who, I'm not, there's, given the circuit, the set of facts I have in front of me and my life experience, I mean, there's not a path that I'm going to convince you to vote for Trump or you're going to convince me to vote for Kamala. I think ultimately and foundationally, the biggest problem right now is, and I'm not saying that this is particularly all people on the left, I think this is people on the left and on the right, but there is this tendency to, when somebody has a particular set of beliefs, and I'm going to list mine out again as I've listed them out tonight, like pro-life, anti-immigration, at least reduction on immigration, those kinds of things. We can go down the list and list what those are. Like from your belief system as a liberal, as someone that's left-leaning, as someone that's progressive, I understand how you get to all of your beliefs, and I don't think, as much as I disagree with them, I'm not going to make claims that they're absolutely absurd or should be dismissed. I don't believe that. Where I kind of am as somebody who's always been kind of a small government person is that I'm going to lay out my beliefs and I'm going to tell you what I think. And if the country likes that, then great, we go in that direction. If not, then we go in the other direction that the people have voted for. And I think this whole thing of like, okay, you believe this, that's absurd. You believe this, that's absurd. You believe this, that's absurd. Like at some point, you're just going to call 75 million people absurd. And I don't think that gets us anywhere. And yeah, I guess that's just kind of my bottom line point to this is like, hey, I've got this, particular set of beliefs. You have your particular set of beliefs and you're arguing for them right now as you should. And I argue for mine as I should in my daily life. And I don't think that going through, issue after issue and saying you're insane for thinking that, you're insane for thinking that, you're insane for thinking that. Like I just don't see where that gets us. I don't see where that's productive. Besides, obviously, you clipping stuff and putting it on YouTube. That's, I guess, my only point.
Well, let me tell you, because I would do the same thing if we weren't on stream. I'm not clipping all this just for my YouTube. This will be on YouTube, sure, but like that's not the goal specifically with each different point I make. The points I'm making are relevant to get you to rethink it. So when I say absurd, I would hope that you would think that too. Think that it's absurd. And there are plenty of people where I have conversations with them where what I deem is absurd, obviously they see the perspective, they see it as absurd, and it gets them to rethink their perspective. Because it's the same thought
Yes,
process I went through when
understand
thinking
that.
through some of these things. Really, the main point I'm saying is that we have the similar values. Maybe not with you. Probably don't have similar values to you on plenty of circumstances. But I'm saying for many people I have similar values with. It's just difference in information. For you, it's probably we have a difference in values and difference in information.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. What I would say is that from hypotheticals that you give and logic that you use, it seems to me that you almost get to this position where it's like there is no non-absurd position you can take on abortion that isn't pro-choice. Like and the way that you argue for it is like, okay, you go down these list of hypotheticals. Of course, any pro-choice person, if they're being honest, would
You
answer
could
those
probably
hypotheticals.
hold to a non-absurd position within certain notions of absurdity, but within other notions of absurdity, I could just consider it absurd to have any value to a being that's non-sentient. So then technically, yeah, it would mean all pro-life positions are absurd based on that notion. It just depends on how you're using the term absurd. And that's context dependent. Like, you use absurd differently depending on the context.
Okay, so do you believe that there's a circumstance in which people can be morally justified to being very pro-life?
From their own perspective. Like
Okay.
there is,
Is there
I might not be able to find a contradiction with their worldview, but I disagree with it.
Okay. So why go down the
Understand that.
hypothetical route and try to dunk on people?
Because it gets people to rethink their views. It's a consistency test.
Okay. So again, if I go down this list of values, is there a way in your belief system in your logic base that somebody can go down the list and hold all those values and be non-absurd, or are they just all absurd?
Again, I think it just depends on the situation.
Okay, so do you believe that somebody can believe in immigration restrictions and lower abortion and lower taxes and less regulation and be non-absurd? Is that a possibility?
Well, I think it's likely that you're going to produce an absurdity, yeah.
Okay, do you believe that that person is likely to be absurd?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well there you go. That's where I think that's probably our biggest fundamental disagreement is you could go down the list, and while I would say I disagree
genuinely,
with you,
I don't think it's a crazy thing to say this. Most people have some absurd views. That doesn't mean all their views are absurd, but some are. Is that a complicated thing to understand? That a lot of people have absurd views? Like, I don't think that's complicated. I have conversations with people all the time that have absurd views.
Yes, but what is the benefit to the country in talking about views in the context of their absurdity versus in the context of their
Because it gets
policy?
people to view the ways that they're looking at it in a different connotation, okay?
Yes,
Gets
but
them
it
to
turns the
rethink it.
temperature up on every conversation.
No, it's not. It's not turning up the temperature. What are you talking about? If you cared about the temperature turning up, you wouldn't support Trump. It's not Parker get a job consistency testing people and debating them on the internet. It's ridiculous. These obviously are not turning the temperature up. These, if anything, are getting people to understand different perspectives, are getting people to involve themselves to a greater extent, critically think. This is a really good thing. Think about most content that exists on the internet. Out of most content that exists on the internet, this is a significant degree of way more engaging, right, in terms of politics and whatnot, than most content. Most content's brain rot. Let's be totally honest. A lot of content's brain rot. This is really good stuff for comparative to most things. Like, if you actually think about it, regardless of whether or not you agree with my perspective, at least you can understand that from an educational standpoint.
Yes, but then people draw baseline conclusions about people that believe things the way that I believe them and call them racist or call them fascist or call them Nazis. That's
Regardless of whether or not they do that, that's still above in terms of critical thinking than just typically, right, engaging. Does that make sense?
Okay, so do you believe I'm a fascist for wanting low immigration?
Well, I believe you support a fascist. I don't necessarily know if you would be designated as a fascist. Not just because you. If someone wants lower immigration, that does not make them a fascist. Okay, just alone. Okay. If someone meets the 14 points of fascism, that would indicate that they're a fascist. Does that make sense? Like the 14 tenets of fascism is how I demonstrate that. It's not every single one of the 14, but it's most of them. And if you just get one of them, that doesn't mean you're necessarily a fascist. But again, the idea of just wanting lower immigration does not mean you're a fascist. No one's claiming that.
Okay. I would say there's a lot
And
of
if
people on the
to
left
clarify,
that disagree.
if someone is claiming that, that just means they don't understand fascism.
Okay.
Fascism does not just mean lower immigration. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if I say something like I want to preserve the American identity through low immigration, that incorporates the nationalism part to it. Does that make me a fascist?
I don't necessarily think that one statement would make you a fascist. It's going to be that categorized with your other views. Again, I told you 14 points of fascism is not just one view.
Okay. If I'm pro-life, does that make me misogynistic?
No, it doesn't necessarily make you misogynistic.
I would say that that's inconsistent with the current direction of the left right now.
Okay. What? So like let's clarify. Let's clarify a little bit. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by like the left as a whole? Like, is that categorized by like something you see on the internet, something you see in person, something you've seen through polling? Where is that categorized?
There is a very, very quick tendency to call anybody that voted for Donald Trump over the alternative a Nazi or a fascist.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
There's a very quick tendency on whether it's in person or on social media to say you're a fascist if you voted for Trump.
Well, I mean, Trump is a fascist, so I understand when people do that. And also, again, that typically happening. It's also typical for me to hear that I'm a socialist or a communist from people on the right. Does that brand everyone on the right as someone who thinks that I'm a socialist or communist?
Fascist word right now.
Maybe. I don't even know. I think it's pretty similar, if anything.
I mean, I just totally disagree with that based on online content.
Here's one thing I will agree with. I will agree with this. I do think sometimes people use Nazi too much. I think, Abby, thank you for the blooming heart. Thank you. I think that people will use it in situations in which it's not necessarily applicable. I can understand that idea. And I understand that some people can use fascist in situations where it doesn't make sense. But, like, obviously that's why I tell people to base it on certain definitions, base it on certain views. Like, we have to define the terms. And as long as you can define the terms and you can do it yourself, that makes sense and that's clear. But if you can't define it, if you can't clarify it, well, then you should wait until you can to hold the position.
Okay. I don't think that's unfair. I just think we need to be very careful about going the absurdity direction when we're calling so many people absurd for very baseline views. Like for example, I'll give you an example.
You're not understanding. It's not a baseline view. It's when posited in these hypotheticals, you come to an absurd conclusion based upon it. And that, again, I told you, most people hold some absurd views. That doesn't mean all the views they believe in, right, are absurd. That just means some of them are.
Yes, but people's views are generally fairly analogous and consistent, right? People that are conservative tend to have a particular line of views or something.
I wouldn't say that the typical person has a consistent way of framing all of their views. Let's just be totally honest. Not everyone's debate broed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the same thing was true for me. Before I was debate broed, most of the things that I believe in probably didn't have that sort of basis, right? That's also why I advocate for people to engage with these topics as well. Like, I think these are important so that people do have those reasons, so that they can communicate it to other people. Because, yeah, it is kind of just like we're pointing towards things that don't really have much meaning if we can't clearly define them in the context of these scenarios, especially when we're trying to communicate things to other people. And also,
okay, this is an interesting.
Go ahead.
This is an interesting question. This is not a gotcha. I'm genuinely curious. Do you have any views that are political views that you believe most Democrats would disagree with right now? Non-mainstream Democratic views.
Most Democrats. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't know if it would be most
I mean,
Democrats. Can I name something that a lot of Democrats have disagreement on?
sure.
Yeah, like there are a lot of Democrats that are pro-Israel. I disagree with them. I'm not.
Okay, that's interesting. Is there anything else? Anything? Okay, talk
I'm
about
very
anything we can think of.
anti-war. Right,
So the
like
left
I
is not
don't think we should be
anti-war.
involved a bunch around the world. Now there's some defensive contexts I think are justified, but mostly I'm like focused on the U.S.
Okay, so is the left a
Oh,
pro-war
mass
party?
amnesty, my mass amnesty policy in terms of immigration. This actually might be the one thing I could say. I don't know if most Democrats would agree with the idea that you should provide mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
But is that not a policy position that shifts further to the left, not to the right?
Technically, it's on both the left and the right. I think it's not really something that can be defined by the left or right.
I mean, I think it would be fairly
Like genuinely, there
easy
there
for us.
are there like ANCAPs and libertarians that believe that. There are conservatives that believe that. There are liberals that believe that. There are vast ideological beliefs
I
that
don't know
believe that. I don't
I
think
don't
it's
know any
specific to the left or
conservatives.
the
I mean,
right to have that view on immigration.
maybe this is a prisoner of the moment thing. I don't know any conservatives that hold that view right now. Anybody on the right side of the center of the aisle?
Yeah, because you don't talk to libertarians.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, am I supposed to
There's a
identify
hell
every
of a
single
lot of
person?
libertarian-esque people, dude.
So every person I talk to, I'm supposed to say, "Hey, I know you're somewhat conservative, but are you conservative or libertarian?" I mean, I don't know
No,
who those individuals.
no, dude. I'm just saying that you probably haven't talked to as many people as I've talked to, which is fine. I'm not trying to like diss you or anything. I do this as my job. I literally talk to people all day, so it's like that's just to be known. Like, and
Yeah.
I hear all these different perspectives, and I've heard from libertarians, a bunch of them. That's what their views are. You can look up the literature in terms of their perspectives. They're all very pro-immigration
Okay.
because it's like a free
I mean,
market
that's
thing.
interesting. It, okay. I mean, I could maybe see that from that perspective. I'm just curious. Like, I can't even remember where we were going with this, but like, if you don't, because I think that most people have this set of views that is pretty analogous. And again, if you're going to go down the route of like, okay, that position's absurd, you're going to end up calling a lot of positions and a lot of people absurd, and that's
That's
the
not a
problem.
critique. That's not a criticism.
It is though,
Wait, wait,
because
wait,
it
wait. And also,
reflects.
by the way, are you trying to say it's absurd for me to do that?
I'm trying to say that whatever you want to call it, labeling people like a mass group of people absurd in political dialogue and
Are you
discourse is
saying it?
not
Are
helpful.
you saying it would be absurd to do that?
Don't do this. Don't do this thing.
That
That
sounds like what
doesn't.
you're doing, actually. Like genuinely, I just thought about that. That's exactly what you're doing right now. I think you're trying to invoke the idea that it's absurd to say that things are absurd.
I'm saying that method of conversation is not productive. That's what I'm saying.
It is.
However you
You
want to
just did
label
it.
that.
You just do it? Didn't you
I
just try
said
to
it's
say that
not
due to an
productive.
implication of this reasoning, it's going to lead to bad outcomes? Therefore, you probably don't want to believe this?
I'm, this has no bearing on anything
That's
in
the
real life. I made a real
exact
life.
thing that I
I
just
made a
did that
real
you were
life.
saying was
Made a real
bad.
life
Just
point where
letting you
I said
know.
in discourse, if you're going to go down this rabbit hole of hypotheticals and say that every pro-life person eventually will get to an absurdity, I don't think that's a helpful thing to say.
It's not helpful? Okay. So then if I were to repeat every single one of these things with like, I just don't think it's helpful rather than saying it's not absurd or that it is absurd, would you accept that then? Instead of me saying absurd, just replace that with it's not helpful. Is it okay now? Do you accept the argument?
Well, it's the dismissive nature of the views of 75 million people that's not helpful. That's whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, yeah. So when I'm saying like someone holds a view that's absurd, all I mean is that it's just not helpful.
Okay.
And that's all I mean.
Critiquing the view and critiquing the method are two different things. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so
You
was
cut
that
out
not
for a
what I was
second. I
doing?
don't
I
know
was
if you
I
said
was
something or
critiquing
not.
your methods when I'm giving you an absurd reduction of your worldview. That's going to be critiquing your methods of coming to
Oh, okay.
conclusions, right?
What I'm saying to you, just to boil it down, what I'm saying to you is, if you're going to critique someone's position, right, in the way that you do that, if you call them absurd, that's the part that's not helpful. Versus,
Yeah, so
trying to get into the position and
I never said absurd anymore. Now I'm just saying it's not helpful. Do you accept it now? Is that okay now?
Okay, cool. I'm talking about the method, not the issue. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not going to
Instead
go
of,
into every single one of your.
I never said absurd. You never heard me say absurd. I actually just said it's not helpful. Now, do you accept it?
Okay. You love to mix up terminology.
No, I'm serious, because genuinely, there's no distinction between the concept that we are both pointing to here, between you saying it's not helpful to do this versus me saying it's absurd to view that way. Literally, there's no distinction. I think that we're both trying to get to the exact same idea with the critical thought process of trying to say the reasoning that you're trying to engage in there has negative implications. So you shouldn't accept that reasoning because it has negative implications. And that's kind of like exactly what I'm saying when I'm saying that you've reached an absurdity, is that this is negative implication in terms of a view that you have to accept because you're trying to be consistent.
Yes, but the implication of calling people, okay, whatever, absurd or unhelpful or whatever, if you're going to label those viewpoints in a way and kind of push them away from the center of the table and say those ideas are not within the realm of acceptability, you're going to get people that hate people for no reason other than they believe these certain things.
Okay,
If I
so
sit at the table with
if
somebody
you
that
are to establish that some views don't make sense to accept, then it's going to cause like violence or bad things. What? That just means you disagree. You genuinely think something doesn't make sense. You should be able to explore that. Okay? I feel like you're trying to limit people exploring
Yes, you should
what
be
they
able to
believe.
explore that and not push it out to the edge of the table and say that it's crazy.
Wait, that's in exploring the view. Determining whether or not a view you have is crazy is a part of examining the views you have.
There's a difference between disproving a view or thinking that you've disproven a view and calling it outside the realm of acceptable discourse.
Well, we're saying it's outside of the norm, or outside of the accepted discourse, and that's a description. So is that description right or wrong is really the question I think that you're trying to ask there.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that there are vast amounts of people and issues and opinions that are within that table of discourse. And I believe that there's a big group of people on the left. And I think that people can watch this and think what think what they want. I'm sure there's tons of people that will agree with you and tons of people that will agree with me. But I believe the method in which you go about doing that presents a
Is it
case
absurd?
that somebody like myself, let me finish, that somebody like myself who holds these particular beliefs is an absurd human being and therefore can be pushed outside the table. And
Yeah,
maybe
and
there are
so
people on
so
the
then
right
like
that view
what
that too,
about it
but
is bad to think that?
because I don't believe that brings anybody together.
You believe it doesn't bring people together. Okay. Alrighty. So it doesn't bring people together to label some views as absurd or to not make sense.
To push them outside the realm of acceptable discourse, which I believe the left probably does a lot of
Okay,
right now.
so are there certain things that you think aren't in the acceptable discourse?
Yes, I would say that realm is much wider than the realm of most people on the left.
Wait, so by the way, I just want to clarify. I think that things can be acceptable discourse even if they are wrong, I guess. So I think the way that you're using acceptable discourse here is a little bit to be disputed.
Okay. I mean, and maybe it's a misunderstanding of the way that you're using the word absurd, because when I hear the word absurd, what I think is, and my connotation to the word absurd is this
I just
cannot be
mean it's
talked about.
unreasonable to hold this. It doesn't make sense to accept this. This is a weird view. I don't
Okay, but
have that intuition.
I guess
Things like that are like what I mean by absurd.
my position on that though would be, if I flip that on you and I interrogated you about your pro-choice worldview, you could come to a conclusion that I would say doesn't make sense to me, but is not absurd given your worldview, and I would not call you absurd in having that view, and I would say, okay,
Yeah, you might think
people
you might think a view that I have is absurd. That's not a big issue. If you think it's absurd, that could be a disagreement that we have. in
Okay,
terms of just
I'm
like what
again.
we designate contextually speaking to be absurd.
Okay, so again, then when we have that conversation, why do it in such a way that puts people? Because again, like I'm not stupid. I'm going. I'm not reading your chat right now, but I can imagine there's people in the chat that are like that are making comments in such a way that are
You
pointing
support
towards
Trump, who's the most divisive person ever. I'm just like, how could you even care
I
about
support him
divisiveness?
over the alternative. I support him over the alternative.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
he's
support
incredibly
him
more. Do you
relative
agree
to
he's more divisive?
sure, but that wasn't the deal breaker issue that I listed.
Okay. So but the deal breaker is it's just going to be abortion.
It's abortion and immigration and some other
Do you believe
social
in
issues. Yeah.
separation of church and state?
I mean, to an extent, I believe we should be a Christian country, though.
Okay, so then just because it's sinful doesn't mean it should be illegal. So what's the reason it should be illegal?
What I said was that I have a certain moral code and moral position of which I am going to vote for it. And if enough people vote with me, then we would make that the law of the land. And if not enough people vote for that, then we
Wait,
wouldn't.
I have a question. Do you think being pro-genocide is absurd?
Yeah, I would say that's outside the
You
realm
would?
of
Do you think people who are pro-choice are pro-genocide?
do I think people that are pro-choice are pro-genocide? No, I don't.
You don't. Okay. Do you think it's absurd to be pro-choice?
I believe that people, again, when you use the word genocide, to me, that there's a very clear legal standard for that, and I don't believe that that's clear cut with pro-choice. I believe that people that are pro-choice don't believe that the baby in the womb is a life, and if they did, I would hope they would be pro-life. But I don't believe that they do
Okay,
believe
so
it's
if
a
the
baby in the
Nazis
womb.
believed that Jewish people were subhuman, then that wouldn't mean that it was genocide?
Well, we can make again we can determine and we can differentiate that would be an absurd claim. I think we can fight on the particulars
Oh,
of whether or not.
absurd?
So okay, would you then agree that it is much more acceptable to fight on the particulars as to whether or not a baby is a human life than it is to fight on whether or not a full-grown Jew is a human life? There's a difference there.
Wait, repeat that?
I believe that it is much more arguable that there's a much more legitimate debate to be had about whether or not a baby is a life versus whether or not a Jew is a life. Either side of the coin that you fall on.
I definitely think that there is no debate to be had in terms of disputing that Jewish people are people. I think that they clearly are people. If you're referencing the abortion debate, I think that I could also say that clearly you're a person after sentience, but are you saying it's more clear in that circumstance? What's your point, I guess?
What I'm saying is that I believe it is whatever you want, if you want to label it absurdity or whatever, you are much closer to a debate that is not absurd in its nature to argue that a baby is not a human life than you are to arguing that a Jew is not a human life.
You're just claiming that for some reason you feel like it's not as absurd.
Yeah, and I think everyone agrees with that because one's debated.
Well, I think we agree with it, but I'm asking your reason under your view for doing so.
That's literally just a majority decision. Like 99.9999% of people do not argue that a Jew is a life.
So because it would be absurd otherwise? Because not many people would hold the alternative position?
If you're talking about morals and ethics and particulars and fighting on that one point about whether or not a baby is a life, you are much closer to a legitimate debate than you are executing a Jew and calling that a non-life. That's my point. You can reduce that whatever way you want to. Literally everyone understands that.
I guess I'm not seeing if we're gonna get anywhere here.
Okay.
Anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on and get off for tonight?
Do you understand my position as somebody who says that I'm a Christian and I have this certain set of beliefs and again, what you're saying in that circumstance is I'm trying to force my beliefs on someone, and what I'm saying to you is I have a particular set of beliefs that I vote for, and if enough people vote with me, we make that the law of the land.
Here's the unique thing about Christianity, right? If you believe in separation of church and state, the position that you have in terms of the law is based upon your own personal values. not based upon your religious teachings. Because if it were based upon your religious teachings, you'd believe in theocracy. You don't believe in theocracy, which means you're going to
Yes.
predicate what you believe to be the law based upon your own personal values about how you think the world should operate, right? So
Yes,
the
but
funny thing
there's a
is here is
difference
that
between
your religion should not determine what your view is there completely. Now, would you say that there are some influences in it? Sure, of course, the way like in terms
okay,
of
but
general
there's a
values, but it's not solely predicated off of your religion. So realistically, if I were Christian, I would just say I believe in separation of church and state, and then my political views are just derivative of certain personal values that I have. And also, like, if I were Christian, I would take a liberal perspective on things. Like, why do you have to hold to these conservative notions? Like, I don't even think from your own perspective you have to believe in pro-life. Like, I think Christians can believe in pro-choice, especially based upon my arguments for it with sentience.
yes, but
Like, I don't think I don't
my
think that
argument for
Christians
the
have to believe it's murder to pull the plug on an individual and their family that's brain dead. I think most Christians probably believe that that's not murder, right? So then they would think it'd be totally compatible with my position, right, to be Christian. So like you can be Christian and still be pro-choice. You can be Christian and still have these liberal social values. And I think that the idea that Christianity has been viewed in this idea that it can only be in a conservative notion is obviously wrong. In the same way that that could be
yeah,
the case for any
that's
other
fine.
religious perspectives.
That's fine, but what my point to you was before that was that the reason that I would have that be adopted as law of the land is not because it's my religion, it's because the majority voted for it. That's the crux of it.
Guess I'm not understanding you there. But anything else you got?
Well, I'm okay. Again, just to clarify, I'm saying I'm not forcing doctrine on people insofar as it's my religion. What I'm saying is my goal is to hold my own religious beliefs and hold my own social beliefs and my own moral beliefs and to convince those around me. And I'm not going to go in and say,
So then why do
because
you
I'm
want it to be
preaching these
illegal to get
things,
access to an abortion?
I believe that it should be illegal to get access to abortion if I can convince enough people to vote for that, not just because it's my like inherent belief.
Why do you want to convince people to vote for that?
Because I believe morally abortion is wrong.
Okay.
That's just happens to be my
Morally, you
position.
think that adultery is wrong. Do you think it should be illegal? Would you fight for it to be illegal?
Would I fight for adultery to be illegal?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have a well thought out answer for you. I would say societally there would definitely be some benefits. I don't know if I would outlaw it.
Yeah, so but like the point is if you don't think you would outlaw it, well like your argument can't just be because you're morally against it. It should be illegal because there
Yeah,
are plenty of
there's a
circumstances I can
very
point to
there's
where
a
you're
very important
morally
difference there.
yeah, important
There's a
difference.
very important difference there. Abortion is harming a human being that I believe is a human being. Like is ending a
But that's a
life.
personal value. Could you just believe that it's a human being later on? Nothing in Christianity establishes that it's a human being at a certain point.
I mean, I'm not going to get into a theological debate right now, but
Well,
there's
like,
plenty
but
of
like you, can you at least agree with me that Christianity does not establish when the idea of it becoming a human being begins?
I
It
think you
doesn't
would have
establish
to
that.
go
That's
to
up
now.
to your own interpretation. You could take my view and still be Christian.
I mean, I
There's
think you would have to
nothing
go to
about
now.
my worldview in terms of pro-choice that you can't accept if you're Christian.
There's nothing about that. I mean, again, like the Catholic Church does have a distinct position on abortion. They do have an official position. So I don't know. I mean, if you believe that that's the inherent Church of God, then yes, you would have a position biblically.
And what is the Pope's position on President Trump?
I don't know. I don't think he's come out and made a statement that you shouldn't vote for somebody.
Well, I don't think it's very much pro-Trump there. But I think the idea
Okay,
that,
but we would
like
agree
in
that the
general,
Catholic
by the way, I
Church
just want to
does have an
clarify,
official position on abortion.
has the Catholic Church made a prescription of what all the laws should be? I don't think they have. Have they made a position that abortion should be illegal?
They don't
I
need
don't think
to.
they have.
No, they don't
Okay,
need
so
to.
then like they might make a position that it's immoral, but not a position that it's illegal. So that's the
Okay,
point that I'm
but
making is that again, where you get to the it should be illegal is a completely separate thing from just saying that it's immoral. So it's a personal
okay.
value that you're describing. So you can still be Christian, still have your moral views, and agree with me. There's nothing that stops you from agreeing with me.
So, okay, again, so from my position, right, where I happen to believe that that's a human life, you're saying that because I morally
I don't
believe that
dispute
that's
that
a
it's a
human
human
life,
life.
I
I
don't.
don't dispute you. That's not a moral position. That's a descriptive fact, right? It's a human life at conception. No one's disputing that. But we're saying it's not a human. I'm saying it's not a human being until sentience, because we don't view it to
Okay, so
be a person, right? We view there to be death at the point of medical death, which is brain death. Okay,
okay,
even though they're still
so
cellularly speaking alive, they've met the point of medical death. Okay, all right. I'll let you
but
respond to that, and then I do want to get
if you
off.
do, okay, if you did believe, right, let's just again make the assumption that you did believe it was a human life and it was a human being worthy of protection, right? If you adopted my moral worldview on the say the whatever the inherent value or the value of the baby, if you adopted that, would you not then push for laws to protect that being?
If I viewed it to be valuable at the point of conception,
Yeah, if you viewed that that life had the same inherent value as a life outside the womb, would you not then fight for protection for that life?
if I did believe it, if I
Yeah.
did, sure, maybe if I did believe it, but like I don't think that that's the case, and I don't think I ever would think that.
Okay. But if you did, you and which is the position that I'm sitting in right now, I do fight for it the same way that I would assume you would.
Well, I don't think that
Why
like
am I not allowed to
I
vote
don't think it's.
on that
I'm not saying you're
basis?
not allowed. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense to hold that position, right? Because the fact that I think with my position, you gain the most. You can still value people based upon, right, being human beings and still have that upheld value while also simultaneously upholding people's choices in most circumstances. So
But
I
if I
think that
believe
it
it's a
creates the
life,
best set of
why would I
circumstances.
uphold
What's up?
if I believe if I believe it's murder, why would I want to uphold people's right to murder?
Well, you believe it's murder, but I'm just saying you don't have to believe it's murder.
Well,
And
okay, but I'm saying from my
even if you do believe it's murder, well then you could still believe it should be legal just because you don't believe always in enforcing your morals in every circumstance. You believe some
if
forms of
okay,
murder should be legal and some forms shouldn't be.
that is so confusing. I mean, so you're saying if morally and ethically I believe it's murder, there's still a pathway to which I don't vote in such a way that that would be protected?
Yeah, there you could still do that. Yeah, technically. Would I say that's a
So if
preferable
you had
position to hold? I mean, I wouldn't say it's an intuitive position on my behalf, but some people intuitively fall into that position.
so okay, so then from that position, then you can't vote for a politician because they say that murder's bad. Like then nobody can vote for anything because that's personal choice. You're taking away their personal choice to kill somebody else. If I view those two things as on the same level, of course I'm going to
No,
vote
no, no,
that way.
no, no, no. They're not saying all murder. They're saying in some circumstances.
Okay, so what's the difference there between what I just said with abortion and any murder at all?
I'm
Because
confused.
90 some percent of abortions are elective. This is not a debated number.
I'm confused what your point is here.
You are telling me that because I have a moral and ethical position that comes from my religious beliefs that then there's a pathway to which I should not vote on that basis, or I should leave that
Yeah, I
on
mean
the table somewhere else.
you don't think adultery should be illegal
I
even though
think
you
there's a
believe
real
it's
I
a
think there's a real
listen.
case.
Listen,
I,
listen. You believe that adultery is a violation of the 10 commandments, correct?
Mhm.
You believe murder is a violation of the 10 commandments. Okay? If they're both violations of the 10 commandments, why should one be illegal but not the other?
I mean, I think again, I'm being careful here because I don't know that I have a well researched answer for you, but I think there's absolutely a legitimate case to be made that yes, in my case, I probably should vote that way.
Okay, you could say the same thing with a lie. A lying is against the 10 commandments. Is telling your kids Santa Claus exists, right? Something that you think should be illegal.
That's a tough moral question. I would have to think about that. I
I
don't
don't think
know.
that's a tough one. I don't think it's a tough one. I think the obvious answer is no. Parker's mom should not go to prison for telling Parker that Santa Claus existed when he was a child.
No, yeah, and I don't. I'm not critiquing that particular position. I'm talking
Well, no, but
lying being.
that is. If it's a, okay, so then you think one violation of the 10 commandments should lead to prison time, but not the other one. Okay. Do you understand that, like, you're kind of in the same issue there? Because
Yeah, a little bit. I would say that
like
makes
because
sense to some
if
degree.
someone who's saying murder in some circumstances should be legal, they're saying a violation of the Ten Commandments in some circumstances should be legal. That's no different from your view. Okay, so
That's fine, but ultimately, I think the person that makes that concession as to which one of the moral and ethical beliefs I vote for is me, and I don't know why anybody else has a say
So
in that.
I just
Or
want to
anybody
clarify,
else.
that's no different from your view. Could someone who, from an atheistic perspective, get their way out of this? Yes, they could easily.
Yeah.
But due to your commitments you already believe in, you can't get yourself out of this very easily. But yeah, all right. I mean, I
It's
got to get off
difficult.
now.
It's difficult. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yep. Good night.
Alrighty. I'm gonna get off, everyone. This interest, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it is time to get off. CC, thank you so much for the $2. Jade, thank you for the 50 cents. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Natal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Diana, thank you so much for the $5. Charnley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Raymond, thank you for the $5 as well. I think I am fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I do apologize. Ondine, thank you so much for the $4. Kina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Marnie, thank you so much for the $5. I'm sorry, it's late. All right, everyone, thank you, everyone, for coming through. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I actually did end up posting a video. We'll see if it even sends out. I posted a video on Instagram. We'll see if it actually ends up doing that, because I didn't post it until way later. Looks like it's... Oh, it is kind of sending out, somewhat. We'll see if it does. All right, love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll be on later tomorrow, everyone. Probably like 5 p.m. Pacific time. Good night.